one's the best? Which 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 one's the best? What's the second best? There is no second best.
This is Discover Crypto. Thank you for joining this Discover Crypto Live, where we bring you live content 5 days a week, and we're bringing you content 7 days a week. So go ahead, smash that like button. Make sure you are subscribed. We got major news with some Bitcoin indicators, and right now, as we speak, Bitcoin is falling off a cliff. The shorter time frames, it is just a sea of red. But we also got to talk about Cardano. We got to talk about Chainlink, and we're going to talk about Solana and Avalanche, and huge news out of GameStop. And we're going to examine how much the cash they have on board. If they buy Bitcoin, what is that going to look like? If they spend half their cash, where are they going to rank in the other U.S. companies or the other publicly traded companies that do hold Bitcoin on their balance sheet? And I'm here with TJ, and we're going to have a very special show today. No white hoodie, no. I actually almost wore a suit today. TJ, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Feeling good to be here. Yeah, it's going to be a great show. We're going to be covering the digital asset or the DC summit that's going on right now in I believe DC with Sergey. We've got Trump speaking. I think Michael Saylor's supposed to speak. Trump Jr. speaking. I'm sorry. Charles Hoskinson moderating some panels. So tons and tons of good stuff going on today. Excited for we're gonna be live for a long time today. So guys, buckle in, hit those like buttons if you like it when we do these long streams. Yeah, smash the likes. Lots to talk about.
Yeah, and it's scheduled for 11:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so about 30 minutes from now. But crypto conferences always kind of go forward a little bit. You'll have the previous speaker go forward 5 minutes, and the people behind them maybe win another 5 minutes. And so we're going to be checking in and make sure we see Charles Hoskinson and Don Jr. speaking at the same time. Will World Liberty 5 buy Cardano? You know, that's the rumor that a lot of people are talking about. So maybe we'll look at some Cardano charts later. But let's look at Bitcoin chart right now, because like I said, this thing is falling off a cliff. We are seeing a sea of red. This is the 3-minute candles. If we go to the 5-minute candles, you see Bitcoin is just peeled back a lot of the gains that is put up over the last 24 hours. But we were identifying some levels earlier, right before we went live. If you look, this is really close to where we tested. This was on Tuesday, so about 2 days ago, maybe about 36 hours ago. And if we measure this move, it looks like this is just a perfect bounce of support. Now, I'm not saying this is a clear indication we're bouncing from here, but we do have some technical support here to pay attention to. And if we're wondering, this was 1 day and 10 hours ago. So about 34 hours ago was when we last tested these levels. And if we zoom out before that, Bitcoin was, you know, basically in a nice little uptrend. So some other little levels to maybe pay attention to here, maybe around 85,600. Right now, Bitcoin trading around 86,500. But let's look at the rest of the crypto market cap, and we'll check out those Bitcoin indicators too as well. Don't you worry. But yeah, a sea of red. Bitcoin has peeled back a lot of gains. Ethereum is now down 3%. Solana now down 5%. But meme coins are doing very well today. You can see Dogecoin is up 3.7%, even though it has peeled back 3% just in the last hour. Cardano went from green to red all in the last hour as well. Lido staked ETH. Chainlink also went from green to red. It was up about 2%. Now it's down about 1% here. Avalanche also, was flat. Now it is in the red. But like we said, the meme coins are doing well. Shiba Inu, 8.8%. SWI is in the green today. I know Crypto Face got a nice long end. So congrats all the people using the Market Cypher. You probably saw that call ahead of time. And Steve-O in the chat saying, funny things happening with Hyperliquid right now. Hype has fallen 12% in the past hour, TJ. What do you think is going on here? Is there another exploit maybe? Oh, you got muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was working on something here. Not live on the big account for some reason. So gonna have to work on that behind the scenes. But yeah, there are some funny things going on Hyperliquid right now. More whale battles right before the stream started. Kelly and I were actually talking about it. I believe there's another whale with a huge position, basically setting a liquidation bomb. People are trying to force it down and not create that scenario. So there's people taking shorts and all kinds of battles on the timeline right now. Yeah, it's wild. So let me go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, switching the time frames here, maybe going to the 30-minute. Yeah, Hype had some very nice support. It was just kind of painting out a nice little technical structure here, but it has since invalidated that and has fallen off a cliff. If we go to the 1 minute, just to kind of check when things kind of fell off. Yeah, you can see hype also trying to find a little bit of recovery similar to Bitcoin. Is this going to be the bottom for the time period? We don't know, but I do like seeing a little bit of support. You want to see some support. Now, I am going to be reveal the AVE trade a little later. I may have opened one minutes before we went live. Sometimes DZ likes to just try to catch a fallen knife. Now, let's look at the biggest losers. Is it just Hyperliquid? I would imagine it's going to be the biggest loser today. Move, kind of, nice pump today. Meme coin, MakerDAO sweet, meme coin. And Polygon feels like a meme coin these days. If we look at the biggest losers, yeah, Hype and Pi, both in the double digits in the red here. Barachain, 5% dip. And Solana, very interesting seeing Solana, as strong as it is as a project, as large as it is as a market cap, being one of the biggest dumpers today. And DZ open along on Solana as well. We're going to check on those maybe in the next 10, 15, but you got to smash that like button because these trades might be in the red. So I'm a little embarrassed. And so I need some motivation from the Disco fam. I need that motivation. TJ, where are we on likes, by the way?
Let's see. Likes, we are at, everybody's just rolling in 150 likes, a couple thousand people in here right now. So yeah, smash those likes early and often for the YouTube stream and to see DZ's longs. Everybody loves to see DZ making those wins.
All right, well, let's look at Bitcoin here. So the first thing we're going to be looking at as far as technical indicators goes to the invalidated death cross. So there's different ways to measure the death cross. Some people use the 50-day and the 200-day. I've also seen people use the 23-day and the 200-day. We're going to be looking at the 50 and the 200, and you can see it right there. But let's zoom in. We're hit daily on Bitcoin. And we're going to bring out the 200-day and the moving average crosses here. And the red line and the green line is what we're paying attention to. And so they're saying now the death cross is invalidated. This is going to be very, very bullish to invalidate the death cross. And so it is not out of the woods just yet. So a death cross is when this red short-term moving average, you see how it's closer to the shorter-term price action, crosses below this long-term moving average. And it's just showing that there's going to be sustained bearishness. But the last time we got a death cross, August 2024, and it barely lasted. If we measure this here, cross to cross, about 2.5 months there. So this was a little bit of a fake out. People were calling for the bear market. If you were a bear in the chat, you must realize, sometimes these indicators aren't infallible. But now we are seeing the death cross. We're seeing the red start to try to turn around and run away from the green candles. Let's go to the 12-hour just to kind of get a little bit of a better indication. Almost kind of looking at the 25 and the 100. And you can see the green is starting. Oh, man. You know what, TJ? I looked at this earlier this morning, and before we started to get this little bit of a red candle, it was curving a little bit higher. And so, Bitcoin not out of the woods yet, but we definitely don't want this death cross to happen. It's at least going to spell some short-term price action. But if we look at the last time the death cross happened, we had a wick down, and then failed to put in a lower low. I wouldn't be surprised if this wick down and this wick down also are going to be the lower lows as Bitcoin continues to climb from here. That's how DZ's feeling, at least at this point. And it's hard to not be bullish when you're seeing what's happening with the exchanges. This is from Altcoin Gordon. Altcoin Gordon talking about Bitcoin, however, also looks like Gordon Gecko, who said greed is good. But Bitcoin sees $2.5 billion in outflows from exchanges. This is the highest Bitcoin outflow since July 2024 as the whales accumulate. Let's go look at July 2024 on the daily chart. This area right here. So this preceded a huge pump followed by the August flash crash. And then we haven't had a lower price since then. So very bullish when you're looking at that. We look here, 22,000 Bitcoin were withdrawn from exchanges just in the past week. This is from Ollie chart. You just see massive amounts of Bitcoin leaving exchanges. Now, this is a little bit of a misleading y-axis, but you can see the bottom here, 2.4 million, all the way as high as 2.47 million. So Bitcoin just leaving exchanges as the whales accumulate. TJ, what do you think is next?
Well, it was what I've been saying for a while. It's a big pump for Bitcoin. When we see that supply shock, it always takes time for it to actually play out. But when we see it play out, we can see Bitcoin leaving exchanges. We can see stable coins coming in at an extremely high rate. There's more money on the sidelines than ever before. There's more interest in Bitcoin than there ever has been before. We've got major corporations trying. I mean, we were literally having conversations last night about bonds getting back to being used, bit bonds being created, and we've got GameStop adding it to their balance sheet, and that was literally voted through, I believe, this morning. It was announced last night. Vote happened this morning. I think it happened very quickly and went through. So we're going to be seeing an insane amount of Bitcoin accumulation, and there's not going to be enough on exchanges. We've been talking about it for a couple of years now that these exchanges are going to run out of Bitcoin, and that's when we really see the Bitcoin price shock happen, because it's undervalued right now, massively undervalued. Like, the price that you're able to get Bitcoin at is not equal to the amount of long-term value it has. And as soon as these exchanges run out, it's going to get repriced very quickly.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I'm here for it. I can't wait. You hear these numbers: 400K Bitcoin, 700K Bitcoin. If you're new here, if you're new to Bitcoin, those numbers sound insane. If you've been doing this for a while and you understand the actual revolution that's happening, it seems inevitable.
We have a pretty fair question here from Hank, not Hank Hill, Hank Owings. Well, I owe you an explanation on why am I calling Matic a meme coin here. If you were here last cycle, Matic was the chosen one. It was the Anakin Skywalker of ETH L2s. It had the partnership with Starbucks. It really looked like a lot of things were going to start rolling out of the Polygon ecosystem. 95% of the tokens are out of circulation. We don't have to worry about VCs dumping on us. But then a lot of those partnerships ended up just not really amounting to anything. A lot of the partnerships were then canceled. And then it was revealed, I think Starbucks particularly, the partnerships, Polygon paid for it. And so they went up to Starbucks, hey, here's a big pile of cash. Let's maybe do some announcements. Maybe we'll play around with the NFT that could be, some sort of reward loyalty card for the customers. And then it ended up with just smoke and mirrors. It was all fugazi. So that was just a quick joke there. But I can't say I'm bullish on Polygon, but I'm not bearish on Ethereum. I will say that.
Yeah, I would agree. Matic, and this is it, watching all of these L2s develop has been very interesting. Matic extremely had a great run last cycle. It was one of the first L2s to really capture market share on Ethereum. Main app built on it the other day, Polymarket, right? They were using Polygon Matic to create this website to be able to deliver these things quickly. Now, what did they just do? Now they literally just the other day started adding support for Solana, and this DApp is actually eclipsed Solana or Matic and Ethereum. So, and obviously there's way more competition now. If you're a big institution, are you going to use Matic or you're going to use Base by Coinbase? You're going to use Base. So, so you got Optimism, you got Arbitrum. And so there was a lot of tech advancements that happened, and the L2 space is extremely fractured. I am not as much looking at holding L2s. They're great for the developers that created them, but the better thing to do is watch the flows into those ecosystems. And if you see, Coinbase is going to push people towards their L2. When Kraken's Inc. is out there, that ecosystem is going to have a lot of support behind it because there's big money, big capital, big investors there. So what I do is I go, okay, what's getting built on Base? Okay, Aerodrome, Morpho, a handful of other things that we liked. Money's going to flow there. You get in there early, you ride the wave up. But Matic is not new tech. It's not new interest. And so, yeah, probably better opportunities in the market than Matic, in my opinion.
I would agree. And you're talking about money flowing into and flowing into something early. Well, that's a perfect bridge into GameStop. And what we're seeing here, GameStop's board has unanimously approved to add Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset. As Sam Callahan says, I think is a good take. This is not nothing. GameStop sitting on $4.5 billion in cash. If they put half into Bitcoin, they would instantly become the third largest Bitcoin treasury company. That's public. And we're going to reveal the list in a little bit. That's the list. Hold on, give me 1 second here. That's all you get to see. We're going to look at it in a second here. All right, one more. Oh, hope you got that screenshot in. But yeah, let's talk about this. GameStop finally adopts Bitcoin strategy amid a policy change. And this is following the success of strategy, as I have all these pop-ups. Get out of my way. Formerly MicroStrategy. Wait, do we get it next year? I guess not. It's just the way it's sized, everybody. They're jumping on the Bitcoin treasury strategy bandwagon. The latest to do so is GameStop. So this investment policy is a welcome addition for Bitcoin. Specifically, GameStop asserted that its board had unanimously approved an investment policy update to add Bitcoin as a treasury asset. Q4 reports that further noted that the recent policy update also included dollar stable coins. So something to, maybe look at there. GameStop did not disclose how much of its cash it intended to invest in Bitcoin, although they have over $4.5 billion as of February 1st. Now, we reported on this, TJ. I know you remember GameStop CEO Cohen first sparked speculation with the photo alongside Michael Saylor way back in February 2025. But if you remember, we took it a step further where we revealed that he was in Miami. Before it was even public that he was with Michael Saylor, we were speculating off a selfie in a hotel parking lot in front of the lobby. And we're like, folks, there's really only two reasons he's in Miami. One is to party on a yacht, and the other is to buy Bitcoin. And I don't think he's partying, folks. Now we are right.
Yeah, we called it 100%, and we called it basically from a strategic standpoint. Like, this makes the most sense if you're trying to promote the GameStop, the GME stock. If you want that share to go up, just copy Michael Saylor's playbook. He's willing to share with anybody. This guy's willing to take risks, and it looks like it's paid off dramatically, or I think it will pay off if they're going to immediately be a top 3 Bitcoin reserve type company or Bitcoin treasury company. That is a huge advantage right now. Currently with public companies, it's going to be less and less an advantage as time goes on, but right now that's a really, really big move. And we also used the speculation he wasn't following anybody on X. I think at the time we first looked at it, he had 1 follower, and it might have been Michael Saylor, and then eventually he got a second one, which was Bitcoin Magazine. And so we're like, okay, he's clearly signaling that that's the direction he's going. And again, from a strategic standpoint, what is the best way to promote shareholder value other than doing that? They had cash. It just makes sense. So great move by them.
And Petro could be correct. Pretty sure he partied on a yacht as well. That's probably true.
All right, let's look. Why not both? Yeah.
Why not? He was a little more tan now that I think about it. Now, if we look at Bitcoin treasuries here, folks, this is the name of the public company. So I have weighted this to public companies only. Otherwise, you get basically every single Bitcoin wallet and Bitcoin mining company, and you get lost in the noise a little bit. These are public companies. Number one, obviously, MicroStrategy. And if you're wondering, okay, so this is the market cap. We don't really care about that. The number of Bitcoin, that looks great. Let's look at USD value as well. $44 billion in Bitcoin for US MicroStrategy here. Marathon, $4 billion worth. Riot, $1.6 billion. And then Tesla right under that with $1 billion in CleanSpark. Nipping at the heels of Tesla, probably will pass it in the next quarter or two. And so $4.5 billion. And so that means they could free up potentially all of it, honestly, but 2.25 is kind of what people are saying here. So 2.25, you can see it right here, well above Riot, underneath Marathon, underneath MicroStrategy, but skyrockets to the number 3 spot, and with a little bit of a healthy lead as well. So that would be a fantastic strategy. And that would give them roughly, what are we looking at here? About 25,000, 30,000 Bitcoin. Should they do it, TJ? I think, all right, so should they do half the cash? I think if they do, might piss people off versus none, versus 75%, versus
10%, all of it. I mean, you need some cash. I don't know what their do they have. I don't know what the rest of their financials are, what their operating is, what their burn rate.
I dove into it. In fact, I have a GameStop stock right here, so we could kind of look at it. The stock is up. It's up 12% right now. Nice. Profit earnings ratio pretty high, 159 there. That's super, super high.
Real quick, I'm gonna just hit the super chat. Will GameStop be bullish on gaming tokens? No. GameStop has nothing to do with gaming tokens, and you could argue very little to do with gaming at all anymore.
Radio Shack had the rebrand. That would be maybe more, inclined to look into gaming tokens. So they went from selling batteries for crappy remote control cars, and then they maybe move forward to gaming tokens, whoever. I do know they make profit. I want to say they made around 500 million last quarter versus MicroStrategy, which loses money quarter after quarter. So there's a lot of...
What's that profit coming from? Sales?
That's the GameStop get their profit. Well, right, I turned in Halo and they only gave me $2 and I paid $60, and then they sold it for $20. So I assume they're still making money off of me 15 years ago.
Yeah. So to answer the question, I think they should do as much as they possibly can without putting the rest of the business at risk, if that makes sense. So if 50% is plenty, put 50%. Whatever they need to do to be a top contender. I don't think it really is helpful to put 10% in and be the 10th largest company with this play. It's an all or nothing strategy, in my opinion. Either you're going all in and you're saying we are pivoting to being a Bitcoin treasury play, or we're just, putting some of our savings in Bitcoin. If they're going for the full play, like Michael Saylor, they're going to say, okay, we're going to put as much cash as we can into Bitcoin, and then we're going to raise more money to buy more Bitcoin, and then we're going to do it again, and then we're going to raise more money to buy more Bitcoin, and then we're going to do it again. I think they have the opportunity to do that. I think he's aligned himself with the right players. I think they're smart enough to execute this strategy. And guys, these are the things that people at Coinbase are helping with, people at AVE are helping with these DeFi strategies, with these Bitcoin strategic reserve strategies.
Trump.
Eric Trump he's great with the fundraising part and the connections part, but I think no disrespect.
Are you saying he's just in the corner of the boardroom meeting picking his nose or something?
No, not at all. I think he's definitely valid on the board, but the tech dev is not his part. He's going to bring Stani in. True. And he's going to say,
or
this
tax
is how
implications.
Yeah. Regulation, and fundraising, network connections, all that sort of stuff. I mean, you need to run a successful business. You need different people doing different roles, and you need different people with different expertise. And that's the reason some of these companies are doing far better than others. You think World Liberty Fi could launch a stable coin by themselves? No, they need blockchain native developers that have been here a long time. They know the risks. They know what network to choose. They know how to security audit. Like, there's a lot that goes into this stuff. You can't just copy paste this stuff like people think. If you do, you'll get wrecked really fast. And we've seen that happen in the past. So
are you ready for the bad news with GameStop though?
Sure.
Something terrible is going to knock all of this bullishness that we're feeling, all of this excitement, all this 2.25 billion. You probably know
you're going to deflate my balloon. Come on.
I got to deflate the balloon here, TJ. And it is this post right here. GameStop's finally doing my Bitcoin ploy.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we get away with it because he misspelled something. So maybe like the demons that are in charge of how the world works, when they see
I saw that
Jim Cramer say something, I don't know, they like put something in a cauldron, spin it, some smoke rises, and all of a sudden it just does the opposite of what Jim Cramer says.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe by ploy, I don't know.
You see Ryan Cohen right underneath, like, no! I thought that was the best part. Yeah.
I like it's only people he follows or mentions, and he's like, you know what? I'm not going to waste this opportunity. The man follows me. I did ask Rock, where do they get their revenue from? And this was not surprising at all. 57% comes from hardware and accessories. So that kind of tracks. If you're buying a new PlayStation 3, you might not want to buy it on Amazon. You might not want to leave that package on your porch. You might be fine just going there, and also buying controllers and stuff. 27% of the revenue comes from software. And then I didn't even think about this. Collectibles. They sell like Pokemon stuff and Funko Pops and stuff like that. So looks like, pop culture items tied to video games, movies, and TV shows. So Magic the Gathering cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Pokemon cards. And so their latest, I said 600, it was 131 million in net profit. And this, I believe, for a recent quarter. So 131 million. So core business remains focused on the above categories. So good job, GameStop. We're celebrating it. I do want to look at Bitcoin chart. There's one thing I forgot to mention. I was wondering, is this going to turn around? Is this the bottom? Remember, God, I'm almost hesitant to click on this. Please be in the green. All right, we're in the green barely. I have an ape long. I'm going to tell you at the end, gaming sector. I have a thesis for you folks. Solana, that one, I just feel a little bit better about the Solana long. We're up a little bit. And AVE, I did close that AVE long, close it in profit, and we've reopened it, and might be in the red very soon, folks. Might be in the red in the next 20 seconds here. That's the markets are a little bit wishy-washy as we speak. But I want to show you this on the Bitcoin chart. Are we going to see a turnaround on the larger time frames? Weekly, monthly, looks pretty good. What are we looking at on the real small time frames? On the 1 minute, definite bullishness, definitely bull divs here. We're seeing the RSI rise as the price was just plummeting here. If we bring it out to the 3 minute, you're seeing the same thing. RSI starting right here, price falling off a cliff. RSI, very strong support there. All the way to the 5 minute, hey, we are still seeing it, and I think it starts to break down at the 10 minute. At the 10 minute, we no longer have the bull divs. So we want to see this bullish divergences roll into the larger time frames, and then we can kind of resume the pump here. But we do have bull flags on the daily. And so that is bull divs on the daily here. And so there's just maybe some short-term corrections on this long-term strategy here if you're trying to trade some Bitcoin. We got a little bit of extra cool news for Bitcoin. North Carolina plans to add crypto to the state retirement system. These bills are in the House and Senate of North Carolina. It allows the state treasurer to invest up to 5% of their various retirement funds into cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. I pulled up this article because we have now an update here. Bitcoin law, this is according to Bitcoin law, 41 reserve bills have been introduced into 23 different states. 35 of the 41 bills are still alive. And so we're just seeing this rollover of more and more corporations, more and more states, and all of this is spelling limited Bitcoin. So try to get your hands on some if you can here.
Yeah, I actually saw this morning they were on state with the DC summit. They were talking to a politician about his Bitcoin Strategic Reserve Act versus the Genius Act, and what are the kind of subtle differences? What's the same about them? There's a lot of politicians, and they all want to get credit for being the one who pushed this forward for their state, their country there. Obviously Trump wants credit for it to make the US, the Bitcoin and crypto capital of the world. I think he will go down in history as the first major world leader to champion this strategy. I think it will cement his legacy in a lot of different ways. And again, listening to the space that we were having last night with Kelly and Drew and the bit bonds and what's coming with all that kind of stuff, I really do think the revolution, the money revolution, is going to actually happen. May not happen as fast as people want. I keep saying that. That's the number one thing I've learned from being in this space. You have that light bulb moment. You think the rest of the world's going to have it too, and all this stuff's going to happen in 3 years, 4 years. Like, you've got time. It's probably still going to take another 5 or 10 years for a lot of these major things to play out. They're just now getting their heads around stable coins. They're just now getting stablecoin regulation. This is something that's been talked about for many years. Now we're seeing stablecoins coming out of left. Like, every day I hear like, so-and-so's launching a stablecoin. So-and-so's launching a stablecoin. I know that doesn't really mean much to a lot of the retail audience about, okay, another stablecoin. Like, what does that do for me? What that does is it continues to build the rails and continues to make the liquidity flow faster through these blockchains. And there's going to be many, billions and billions, trillions and trillions of dollars flowing onto blockchain products, into lending products, into DeFi at a rate that we've never seen before. And really, we're getting into the part of the cycle where you just buy, accumulate, stack, and sit back and, and get fabulously wealthy, as British Hodl says. So
yeah,
and the fun time's coming.
Yeah, and as far as like deployment, I haven't actually deployed much in the past week, maybe even 10 days, depending on how long ago we had those dips. So yeah, I am ready. We could have some moves to the downside. You got to be ready. You got to have some dry funds on the sidelines, folks. Let's talk about Solana here. As Steve-O, I love the FUD recently. Reminds me of 22. Well, now it's time for me to FUD Solana. Specifically no. This is actually bullish, folks. Solana on the brink of a massive move as pressure mounts here. And we're going to look at some of these technical levels. Now, first, before we get into the technicals, I want to look at the fundamentals. The fundamentals of Solana, catalyst here for bullishness. Inclusion in the U.S. Strategic Crypto Reserve. The announcement is considered for a U.S. government-backed crypto reserve, has boosted long-term outlook. I say that's fair. Institutional interest is soaring. We had Franklin Templeton file for a Solana-based ETF, reinforcing its credibility. So we're seeing more Solana ETF applications. Also expanding real-world utility with partnerships that are solidifying the role in payment solutions, aka stablecoin adoption is happening on Solana at a very high rate. So all these bullish catalysts. But what about the technicals, man? Show me the charts. I'll show you the news, is what the brostrologists say. So Solana's early stage bull market hitting 65% pump by April. We don't have much time left, folks. And so Solana's price looks ready to rise based on a classic bullish reversal indicator. Talking about the falling wedge. Now, falling wedges typically break to the upside. It's not a guarantee, obviously, but we have broken out of this falling wedge, and we don't have a bearish engulfing candle like we do right there. An engulfing candle engulfs all of the positive or negative moves that preceded it. And so this right there, looks good. The bearish engulfing candle kind of invalidated that. But now you can see we're breaking out of this technical pattern. Now, also, we're going to look at the charts just in 1 second. Also, we're seeing meme coin sector is in recovery. The on-chain activity for meme coins, 8 million tokens have been launched, and recently daily deployments have rebounded sharply. I would say that maybe a little bit of an exaggeration, but maybe it does look like there's a little bit of a bottom of pump.fun launches here. Now, this does work with previous price trends. The surge in deployments points to renewed demand and increase in network activity. The trends that have historically preceded price rallies. Last time it went low, there's a 68% pump for Solana here. So really good news. So let's look at the charts. Now, this is the falling wedge. We're looking at it on the daily chart. And there is a technical target here. You look at the largest part of the wedge and you measure it from the breakout, which is going to be right here. And that gives us about a $234 Solana. Now they're projecting it can happen in the month of April. I don't know if I would go that far. I have pointed out this blue line. We did this, I don't know, about a week ago, right, TJ? I think when we were playing with this level, looks like we closed 2 daily candles below it. And if you're wondering, why is this range important? Look how often it has acted as support. We had yet to fail or close a daily candle below that. So just very, very strong level for Solana. And so if we do bounce from there, it would just happen exactly as predicted here. But speaking of falling wedges, I saw a good one in Chainlink as well, TJ. This is Chainlink priced in Bitcoin. So priced in sats.
That's important. And actually,
why is that important?
Exactly. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but I think this is things, especially if you're a trader, if you're a swing trader, day trader, once we move into a bullish environment where a lot of things are going up, it's very easy to deceive yourself into believing you're a good trader when you see the dollar number going up. When everything, I took a good trade and I made $1,000 or $10,000 or whatever you consider a significant amount of money, $1 million. But if you're not going up in Bitcoin value, like if you start with 1 Bitcoin, say you start with even 0.1 Bitcoin, and you can make a bunch of trades and be up in dollars and down in Bitcoin. That's what I've seen people do for years and years and years and years. If you start pricing everything in Bitcoin, that's when you can really see the strength of Bitcoin. So looking at Chainlink against Bitcoin, this means Chainlink is going to, if Chainlink makes up ground on this chart that DZ's about to show you here, it means that Chainlink is increasing faster than Bitcoin is. So if you're thinking from a traditional trader, if typically on the stock market, you have to overperform the S&P 500 or, like the basic index funds. Otherwise, like, what's the point of being a trader if you can just put it in the basic fund and it's going to get 10% a year or whatever that number is? And if you can't outperform that 10% a year, you're just wasting everybody's time. It's the same thing with Bitcoin. If you're trading and you're not outperforming your hodling Bitcoin price, then you're just kidding yourself. You're wasting everybody's time. You're getting eaten up in fees. So if you have 1 Bitcoin and you're trading, the goal would be to have 1.5 Bitcoin, not, I have 1 Bitcoin that's $84,000 right now. I traded all year and now I have $130,000. It's like, yeah, but you have 0.9 Bitcoin now. And if you had just held your Bitcoin, you'd have $180,000. So pricing things in Bitcoin is an extremely important thing to do. And if you have any level of experience here, you get used to doing that. They call it thinking in the Bitcoin standard. There's a lot of ways people talk about that.
Pricing things in Satoshis. You can see the Satoshis on the right. There's 100 million Satoshis in each one Bitcoin. And so zooming out on the weekly, last time we had the double falling wedge pattern. That's what preceded the Chainlink price pump where it ended up doing a 6x, ended up just pumping hard off Bitcoin. And now we're looking at another double wedge pattern. So we're going to zoom in first to the daily. I want to point out a couple things here. And so last time we had the fallen wedge, boom, very, very bullish. But if we zoom in on the 4-hour, you'll see a little M pattern. So we had an M pattern where we dip below, dip below, dip below, and then it pumped. Well, we ended this falling wedge with another potential M pattern. Dip below, dip below, dip below. Is this going to be the rocket fuel that we need? I am feeling pretty bullish when I look at this chart here. And if we're wondering, let's just do half the pump. That was a 580% pump. So we'll do a 290% pump from here. 290% pump from the bottom of the wedge. You're looking at nice 6,000 Satoshi. Let's measure that compared to the previous levels. 6,000 Satoshis. That's very doable, folks. That's right in this, right around this range right here. So it'd be hitting around where this peaked or this peaked on the daily closes there, or on the weekly closes. So definitely a lot of potential for Chainlink. I would not be sleeping on Chainlink. And at the same time, we have Chainlink just confirmed. We're working on a bill with lawmakers called the Proof of Bill, requiring stablecoins and real-world assets to have a proof of reserves. It will literally be the law to use Chainlink. Now, that's a little bit of a stretch there, but it will literally be the law to have an Oracle. And what Oracle is better than Chainlink? What do you think of that scenario? I mean, we're kind of, closing the gap here, but it would be law to use Chainlink or a Chainlink equivalent.
I think it's coming.
Bullish.
No, I think it's coming. That's why these regulation battles matter so much, because I think that will happen. You will be legally required, just like it's the same thing Coinbase is doing with custody, right? It's using regulation as a moat is not a new tactic. It's the same thing FTX was trying to get done, basically saying you must require banks to use an approved custodian, and they wanted it to be them and nobody else. And I think that's now Coinbase has won that battle. They're going to be, and I think Kraken is in there. Like the reason you see all of these big players at these events is because that's what they're angling for. We want the regulation to say you have to have it with a qualified custodian, and we're going to make it nearly impossible to become a new qualified custodian. And that's that's what the powerful bureaucrats do. That's how they ensure that they enrich themselves. And I think Chainlink is going to be there. There's going to be, that you're going to be required to use something that uses a certain standard or certain language that only they have. Now, could other people adopt it? Potentially, but it's not going to be easy to just step up and be a competitor. It's going to require millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars in lawyers and regulations and fees to be able to be qualified to do this. So Chainlink has positioned itself beautifully. No stablecoin, none of them work without Chainlink for the most part. They need this data. They need this messaging standard. And yeah, Chainlink, I do think it will be required by law if you're operating certain products, doing certain things with DeFi, interacting with the blockchain in a certain way, that you use this messaging standard that Chainlink is using. So it's huge, guys. It's massive. Chainlink isn't going anywhere. Bitcoin isn't going anywhere. Ethereum isn't going anywhere. And there's a lot of opportunity to speculate on a lot of these other chains. But those ones, those big boys are, you can be locked in for a very, very, very long time. And smash the like button for the Disco Ball. I know everybody loves the Disco fam here. Shout out to all of our members. I see you guys in the chat every day. Our mods, Stevo, Seth, Bad Fox. You guys always in here all the time. Glassworks. Really appreciate you guys as a community. The Disco fam, one of the strongest communities in this entire space. We've got some really big things coming for our Discord community. We haven't launched it yet, but we're building it out right now. You guys are going to love that. I think we're going to call it Discover Investments Hub. It's going to be one of the most valuable places to be if you're trying to make money crypto. This is not for the new person that's trying to get, turn $100 into $1,000.
What's a wallet?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have tutorial stuff. We'll have free stuff in there, but this group is really for people that are taking it serious and they want to interact with other people. I hesitate to say the word whales, but it's really like the person I have in mind for this is managing at least a 5-figure portfolio, if not multi-6-figure portfolio. We're going to go over DeFi strategies. There's going to be tons of, there is going to be day trading, swing trading, all that leverage trading stuff in there, but also we'll do portfolio reviews. We'll share behind the scenes of what we're doing. So you guys are excited for that, just buckle up. We'll be rolling that out here in April. So,
and you need to buckle up for alt season, everybody. I'm kind of painting a bullish scenario here. We could have some little bit of wicks to the downside. We could have a couple red days here. But breaking news from Minturn. Shout out to Min Swaps. Intern is really, really a top poster here. But alt season is close. You must hold ADA to survive. Is that true, folks? Must you hold ADA to survive? But this pattern is clear. 2018. 96% pump, 2020, 100% pump, 23, 54% pump. Do not get left behind. This is the altcoin dominance bounce. And if you look here on the RSI, we touch, nice little bounce here, touch, nice little bounce here, touch, and potentially another nice little bounce. And all of these, that's a hidden divergence. That's a bullish divergence and another bullish divergence. And so we look at also this one, altcoin market cap. So that's altcoin dominance. This is altcoin market cap. This is percentage of the crypto market. This is the dollars in the system. The altcoin market cap is respecting the technical uptrend line for this cycle very well. I have a slightly different technical line. This is a weekly chart. I zoom mine into the daily.
Wait. Can we cut over to? We've got Don Jr. speaking right now.
Yeah, I saw that. I was going to just run through this real quick and then jump into that. I have it paused at the very second there where they jump on stage. But just show you this real quick. This is, might need to go the 3 days so we can fit everything. If you zoom in closer, maybe it's really around this area, catching this area. It is bouncing beautifully, folks. So we did fall below, and right now we're trying to get above. It's going to, we don't know for sure, but a very, very important pivotal point for the altcoin sector here. Now let's roll into Blockchain
I got it here
Summit. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to use this audio. So let's see here. And this is like
you can go a little bit further.
Probably need
30 seconds after her. Boom.
I wish we had a lot more time because this is going to be a really fun panel. So I'll get right to it.
Charles.
My first question
And actually, my first comment is to Don Jr. First, for people who don't know, I have a lot of friends and family in North Carolina. And back in October, I sent my Black Hawk out to work with Samaritan's Purse and others for hurricane relief. And when you do that, you run into strange bedfellows. We actually ran into Don Jr. in October, and it meant the world to all of us that you created a lot of notoriety and publicity for that event, because a lot of people were hurting and needed help. So first, from our family, we'd like to thank you for that.
Well, I really appreciate it. It was that was one of those sort of great honors. The guys at Samaritan's Purse invited me up, and I saw the devastation. I saw sort of the neglect. I think it became sort of a fulcrum point of the entire campaign, frankly, because when you're doing that, and these guys are flying, and you're Black Hawk, and they're bringing in generators for people who are going to go through a really cold period of time, and they're bringing in clothes and food. I was like, I don't want to take up this space. I actually felt sort of guilty about it, but I did want to see it for my own eyes and just see what was the difference between the coverage and whatnot. And and I got there, and the first person I made eye contact ran up to me, gave me hugs and tears, and it was like, oh, it's actually we're doing some great work and just creating some stuff around it. It was great to see Samaritan's Purse and you guys doing that kind of work that again wasn't happening from the institutions that should have been probably dealing with that. So thank you so much for that contribution. It was an honor of a lifetime to be able to just be a small part of it and a little fly on the wall.
Okay. So anyway, the first question I have for you is, you could do pretty much anything. You're a smart guy, got a great family, a lot of opportunity. Why come into the cryptocurrency space? Why come in the blockchain industry? What about our industry philosophically was appealing to you, and what problems do you want to solve?
Listen, I think for me, it was really interesting, right? I came from a hard asset family. That's what we did. We built and sold and held real estate forever. And for a long period of time, I had access to everyone in the world. I could pick up and the phone and speak to any banker and get a loan almost instantly. And everything was sort of easy. And then all of a sudden we got into politics and we made our opinions known. And you put that little R next to your name, and all of a sudden that became really difficult. And I sort of realized very quickly just how much discrimination there is in the ordinary financial markets. Beyond the inefficiency, beyond the waste, the amount of bankers I know that make, 7 figures a year, basically moving a piece of paper from one side of a desk to another, not really adding any value. It was such a rude awakening to just how discriminatory the entire market is, just how inefficient it was. And, as I started learning more about, crypto, blockchain, everything, you realize, wait a minute, this is the answer to all of this stuff. So I guess I jokingly said, I got myself in a little trouble. I jokingly said the first time I was asked this sort of question was like, I realized I was just at the top of the pyramid scheme. I didn't realize it. I realized that the entire, financial system and the entire banking world was really one big Ponzi scheme. I just had the benefit of being, in the upper echelon of that. And once I was at the bottom rung,
admits it,
and we're getting debanked and canceled for, simply having opinions that didn't go along with the fold. We became problematic, and all of a sudden we went from being, the golden children to persona non grata, and that made me really start thinking. And my brother, I guess collectively we're the most subpoenaed people in the history of the United States, all for nonsense, as we know now. But it didn't matter. You still had to deal with that at the time. And so when I started talking with Zach about it, Zach's dad, Chase, other Zach. I think we realized that there's a much better way to do this. There's a more efficient way to do this. And that's how we sort of went down the rabbit hole on all of this. So we're just super excited about this. But it was really probably the biggest rude awakening I've had. And that includes, having the U.S. government basically go after you and try to throw you in jail for nothing. And so I'm just super excited about what this can mean for the future of banking, for the future of the financial systems. And again, I was sort of the beneficiary of the old way of doing things, but that doesn't mean it's the best way of doing things. So I think we're just very excited to be here, super excited. It's sort of interesting to talk in a room like this where I imagine everyone in the room has forgotten more about crypto than I'll ever know. That's the kind of level of attendees I've seen, and the panelists as well. But coming from a totally different side of the space, I realized that this is the answer as far as I'm concerned. I think it's the future of our financial systems. And I want to make sure that's domiciled in America, done by Americans, with that security, et cetera.
Brilliant. So first, thank you for helping me sort out the order, because there's two Zachs, and I was trying to figure out how to call you guys. So there's Zach and other Zach.
And other Zach.
I'm sorry, you get to be other Zach.
It's all right, I'll take it.
That came from Don. Okay, so my first question is to Zach. What is World Liberty Finance? You guys are relatively new, but also been around for a while at the same time. So what problem are you trying to solve? What's the story of your venture?
Yeah, that's a great question, Charles. I think we're trying to solve a few different problems. I'll touch on our first product that we just announced yesterday, which is our stablecoin USD1. We view stablecoins as an integral part of not only crypto, but the entire financial ecosystem. When we talk about stablecoins, everyone in this room knows we're talking about seamless cross-border payments that settle instantly. Like Don, I came from the hard asset world of real estate. And if you want to buy, call it, $100 million building, $1 billion building, it might take 2 or 3 weeks for that wire to clear, right? And in that 2 or 3 weeks, stuff is happening. It's dynamic, right? With stable coins, you can settle instantly. You can settle across borders. It's currently a $250 billion, total market cap business. We think it's, going to be many trillions of dollars in the next few years. And we're excited for the world to experience our stablecoin USD1 that's built on world-class banking rails. And we think it's going to be a huge benefit to the world.
Yeah, coming from a hard asset background, I also have a few hard assets these days. One of our biggest issues is liquidity. And it sounds like what you guys...
Just FYI, everybody on the stage is World Liberty Fi.
A democratization of liquidity. Do you want to go a little bit into that?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Stable coins, we like to say they're blind. They don't discriminate between users. We want, Republicans, Democrats, whether you're black, blue, brown, white, to be, using our stable coin. We think it's, like you said, it democratizes finance. It's obviously fully backed 1-to-1 by U.S. Treasuries. So it's also very secure. And we think that retail and institutions are, really going to lean into this product.
Okay, so other Zach.
Yes.
How do you think about ecosystem development, kind of growing a community and growing a product? And what ecosystems are priorities for you guys right now?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So, the thing is that where we stand at World Liberty, our goal is not really to reinvent the wheel, right? We all have been in the space for over 10 years. I mean, Zach included has also been in crypto for a while. Chase and I have been in crypto for 10 years now. We truly believe that there are some very, very smart people building some incredible products out there. And our goal is not to go out and build a better product. Instead, our goal is to take our distribution platform that we've built and create a better experience for the user that allows them to come into crypto, whether it's, experienced crypto user and get a better UI UX, or whether it's a non-native crypto user who has never transacted in crypto before, and make it very easy for them to on and off ramp in and out of crypto, transact with different protocols, whether it's a lend and borrow market, whether it's a staking product. The problem is that everything is just so difficult. Even for, myself, who has been in the space for 10 years, it's a pain in the ass to do a lot of the transactions that you want to do. Our goal here is to literally make it so that everybody feels comfortable and confident using the products that people like yourself, people like some of the other amazing builders in the space have already innovated and put a nice brand around it where they feel comfortable and they feel secure and they feel like they are already able to interact with it just like they would with a very friendly Web 2 application that they use every single day.
Yeah, you already have some great relationships like AVAX and Binance and these others. And it's been so much fun to kind of watch the ecosystem grow. When we launched Cardano, our distribution was to initially 9,000. You guys started 85,000 people, and it just keeps growing. And so it's so cool when you see these
85,000 KYC users.
Exactly right. And we were the same, actually. We were the first to KYC, and it was all in Japan. And it was like unorthodox for the time. No one was like, why are you doing that?
Still is.
Do that? Yeah, exactly right. And having such a large base and being able to bring democratized liquidity and give products to them it's really exciting because the other thing I love is rapid product development. You can come up with an idea and deploy that within 6 weeks to 12 weeks. Traditional financial services, it takes like 5 years to 10 years to 15 years to roll things out. So Chase, you've been in space very long as well, and we were both commiserating behind the scenes on kind of community and tribalism. Now that we're experiencing a great reset because the politics have changed a bit, how do you imagine the space can come together? How can people come together?
Wow. So another great question, of course. I think maybe a little controversial, I say, I think we could learn something from the banks, actually. One thing is when I look at the banks, they seem to all kind of be together. You never really see them arguing or bickering or showing like holes in their systems where other people can point and poke. And I think that's huge because when someone's trusting their life savings or their everyday usability of their fiat, that's a really big position to make, And I think the problem with crypto is somehow we become very bifurcated and very tribal in our tactics, and we do it in front of everybody, and we let the world see that. And I think what happens is it builds doubt that the maturity level is here when as Zach said, some of the best builders and developers in the world live here, but I think they're being drowned out by this noise. And so one of our biggest goals is to kind of bring everybody back together and realize that this is a free market, and like let the free market dictate who survives and who doesn't, and who thrives and who doesn't, and just go out and build very simple products. And we went out on that mission. We look at it a little differently, I think, than most. We believe that most people aren't speculators; they're actually consumers. Crazy thought process, right? And most of them just would like a better product to consume with. So like the average everyday American just in America is being held by their bank account that's being, maybe Gusto sends it in or a payroll company sends it in. They're being held living paycheck to paycheck with no reward and kind of stuck in that system, right? And the idea is if you trim back all that fat, there's actually some robust rewards that end user could be given with doing nothing else different than what they're already doing, consuming their everyday life. So maybe they make $4,000 a month, and at the end of the year or at the end of the month, they got an extra $26. That literally changes the nature and how people can move about. And we think that because there's so many brilliant people in the space, that port was kind of overlooked, right? Where, we had kind of taken a wall down, we had put a bridge up. And so for us, we plan on, using, paymasters and relays to make it so that you don't have to have these seed phrase and these codes, and make it much more like a better version of your bank account, something everybody uses, they know how to use, they understand its safety, its security, and its use case. We just plan to build something that's a little bit better, a little bit freer, and a little bit more impactful for the end user by trimming the fat. And so I think by taking that avenue, we realize that everybody deserves to be here, because you can't have great companies without understanding what the bad companies are too, right? You need to be able to see that deflection to be like, oh, okay, that's not what to do. This is the better idea. And so I'm truly, the goal as my personal self sits here, and I know my partners can stand to this, and the Trump say it so eloquently, is like, we're trying to bring the hospitality back to cryptocurrency. Right. It's time that we all get along and we move this forward, because I'll close this last one thing on the stablecoin. Cryptocurrencies, stablecoins are one of the largest buyers of U.S. debt in the world. Okay, you want to?
Is the seventh largest holder, a private holder of U.S. Treasury.
Exactly, and when you actually think about that,
the seventh largest total, including governments.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're doing very well this year, especially.
Yeah.
And I just think if crypto wants this massive power, it's understanding the playing field. And the reason that we have these deals with other countries is because they hold our debt. There's a lot of power in that dichotomy, and we plan to bifurcate it into everybody's hands, because not only are you protecting this sovereign land and making sure that the dollar is the settlement layer for another 50 years, at the same time, you're giving these people this unchained banking apparatus that allows them to have their dollars that maybe are earning 4%, 5%, 6% right in their account, where they can pay directly at any source of consumerism. So they're dialed. And so I just think that we looked past the most simple idea, and that is, how do you get a consumer to consume with a better product?
Yeah. So the next question goes to Zach. As you guys launch your stablecoin, I always ask anybody launching stablecoins, how do you imagine that market's going to evolve over the next 3 to 5 years? And what is going to make a stablecoin of 2030 competitive? You know, not where the puck is at, but where the puck is going.
I assume that's to me, not others.
Well, he's others.
Yeah, I mean, I think in, call it 12 to 24 months, our goal is for you to be able to walk into your local bodega and, buy a ham sandwich using stable coins. So I think that's really the next evolution is the usability of those stable coins. Right now, we can obviously use them in DeFi, right? We can use them in, a centralized crypto environment, but in a real world environment, there's still a little bit of a ways to go, if you will. And we plan on leading that charge along with our partners like Chainlink, who do great things for the space, partners like Tron and, some of the centralized exchanges you named before. So we plan on, along with our partners, really making our mark on the space and making sure that stable coins are really usable in the real world.
If you look at stablecoin adoption, there's obviously some phenomenal stablecoin players that have been in the space for a long time, but they have their own area where they really specialize. And we really believe that in order for stablecoins to move to this multi-trillion-dollar market cap, it needs to attack centralized finance, decentralized finance, and retail adoption, like Zach was just talking about. So our goal is to really touch on all three of these things and bring it together so that our stablecoin is truly fungible with the US dollar. It doesn't matter if it's on chain, at a bodega, like Zach said, or in a decentralized environment.
Yeah.
Just got 2 Zachs for the price of 1.
Oh, there you go. One of the cool things about cryptocurrency and blockchain tech is that in addition to exporting capabilities, you export values. The protocols have embedded within them philosophies. So if there's US-backed stablecoins on them, you're actually exporting the United States in essence. So that's such a cool thing, and it's something I've really enjoyed. I was just in Argentina, and I found out that there's about $100 billion worth of crypto assets that are in Argentina that dominated by the dollar. Their GDP is $700 billion. So 1 out of every $7 of value in the economy is in crypto. It's just incredible. You go to Vietnam, 31% crypto adoption. So these protocols are so cool in that they also normalize and globalize markets in ways that are intrinsically fair. I love stablecoins because eventually you'll get a yield at some point. Somebody's going to figure out a way to make that happen. And then it's like, wow, I get paid 3, 4, 5% to hold this thing, and then I can spend it anywhere and I have no transaction fees. That just feels like an intrinsically better world to live in for everybody. So we'll close it off with Don. As you kind of look to the future in the next 5 and 10 years, 15 years, what problems do you hope World Liberty can solve? Do you imagine like a merger of multiple worlds, like hard assets coming in and creating liquidity for real estate? Or do you really want to push the consumer adoption? Kind of take it where you want.
Yeah, listen, I think general utility. I mean, I think everyone sort of just touched on it right now. When you talk about holding, treasuries, you see sort of the attack on what was always sort of the petrodollar over the last few months. This is really the stability that America needs. But as the Zacks, to perhaps use the office space, an analogy, as the Zacks and Chase would say, the amount of times in the last 2 years that we've been talking, and I'm trying to figure out, how to make something that should otherwise be simple, but perhaps isn't if you haven't been in the space for 10 years. It's sort of a name. So creating that utility, that ease of use that, perhaps a average, almost boomer like myself can figure out. I mean, that's my goal. I mean, I think obviously you can play big, on the real estate and the hard asset side and change up the banking system, but the utility, making it easy for everyone else to understand. It's not mystical. It's not sort of the meme coin space that my son plays in all the time. And frankly, is probably one of the greatest tools I can think of today to teach young people entrepreneurship, to get them to understand how these systems work. It's so much faster. There's so much more excitement. Once they're vested and staked in that a little bit, they're actually paying attention. And I'm looking at these kids that are my son's age. They're 15, 16, 17 years old. They could run circles talking about liquidity with my buddies that graduated from Wharton with me, who've worked at Goldman for 25 years. It's truly spectacular. But I think number one would be utility. If we can figure out how to make it easy to use, this is a no-brainer. And I think we're there. We're on that cusp. We just have to demystify some of that. We have to make it so that people don't just assume that you're gambling when you do this. These are real assets backed by U.S. Treasuries. It's just as safe as a bank account, but without all of that extra nonsense, without that inefficiency, without the tens of thousands of people throughout the system who are making seven figures. That honestly, I like them. I want them to be successful. They're friends of mine for years, but I'm not exactly sure what they do anymore. If you can, but that's true. That's 100%. We laugh, but there's probably trillions of just waste in keeping these old systems alive. And to Chase's point, the banks and the banking system has managed to stick together because I think they all realize that if they don't, people will find another way. So they have this monopoly that's been very inefficient, but has controlled a lot of the power and has discriminated, based on narrative talking points, however many boxes you check from a socioeconomic standpoint, who gets the benefit or not. So if you can create that utility, you can create that fairness. The sky is the limit for this. And so, I think we're there. And it's also why we're not just trying to reinvent some sort of new widget and do it better than everyone else, but frankly, bring everyone together, consolidate these great ideas, these great platforms, this incredible technology. If we can do that, and perhaps, some of the value we add, is make it okay for the retail consumer who isn't as versed as everyone in the room, who there is some mystique to it. If we can simplify that down, give them the utility that they're looking for, that to me is the keystone for making this happen. And I think we're there.
Brilliant answer. Thank you so much, guys. I wish we had a full hour,
Thanks,
but
Charles.
unfortunately we only had 20 minutes. And I want to thank the organizers for putting this all on. This conference has grown tremendously. I was here 2 years ago and it was easy to get a coffee, and now we have to wait. So thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you guys for being on the panel. This was a heck of a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
All right, great stuff there.
Yeah, really good stuff. Let me mute this. And there's a lot of other stuff coming up. We were just looking at all the rundown for the day. There's all sorts of different things. And just real quick, shout out to Ellie Tourette, friend of the channel. She's doing a great job moderating. If you guys know Fox News or Fox News and Fox Business, I believe. So yeah. Hold on. And while we're here, let's get him in here. Boom. Josh is in the house. What's up, Josh? Can you hear us? I do not hear you. Are you muted, unmuted on the board over there?
Gotta love the live entertainment, folks. Smash that like button. We are live. We bring you live content 5 days a week.
Yeah. So what do you got next, Easy? What do you have on the rundown? We'll keep an eye on this because there's lots coming out. So
couple other things I want to show. I also want to show the avalanche chart. The avalanche chart is looking good, but we are seeing a little bit of bearishness in the streets here, folks. So you can see the RSI clearly pointing out, very, very good.
Should be good.
Yep. Here you there. But I wanted to point some out. We had some bull dips. So we put out a video on avalanche. Hey, here's some bull divs. We had great pumps afterwards. Bull div, great pump. Bull div, great pump. I want to put a little warning out for you folks. There was a sharp recovery after every single bull div where it still put in a higher low, albeit very slightly. You can see if I could just share this screen pull it up.
One second. I got to swap this stuff out. And real quick, after you do this, I'm curious to hear your thoughts and your takes on that conversation. So,
yeah. And so looking at the bull divs here, you can see, bull div, this is what the video is about. I think we put it out about 5-6 days ago. If this is their daily candle. So if you bought Avalanche after that video, you caught this run. So congrats. But last time we had a bull div, we tested a little bit, a little bit of a higher low, but very close. Here you can see another bull div, nice little pump. Then boom, came back down, barely set in a higher low. And so I just want to put out a little bit of a warning. I would not be surprised at all to see Avalanche mimic what it did the previous 3 times. Now on the World Liberty Fi talk, I thought it was really good. I didn't expect Charles Hoskinson to say Cardano even once. He did shoehorn it in. I thought that was good. It's good to highlight that. Don Jr., I liked how he brought up, oh, yeah, my little brother trades meme coins. My little brother and his friends, they know all about liquidity. Your stepmom and father also drop meme coins. Do not forget that, Don Jr.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, it's just my little brother and his rapscallion friends. It's your stepmom. It's your stepmom, Don. So that one, he gets -5 points for that one. But yeah, World Liberty Fi, it seems like they're kind of spelled out their strategy. They want to be Aave plus a couple things, right? They want to be Aave plus maybe Circle. If I had to maybe guess a company there, they want to be Aave plus Circle. They want to do things on chain. They want to release stable coins. They want to provide yield. They want to benefit off this whole crypto industry.
Yeah, it was interesting to me. He mentioned BNB. Obviously there's ties with the stable coin that they launched to BNB Smart Chain. It's been an interest. They're positioning them. They're trying to, I think, position themselves very neutrally, tied to some ties to Chainlink, some ties to BNB. Obviously, big ties to Ethereum. They've been buying a ton of Ethereum and not really talking about it, which is interesting. That even though that's far and away their largest holding. But what do you think, Charles? There, the moderator. I mean, what are your thoughts on Cardano being continuing to be in that discussion as far as getting use and adoption by some of these major players?
I think so. Now, there's a benefit and there's a negative to Cardano being implemented. The negative is going to be the developers. It's very hard to get developers that know Cardano in and out, similar to how Solana or Ethereum looks. And so that's the negative there. Getting people to build. So you need a bunch of devs, come on World Liberty Fi's platform, have some front end, some back end, be difficult to implement. The good news is Charles Hoskinson himself. Now, I think it's a polarizing figure. I think someone in the chat just called him a beta. He has strong political opinions. So he's definitely sharp elbowed, but his strong political opinions align with Donald Trump. So that's going to be a benefit. And I always throw out this scenario here, and this is, nothing against the ETH community, but if you had your Donald Trump, or you're Don Jr., you're in the White House, you got 2 meetings today. You got one at noon, you got one at 1 p.m. At noon, ETH. Vitalik rolls in. He's wearing a unicorn t-shirt. He's picking his nose. Yes, this Apolia upgrade. Okay, he leaves the room. You probably look at each other like, I mean, that guy's clearly smart. Okay, you don't want to say anything bad about Vitalik. But then Charles Hoskinson comes in for the next meeting, and then Charles leaves the room. You're probably looking at each other like, well, I know who I'd want to work with. That's my take.
Fair. Who do you want to work with?
Yeah,
I'd want to work with a guy with a unicorn t-shirt.
Yes.
I saw him uncross his legs and I was like, whoa, he's got the mojo.
I think he could audition for Broadway, honestly. That's ETH on Broadway. That is coming 2026. That is going to be the top of the Ethereum bull run.
Now, it's an optics check. It's an optics check.
Yes.
Now, Vitalik hasn't been brought to the White House, but, just if he were, that's just kind of how I would imagine that would go down.
If he stops saying he loves communism, maybe he will.
I was going to say, why do you think that is? He seems to be the only major player missing from a lot of these discussions. I mean, I think even
he's probably
CZ
bad at meetings. He's probably bad at meetings.
Meetings, doesn't want to wear a suit, not going to show up in a kitty costume. But I think it's honestly just because he's so involved with Eastern Asia. I mean, the guy, he lived in Hong Kong forever, and there's just no reason for him to I don't think that's on his radar of wanting to get involved with politics. He's very he hosts those what were they called? Those longevity conferences that we got invited to last year up in Montenegro. Like, he's huge about communes and building out just these. He's very hippie, if that makes sense. And so I just don't see that. It doesn't cross. It's not like a Sergey Nazarov or Brad Garlinghouse, which give you a very, Sergey's more I'd say he wants to do really good with policy. It's why he's helping with a lot of these bills, which I'm sure you covered maybe a little bit earlier today. If not, we'll cover it today with the proof of bill that he's working on, where Chainlink guys, look, not to bash on XRP holders here, but Sergey Nazarov just made a huge leap of kind of growth in terms of what is going to be using as an underlying system. It was the proof of bill, where essentially every single stable coin has to have proof of reserves. And guess who's the partner with that? That was a huge initiative that Sergey is working on. I don't see Vitalik kind of being that spearhead, or for example, Brad Garlinghouse. This is someone that could fight against a lawyer and speak up. He's been in lawsuits and courts for 4 years, very intelligent on the policy level. I don't put those two in the same category as Kitty T-shirt, Vitalik Buterin. Not separating the geniuses, but it's just a different scale of involvement.
Steve has a fair question. Why is Cardano listed as made in America on CoinMarketCap and other sites? He brought up the fact earlier in the stream that IOHK or IOG is an entity that is based in Switzerland. If you look, almost every single crypto company has their foundation based in Switzerland. Switzerland just has a lot of favorable nonprofit laws. But Charles is an American citizen. There are entities. There's 3 Cardano entities. One of the 3 is based in America. IOG, I think, is the Switzerland one, and then which was formerly IOHK. I think that's why they switched from the HK, which was Hong Kong. And then there's Emergo, which I'm not sure upon that one. But one of the three is based, plus the founder is American.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation to me too, because of exactly what you just mentioned. The way a lot of these things started, the blockchains that they accept the most have some history, some runtime, some maturity, some kind of proof of time. However, due to the regulatory environment before, most of them have corporate structures that are designed to protect them to get to this point. So it is interesting to me how and why they come to these determinations. It seems fairly objective in a lot of ways, in the sense they're looking at where the founders from, where are they building, and I think they're really just looking at, is this good for the are they building in the US? Is the money staying in the US, or is it completely outside of the US? If it's just a corporate structure that was designed for regulatory protection, I think they're giving them a pass, because I think like Solana is another one of those that's highly considered a US made coin. Their corporate structure is very similar. I want to say Caymans or Seychelles or something like that, when you've got parent companies and all those, even though again, Solana Beach in California, that's where it comes from. So it's pretty, XRP clearly US, but again, these things are marketed and sold to people all over the world. Like Charles just mentioned, they did their KYC pre-sale in Japan, but however, a lot of US investors hold it now. So I think, again, this is a lot of politics. This is a lot of lobbying, and getting yourself branded made in the USA coin is, it's a political play.
And what's going to be interesting is, like, because there's all this claim of decentralization. Is it like Ripple, for example? 95% of their clients are outside the US, but they are based in the United States. So it makes sense to be like, okay, this is a US company. Let's start, bringing that volume and that money and that monetary value back to the States. With Cardano, it's like, well, one, Charles Hoskinson believes lives in Wyoming on his big old ranch. But now it's like, are they going to focus on development? Because again, if it's decentralized, does that mean a US company is just focusing on developing? Because again, if you're looking at a decentralization factor, I would put it on a scale as like, where's the most amount of development? If 50+% of the network is built in China or built in Japan or built in South Korea, I'm going to say, okay, that's pretty much a Korea-based chain. So it's another interesting mechanic too, as these policies, these bills roll out, like what actually classifies a US company, especially if these products or these, I guess if you want to call them softwares, essentially are being utilized on a decentralized scale globally. So it's like, how do you bring that back to the US? And I think you're just going to see that with the tax policies. For example, I think you're going to see a 0% capital gains tax on if you hold crypto over a year. I think you're going to see huge tax incentives for entrepreneurs to build in the States rather than getting dual residency in Mexico or Costa Rica or Dubai or Singapore, et cetera. And that's going to be the interesting valve switch that starts bringing money back to the States. And I do expect that. In fact, in this agenda here today, you guys know I just recently went to New York. If you want to share the screen here, I can't speak on necessarily what I was doing there just yet. You guys will be hearing a lot on the Discover Crypto channel here very, very soon over the coming months. But what I can say...
Oh, you're going to have to resize that.
It's on the... Oh, I gotta switch tabs in a second. It's going to make me reopen all these tabs in about 5 seconds. But I can just show this real quick and then we'll go to the other screen. What I can tell you guys is on a bipartisan scale, and that is the approach I'm really trying to put myself in these positions. So one, I'll be on Capitol Hill, April, I think 18th through the 20th. And sorry, not Capitol Hill as in Washington, D.C., but I'll be in Tallahassee focusing on policy with Samuel Arms, of course, Florida Blockchain Business Association, and everything they've been developing with the Bitcoin Strategic Reserves. We're going to be getting content for you guys, showing how that works behind the scenes. But in New York, that's pretty much all Democratic. There was no Republican really sitting in that room. And so it just goes to show that from both sides of the party now, everybody is focusing on looking at all of the young entrepreneurs. And this is why I was sitting in that room, was me sitting there saying, hey, I'm 27. I've done X, Y, and Z in this industry. I am traveling internationally, raising money in foreign, areas, the Middle East. I've had conversations and investment talks with people from Singapore, South Korea. And it's very alarming to me that I'm a 27-year-old entrepreneur within the United States, and I'm not doing that in New York. I'm not doing that in Silicon Valley. The money in the United States, the value being raised, has been pushed out from tax laws. And California and New York and all these cities are realizing that. And this is where, taxing that rich, you have to find that balance, because it is forcing all of the entrepreneurs to look outside the United States. Hollywood's huge for this. Hollywood has gone completely... Hollywood, I think in 5-10 years is going to go pretty much bankrupt within California unless they switch something around. There is almost no filming that is actually done in Hollywood anymore. It is all done either foreign or in Atlanta, or I think in Texas in some areas as well. And it's pushed out of the state. And as that gets pushed out and gets pushed out further, that money is leaving the US economy, because as the money is spent elsewhere in foreign areas, that money gets reintroduced into their circulation. So this is like the conversation around the policies within Web3 entrepreneurship. We're now a $3 trillion industry. We have expectations on the minimum to be a $10 trillion industry by 2030, upwards of $75 trillion in a lot of people's eyes based off tokenization. And that's coming from Grayscales and Fidelities and different research entities, which is only really 5 years from now. That is a mass amount of money you don't want to push outside the United States. So it's very, what should I say? It is amazing to see the development from a bipartisan scale, because everybody in this chat right now, like I'm curious how many people are watching live in New York or live in California or live in a state where you have tighter regulations. You can't buy certain cryptocurrencies. You can't use certain wallets or devices without using a VPN, right? A lot of you are still, even in the US, constricted to being able to purchase these assets. So all of that is going to change. You're going to see a ton of money pour into the sector, and companies like Chainlink and even XRP Ripple are helping to lead a lot of those initiatives. So it's really cool to see. And I meant to roll this back into a panel here, but there's going to be a digital asset conversation for New York. This is an amazing day. We're going to be locking in today, guys, listening to all of our senators, or not senators, but representatives here, senators and representatives from both the Republican and Democratic Party. And you're going to really start to see how mainstream Bitcoin and crypto is really going. For all the bears out there that keep kind of sitting there, I don't know what bears are doing. Like, I don't know if they're just haters, if they grew up with a tough lifestyle in their childhood, which I think we all did, move past your past, grow up or something. I don't know, because this is the most bullish moment in all of crypto history. And this is going to be the last moment. Once all of this comes into play and all these conversations come to fruition, and we're at this 10, we're at this 15, we're at this $20 trillion market cap, you're not early. You're just in a new asset market class. That's it. So this is the time to lock in. I'm very excited to be here with you all. And I heard about 10 beeps in my rant there. So,
well, no, that's good. We've got a lot of people. We've got this thing to go live and cover all day. We've also got a lot of people in the wings for guest interviews. We're going to be pulling Kelly in, who was following the Hyperliquid drama that we mentioned right at the top of the show. He can explain that. And that's actually been unfolding in real time while we've been covering this. They actually did end up taking a pretty massive hit. And it's very interesting watching Hyperliquid versus Binance. We've also got Gary Cardone, who's going to be calling in, I believe, at the same time as Kelly. So he's got an interesting take. We just saw the World Liberty Fi team cover everything, and they, several times mentioned hard assets, RWAs, real estate. Obviously, Grant Cardone, very known for being tied to real estate, but I think together they're working on a couple different real estate tokenization plays. So a lot is coming down when it comes to hard assets like that. We're going to have a lot of good call-ins, and I do know we've also a lot of DAG fans in the chat here today. The CEO of Constellation DAG will be speaking at the summit here as well. So like Josh mentioned, tons to cover today. And we got to figure out the order here a little bit.
Yeah, let me just, we have Kelly in the wings. Kelly has that hype alpha. I have a little bit of an XRP story. I definitely want to get into that just real quick, folks, because there is a warning. I have to warn the XRP holders because there's a lot of bullishness, but there's a major, major red flag here. So Ripple Labs, they had their major legal milestone. They ended up settling at the $75 million. Remember, it was kind of locked, or they got to pay 150. Ripple Labs wanted to pay less. Settled out with 75. So that's good news here. Brad Garlinghouse called it historic chapter close. He said the crypto war ends in failure for those who try to use our government against innovation, aka against Ripple Labs. Now we're in this parallel channel to the downside that we pointed out a while ago. And there's a nice target for the upside. There's a little bit of a bull flag pennant here. You can measure the flag and boom right there. But I wanted the warning. What's the DZ's warning here? Well, within this range, we have a little bit of a pattern that we just replicated, folks. So you can see here, we have fallen below the range on the 4-hour candles. And let me just draw something for you. The last two times, when we invalidated it here, we came all the way down to the bottom of the range. And you can see it right here as well. When we invalidated it here, we came all the way down to the bottom of the range. It looks like XRP might be invalidating its uptrend to the top of the range. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I'm just saying the last two times it fell all the way down to the bottom of the range. And if you're wondering what the price is, that's going to be a significant about 25-30% drop. gives you about $1.77 XRP. And last thing, the gaming sector, we have it down at the bottom. SEC closed its investigation into Immutable without enforcement action, signaling regulatory easing. So people in chat said super is pumping. This might be a huge move for gaming tokens. Obviously, we need a lot more catalysts. We need alt season to kind of kick off. We need Bitcoin to sustain its run. We need maybe some whales to turn real bullish. We need Elio trades start dropping videos. Alex Becker start dropping videos. We need retail to get excited. But you're hearing it first. This might be the first step. This might be that first domino. And that's all I got.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for your time today, DZ. I know you've got a really good upload to go shoot on some secret altcoin news that we just discovered that a lot of people are sleeping on, and it might be a really good opportunity.
Should we front run a hint?
I heard you were gonna
coins.
Yeah,
I heard you're gonna film this while you're dancing too, so we're gonna get some ballroom.
I have ballroom dancing lessons later, so I'm preparing for the wedding. The wedding's pretty soon. It's almost about a month away from now. It's only like a month and a half.
Proof of steps.
Yeah, I got to do proof of steps. It's a POS system. We're doing some proof of steps, and we're going to dance to Lady Gaga, and I'm going to wear a meat suit. She'll be in the meat.
Oh,
so it'll be pretty cool, man. It'll be pretty cool. So smash that like button. Smash the like button for love.
There you go.
For love, baby.
Shout out to Wholesome Family Values. Everybody here at Discover Crypto, pro family. And I think that's going to pay off over time. So.
And just a quick hint on the video for tonight, turn on notifications. There are 4 crypto roundtables being held by the government, and they all have very suspicious titles that point to an altcoin. One of them is Bitcoin that points to a coin. And so they title the roundtable where you're like, oh, they're clearly talking about this altcoin. And so turn on those notifications and you'll see it tonight.
All right. Thanks, DZ. We'll see you again soon.
All right, guys, we got a few special guests joining here today. We are going to be doing these awesome 6-hour streams that you guys absolutely love and adore here as we watch the, of course, DC summit here throughout the day. But we're going to be bringing in Kelly Kellum and none other than Gary Cardone. It is good to see you guys again. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you guys. You watching the blockchain summit at all today, or are you guys just tuning in?
I've been going through it, trying to stay up on what's going on while also trying to figure out this multi-streaming narrative, doing 14 things at once. But, we're live here on Discover Crypto. We're live on MyX. We're live on BitLab Academy. We got Gary Cardone. I reached out to him earlier this week and happy to have him come back on. But there's all this drama, going on with Hyperliquid as well, which I think is just noise in the scheme of things. I'm more excited to get in the conversation with Gary, and then we can jump back over to some of the talking points from the DC blockchain summit.
Let's bring them up here. This is going to be, there's a lot to break down from the DC summit. I mean, they're talking from everything from tokenization to, of course, bipartisan crypto policy that favors everybody, especially people in New York. We have a lot of people in New York that can't even buy crypto really still to this day. And then they're talking about even tokenizing real estate, which I'm sure, Gary, I'd like to get to your thoughts just overall on the entire tokenization real estate sector. This is a huge conversation that's starting to kind of be uplifted by not only policymakers, but really closely on a state level. What are you seeing just within the real estate sector, someone that's been very successful in this new application of blockchain itself?
I'm probably the worst guy in the world to ask about this, maybe second only to my brother. Look, I personally think that we're going to tokenize a lot of things before we get to real estate. And not to put a damper on it, I do believe that market will come, but I think it's further down the road. Just like I think and have thought that adoption wasn't going to happen at the very bottom of the value chain, right? It's going to happen at institutional levels, which means to me that tokenization really should target real fungible products, crude oil, natural gas, equities, pensions, bonds, those type of insurance with, annuity streams. To me, those things are going to happen first. And I appreciate that there are companies out there doing this. I just don't see the volume of deals.
Yeah.
So it will come.
Well, Gary, one of the things you actually said last night on the space we were doing on the Mario Nawfal channel, you actually said something that I think is important for us retail little plankton out here trying to swim with sharks and whales. about the price valuation and whether it matters or not to these major players. You know, when you're talking about not only ultra high net worth individuals, but also multi-hundred billion or multi-trillion dollar institutions that we're all so excited for about when they're going to come in. And we think that they need to stack now so they could protect it. I'd love for you to sort of recontextualize that and share that with this audience. Your thoughts on price point as it relates to larger players. Do they feel like they're in a rush to get in? Is it as much of a rush as we're hoping, or is this just going to play out when price stabilizes a bit more?
Well, I think that the small retail, professional investors are not unit biased. Okay, unit bias is, oh gosh, I can buy XRP for $1.70 or $2.40, whatever it is, and I can buy, let's see, I could buy 1,000 of those. That costs me what, $2,400 versus buying $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. That's just a retail, really massive undereducation on unit bias. It's just people like buying lottery tickets instead of investing, right? So that doesn't happen like, I don't care what the price is. Like I was never going to put 86% of my net worth into Bitcoin at $300. Never, not a thought. That's why I say risk adjusted. Today's a better price to invest in Bitcoin, risk adjusted and time sensitive. Like I value my time. I think you're going to wait around, generate more profits today at 88 to 150 to 225. It doesn't really matter. At 225, these people will be very, very comfortable with this product. They won't even care the number. I mean, they're going to say, I need an allocation of 5%, period. 450, 45,000 doesn't really matter to them.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. That's something I've been mentioning a lot here about the time on market, the maturity of the market. There's actually the value here at around, especially around 80K, after you're seeing some of the richest, the most powerful asset managers in the world. The risk is far lower today than it was even in 2017. And I agree 100% with what you said. It's going to be, look, I need a percentage. Get it, whatever the number is. I want exposure. This is not a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year hold. This is a, probably not even a 10-year hold. This is, I want this in my portfolio for the rest of the time because it's acting as both a hedge and also a good upside asset. So if this 3 to 4% of my portfolio can outperform the other 95% of my portfolio, it balances real quick. So yeah, I agree. The big money is coming in a big way, and big money doesn't move fast. They weigh risks. They do risk analysis, and it's playing out almost exactly as we've predicted there. So 100% agree.
Well, in addition to that, we also, one of the things that's kind of popped up, and it seems like an ever evolving story with how new this industry is. We forget how young it is with this new sort of thing bubbling to the surface with this financial mechanism, the bit bonds. Bit bonds, adding a new avenue for potential, basically raising money, for the U.S. government, also potentially budget neutral for getting Bitcoin exposure, as well as giving. I mean, what do you make of this? Is this just, are we still way too early to expect something like that to pass through? Is this going to be a multi-year sort of timeline to get something moving on that? Or is that something that's just a shot in the dark? Hopefully something similar will come in the near future.
Well, there's been a lot of discussion on the bit bond. Look, I think there's going to be 1,000 of these products. Okay. We're just seeing what's happening now. The market is going to create products that Wall Street buys. Remember, Wall Street sells things to people. Like, people don't wake up calling Wall Street and going, hey, I need this product. Wall Street actually looks at all the arbitrages, all the gaps, all the differences and the needs of the marketplace, of what people are trying to accomplish, and they create products to meet those needs, just like you and I would create a software program to solve a problem. I'd like to go back just real quickly to the point that was just made about both the insurance aspect of the Bitcoin. and that is, I think the most professional investors, the big funds, the big pension guys, the people that study this and really put the proper hours into it are going to understand that they have bought a call option on the future of technology. Probably the most secure call option they could buy. This call option called Bitcoin never expires. That is very, very unusual for me to be able to store fiat, move fiat into something that never expires. And I think I have an option on the future of technology. I also have a put, an insurance policy on the complete collapse of the fiat system. So either one of the, even if the fiat system just does exceptionally well, Bitcoin still goes up. My call option's worth something. And if the whole system starts breaking down, or even parts of it, I think Bitcoin's going to play a insurance hedge to protect my downside. And it's extremely unusual that one could buy both a call and a put for derivative terms, a call and a put, and they have no expiration.
Yeah.
Like that's big deal. Okay. A very, very big deal.
Yeah, it's very interesting how early we are to all of this too. I mean, we're watching the blockchain summit here today, and I completely agree with the tokenization talks as well. And whether it's going to be thousands of products, but what's very interesting to me is like what is going to be the first access point for corporations? Like what's going to be the first incentive for them to really start adopting Bitcoin as well? I mean, we see GameStop coming out, sitting down with MicroStrategy, but is it going to be 0% capital gains tax? Is it going to be access to the carbon credit markets through tax incentives for flare emissions and natural gas providers that are converting wasted energy into Bitcoin miners? There's a lot of utility and application to this future of technology. And, you know, someone that's just been so successful, both in the gas, the TradFi markets, now you're entering Bitcoin and this, you know, this future of tech. For all the beginners that are just, you know, kind of coming in that are new to crypto, that are worried about the price action. At the end of the day, retail is always going to be worried on, is this the best time to enter now? When they're coming into the market today, all they hear is recession talks. They're hearing tariff wars. They're hearing Bitcoin's bad, Bitcoin's slow, Bitcoin not good, and all of the same FUD that comes out every single bearish trend, so to speak, gets a lot of people to fear out of this market. And so my question to you is simply just as someone that has had that success, that has seen TradFi, that is, you know, betting necessarily against the dollar crashing, but, you know, you are worried about the traditional financial sector. What do you see in Bitcoin that makes you so confident in this strategy you have in hedging your portfolio?
Well, I don't think very many people are in this, actually. I think that we live in an echo chamber that we think, look, no one knows about Bitcoin. That's just the truth. I spend time with these people, and these people don't even care. They don't care one iota about self-custody. Now, I'm not trying to be like, well, I'm not even going to make an excuse for it. These super rich people do not care about self-custody. They care about keeping their power and their wealth. And they're probably not going to redesign their entire life over taking 30% or 3% or 8% of their portfolio. They can't unwind all their lives. So look, I think we're still early. I think we're early I think we've actually accelerated the process for Bitcoin through the Trump administration, through technology, and through the discovery of all the stuff we're finding out about how much crime there really is in governments. I think we've accelerated Bitcoin's process by at least 6 years, if not 8, a full 8. And the cycle, I think the cycle is completely broken. One thing I would like to talk about, I don't think we need like no capital gains on Bitcoin. All this narrative, for instance, the bit bonds. The bit bonds are most likely to happen at the state level first to me. It would be very easy for Texas, who seems like they're going to actually get approval and a bill passed on Bitcoin. They would be the natural player, or Utah or in Oklahoma. Hey, we need to build a highway. We're going to launch a Bitcoin bond to build this highway. To me, that's where this happens, and we'll have many, many products like that. And that's how we're going to that's where we're going to get the vast amount of traction when we get derivative products of Bitcoin into TradFi's hands.
I just wanted to echo on that as well. You know, they did a survey that was released a few days ago. It was about last week, I believe, from Smerconish, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but a recent survey showed that 86% of the people surveyed said no, they were not interested in investing in Bitcoin. And we're sitting here on Discover Crypto, BitLab Academy, Blockchain Basement, Crypto Twitter, and we're all wondering every time there's even a possible bullish headline, why the market isn't just absolutely running away. We just had institutions starting to get the green light to start entering. Only the ones that were on the sort of leading edge of risk really started layering in last year when we got the Bitcoin ETF going live. And yet we're all wondering, because of our circle, how this isn't the biggest topic and the biggest narrative, even with the new administration coming in, why every one of the first things that Donald Trump did, why wasn't it all directly pertaining to Bitcoin? Because this is such an edge issue on most people's minds and all of us, because we understand Bitcoin, because we understand blockchain as the rails of the future. We say this should be preeminently number one because this affects every industry, every economy and culture, as well as the humanitarian side, banking people that are unbanked, as well as giving that freedom of transaction at a more efficient and a more scalable rate. So I'm very excited about this, but I do think we need to cool our jets on expectation. But I think we have a very, very bullish future ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think to Gary's point about the no capital gains and to kind of follow up with what you were saying about cooling our jets on expectations, I think that just sets a ridiculous expectation. There's no way they're going to just remove all of those capital gains. They might change some nuances to the way it's being taxed now. Some of the miners are getting double taxed in and out. They might, update some of the tax code to make it more friendly towards digital assets. But forget about just like, it's almost like people having the expectation, oh, they're going to abolish the IRS and nobody's going to have to pay income tax. Like, guys, that's just a tagline. Like, that's not going to happen anytime soon. And if you go in with that expectation and anything less than that is a disappointment, you're just setting yourself up for failure. So I agree. I think David Bailey said something along the similar lines that we just need to get that out of our heads.
Stop with the rumors.
Yeah, just let it be realistic.
Why would we even want the government to help us in any way? We have literally been raped, pillaged, screwed around, tossed around, DOJ'd, SEC'd, CIA'd, FBI to death. Now we're going to go ask the government, hey, we want you to treat us differently than crude oil. That is a huge, huge mistake. It is stupid at every level. We can literally say we are the only asset on the planet that's never had a subsidy. We want to stay virgin clean on that stuff. I want to pay my taxes, but I want to know that they're equal, they're fair, and they're not being used to kill people. Like, absolutely. That's the question we should be asking. Hey, look, we'll pay our taxes, dude, but you got to stop killing people. Now, you and I aren't going to have to worry about paying our taxes on Bitcoin because I'm already borrowing against my Bitcoin. This is absolutely happening now. Lending protocols are beginning to explode. That's going to reduce the amount of selling from the whales. There's no reason for the whales to sell now. Contact me. I can help you work through how you do that. But these rates have fallen by at least 100% from a year ago. Mm-hmm. That's exciting, man.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. I was like, I think we don't want the government to necessarily help. I think the focus that we should be looking at is like, how do we get involved in deregulating the government, which is focusing on, again, opening up markets to New York or California that don't allow traders to even buy crypto to this day, struggle to get access to self-custody through Bitcoin, more education.
Yeah, I think that's good, man.
Yeah,
that's good, though. No, see, I think it's good that you have states behaving differently. Because what people will do is go, hey, I'm leaving New York. Let everybody, It's decentralized. That's the value of the United States. The states get to, oh, no, we're not in agreement with that. So if New York wants to do that shit, I won't do business in New York. I don't want to. I'm not going to invest there. right? So
Isn't that a problem though? Like for example, like for me, like if I've been raising for companies and I've been in this ecosystem for now about 6 years. Everything I do is almost, if I'm looking or ever focusing on investments, it is going to Dubai. It is talking to Singapore. It's talking to South Korea. I've never once talked to New York. I've never once looked at a Silicon Valley, and it's, the limitations. There's a little bit in Florida, Miami, St. Pete. There's some access there as well with certain capitals that are looking to enter the market. But to me, that's like a problem fundamentally for young entrepreneurs in the States, is that we are right now pretty much forced to look outside the US for better tax incentives, better fundraising for our companies, and et cetera, rather than stay within our own country.
Well, I guess my question would be, problem for who? Problem for us, or problem for the New York, or problem for the US?
I think
well,
it's both.
you know what? With that though, considering this election that just took place and how much money was raised and utilized basically by the crypto lobby, and how that impacted not only what we see in the House of Representatives and the legislator, the whole legislative body at the federal level. That sent a clear signal on the mandate and expectation as to what we're doing moving forward. And I don't want to say we're seeing scrambling, but in terms of the slow pace that the government tends to work at, we are seeing in some nature a scramble and very fast activity and moving forward with all the state level legislation that's getting passed, the laws, the rights to self-custody, the strategic Bitcoin reserves on state levels as well on a federal level. So we are seeing a lot of movement. And I do think we are, especially with New York being supposedly one of those financial capitals of the world. I used to live in New York for almost 17 years. And I remembered all the way up until I moved to Atlanta, there were certain coins that weren't even some crazy wild, like Cartesi, or certain things you couldn't do with XRP was delisted before anything else. There was so many different things that were just absolutely limiting. But I do think that the will of the people and the opportunity cost that is here with Bitcoin and blockchain, and essentially the national security risks of not securing this in a meaningful way, really is going to light the fire under our states and federal level to move forward. But what a great conversation. And I'm happy we could have Gary on again. It's been a long time coming. Just for everybody out there, I just want to call out for a second. Make sure you go and follow Gary on his X profile as well. He does a YouTube channel. He does a great series on Sunday, because all of us get so locked into numbers and crypto and making money. Throw that nonsense aside and realize what's your why. Get in there, meet with Gary on Sunday. He's talking about all kinds of wonderful human things that we need to focus on as well, because all of that relates to how you're navigating this market. If you're not happy here, if you don't have good operation here, you can't navigate in these markets. So figure out who you are. I'll let Gary talk more about that, but I know I have to run because I have another content piece I have to do.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us here today, Kelly. Appreciate having you on there. And Gary, anything you want to leave us with? Anything you're working on that you want people to follow along with? Or
Kelly, thank you, because as I've always said, I can have 1,000 Bitcoin and be an asshole, and I'm just an asshole with 1,000 Bitcoin. So Sunday mornings, 10:30. I've actually named it now. It's called the I Am Church. So anyway, it just talks about trying to improve your life and what you can do, and the little tricks and tips. About an hour. I was criticizing not having a place to go on Sunday morning, so I started one. I think I've done 25 or 26 of them there. It's 4,000 or 5,000 people show up. It's pretty cool. So love to have anybody.
Yeah, and I was honored the other day. You called me out as a 30 or 31-year-old guy. I'm like, man, I need to keep using face cream because I'm 41, baby. So shout out to you, man. Hey,
what is that, beef tallow? You're rubbing it in.
Yeah,
no, banana
beef tallow and red number 40, baby.
Yeah.
He's just buying Bitcoin every day.
That's right.
Keeps you young. Keeps you young. Thank you guys for joining us today. So guys, we got a few big speeches going on right now. Type 1 in the chat if you guys are a beautiful DAG holder. Constellation live, actually not anymore. Benjamin Jorgensen did just wrap up here. But we got the friend of the channel, Eleanor Tourette here.
Yeah, we could back it up, since if there's nothing else right afterwards. If
this one's good.
Okay.
This is going to be the U.S. competitiveness, and this is what I wanted to listen to. This is going to be with Bernie Moreno and Tim Shii. I don't know how to pronounce their last names here, but these are people that I've just seen speak a dozen times. But actually, this is not the right one yet. Hold up. Let me see real quick. We got to go to the DC. This is DC Auditorium.
Yeah, this should be the live. This is not the one you
This
were
is the
talking.
right one. It is the right one. It is
Yeah,
the right one.
okay.
Yeah, I was
I'll-
like, why is Eleanor? I haven't been watching. I didn't know if
to
she's
be on
just
stage
hosting.
with public servants such as yourselves. Thank you for the introduction. In terms of the scope for today, obviously the timing of this is significant around the U.S.
Hold up.
and securing its competitive position.
Is not the
in
one you
terms of
wanted?
Global landscape.
No, I hear it.
Stablecoin industry exceeding.
Do you have
$5
a
billion
video?
I'm the one.
market
Yeah,
cap,
I'm running the video.
public blockchains.
Oh,
over
gotcha.
$3 trillion now in terms of
I had it on my
representation.
PC too.
DeFi continuing to churn away as is. We have 30 minutes, so I want to make sure that we make the most.
Oh,
of
we
the
got Drew
time.
coming
Before
up
we go
too,
into
right?
any of the specific questions.
Yes. Yeah,
it would be
Drew
great
from
to get
Blockchain
Actually,
Drew's
yeah,
remarks
let's,
in terms of,
Mute real quick.
your
Bring
views.
Drew up because this is going to be a little. I want to do a quick introduction here for everybody that just hopefully I can give some insight, just some alpha into what I want to see, and we're going to have Drew come up on stage with Blockchain Basement as well. But one of the conversations we're having just there with Gary Cardone, and is, you know, I agree with everything that pretty much he is saying in regards to the future of technology, Bitcoin and its place, Bitcoin bonds, thousands of products. But something that I have been really focusing on and get involved on the policy level, on the state level, now even on the federal scale, is that phrase there that Kelly said, which was New York is the financial hub of the world. That to me is completely wrong. I think New York is the financial corruption hub of the world because it is a capital market a young U.S. entrepreneur really cannot obtain. The level to get into New York's money and that volume and what you have to play to get into there as an entrepreneur within the States, it doesn't make sense. I am never going to go to New York and raise money. There's just no reason for me to, especially start an LLC in New York when I could spend $15,000, get dual residency in Dubai or Abu Dhabi. It's Dubai specifically. $10,000, I think, in Mexico is even cheaper. Singapore, I think, is even free on a lot of different scales. South Korea has tons of incentives. There's no reason for me to look at those as New York as the financial capital of the world when I can go get 4% on my taxes on a corporation built in another country where I can walk into a VC and that day have an appointment and look to raise money and capital for my company. That to me, now I haven't taken money from a foreign VC or capital yet. I've been very, very close to it many different times. And the reason why I haven't is because I don't want to have an investor where I have to travel 28 hours across the fucking globe to get access to that open network. So to me, New York is no longer the finance. It is not what, is made out to be in the movies. Like what happened in the 2000s, even the early 2010s, that is gone. Since 2008, when BlackRock came in and consumed it over the financial crisis, it has become an ultra elitist city that if you want to get access to it, there's ways to, but we need to make effective change. We need to go in at the policy scale and deregulate those guardrails. So young entrepreneurs, where do you go in the United States, right? If you're a young entrepreneur and you want to raise money for your company, especially in Web3, where do you go? I don't have an answer for you. There's little pockets, but it isn't like Dubai or Singapore or Seoul. Like there is way more effective ways to go about starting that company. So that is kind of my focus here. You're going to be listening to that in this blockchain summit here today from a bipartisan perspective is going to be focusing on that deregulation. Anybody you see looking to add more regulation, I'm pretty much going to be against. I want those guardrails to be lifted. I think you as a retail holder should be able to have access to whatever self-custody you want, be able to buy whatever you want, have access to whatever crypto you want, and there should be no central entity or authority saying you can and cannot do this with your own monetary funds. That to me is something I'm against. But Drew, welcome up here today. Sorry for the rant. I wanted to give some perspective just into why I'm so excited for legislation. I know people kind of get like, we don't want politics, but it's like, I am very political and saying, I want the deregulation. I want to build in the United States. I want New York to be the greatest city on the planet again. I would love to go to New York and be like, man, we're making excessive changes here rather than look at a city that in my eyes is just dying to oligarchy.
It's Gotham City now. It's a shit
Exactly.
show. It's a total shit show. And I went right before the pandemic happened. Flu season happened. New York has got a lot of fixing to do, but you know what? It's supposed to be our financial hub. So I do agree with you. It would be nice to see that kind of regulatory clarity for crypto roll out. But honestly, I'm not going to be surprised if the hub of finance is shifted to another location out of New York. And I get it. It's delicious food. It's got some great lore. But really, I'm okay seeing change happen.
Yeah.
It might end up like, this is a crazy take. It might end up in Wyoming. It might end up being focused on Cynthia Loomis's amazing work that she's doing with the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve Act 10 or 15 years down the road, and a massive amount of movement there. You know,
it's funny you say that. They've got to talk today. Wyoming's crypto frontier, stable token, and beyond. That's something they're going to be hitting in this summit a little bit later with the governor of Wyoming. So one of the first crypto banks ever, obviously, was based out of Wyoming. So they've been doing a lot.
And I did want to say, like, it doesn't have to be New York. I just think it should be in the United States. I think we should really focus on building a community that actually is striving for that success. Because there's many different tokenization products that we'll see roll out. I mean, this is just an industry for $3 trillion. It's going to be worth 10, 20, $30 trillion over the course of the next decade. So, you know, very exciting stuff here, Drew. I don't know if we want to pull up the show here. We got Senator Bernie Moreno speaking right now in regards at the conference. Actually, we got a full...
No, hold on. It
goes. Yeah, there you go.
Because we want to lead in this. It's going to be fundamental for the next 20 years, and we want to be the leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the point on legislative stability over various terms, I think, is very important.
Who are these people?
Senator Moreno, keen to hear your thoughts.
There you go.
Senator Moreno,
I guess we have
Senator Tim, Kristen, and Troy here. And they're talking about U.S. competitive right now.
We want to have common sense in this world. We typically think about America as a place where innovation, creativity happens. You're not bound by anything other than your hard work and your perseverance, ... unless you were in the digital asset space in the last 4 years where we were under complete and total assault. I built a group of car dealerships, sold those, and then built a technology company that uses blockchain to digitize the car titling process. Thank God that I did that company before the prior administration, because we needed a bill to go through Congress that said that a digital odometer statement was allowed, that you didn't need to have 3 copies with a wet ink. That was the law. Think about how insane that is. There was a law that says you must have not 2 copies, not 4 copies, but 3 copies, and it has to be wet ink signature. We created that. Had that law not passed, my company would not exist, and we wouldn't have saved states hundreds of millions of dollars processing digital titles. We have to recognize that while we all think we're really important here in Washington, D.C., and we know lots of things, we don't know better than the markets, and we don't know better than innovation that's coming before us. Take the case of stablecoins. Imagine for a second, just step back from all the conversation and say this. There's an existential threat to America that we could lose the world reserve currency status for the US dollar. That's a problem. Well, you have a whole industry that's willing to take your dollar and spread it all over the world and cement the fact that the US dollar is the world reserve currency. Is that good or bad? Like, I'm thinking that's pretty damn good. And yet we've been kneecapping that industry for the last 4 years. So I'm hoping that with the help of my colleague here from New York, who's been a good voice on this, that we get to this very quickly. We get the Genius Act done. We get market structure done quickly. We get a strategic Bitcoin reserve done. And then we learn the lesson that our job here in Washington, D.C. is to create an environment for positive innovation and growth.
Thank you very much. And lastly, but not least, Congressman, I know you've been working as well in the House in terms of the legislative parameters around this space. It'd be great to hear your opening thoughts.
Well, thank you. It's a very exciting time. It's very exciting to me because I keep coming to these thresholds where I say this is world changing. There's this new technology that's always changing the world. I came out of technology. I started out as a research scientist at New York University and did a startup company that I merged with a nascent Yahoo, and we were sure that we were changing the world back then. And you fast forward, I did a lot of investment banking, venture capital, and eventually ran to be the regulator, the securities and insurance regulator for the state of Montana, which was a completely different but very interesting part of this, because now I'm dealing as a securities regulator with the ambiguities of Gary Gensler's SEC in this whole this whole genre, not understanding how to deal with cryptocurrencies and in some ways being hostile. But I'm really excited because the potential that we have right in front of us right now with distributed ledgers, with blockchain, with cryptocurrencies, with artificial intelligence, it's an incredibly exciting time. But one of the things that scares me is the United States of America has always been the center of innovation, the hotbed of innovation. We need to make sure that we continue to foster that innovation here. And a lot of that is how we deal with this on a regulatory basis. I mean, most businesses will understand where you put the bar as long as you're not moving the bar and there's not ambiguity where that bar is. And so I think we need a framework that makes it clear as we start to develop these new industries, I'll say, for lack of a better word, this new technology that I think is going to be game changing, economically for businesses. For one of the things that the good senator from Florida mentioned is, about
Just like Florida.
Did I say Florida? Okay. About one of the things that really scares me is the dollar not being, the global trading currency. What happens? I mean, that's the end of the American dream if that switch is flipped. And so having an environment now where we're trying to really figure out how we can be permissive enough to really be innovative here. When I was a state regulator, one of the things that fell, under my purview was the FTX meltdown. And so we were one of the lead enforcement states with under NASA when that was happening, and understanding the need to have, a regulatory framework that invites it to be onshore and something that is still broad enough to make sure that we're being innovative, but has reasonable sideboards to make sure that we don't have another giant meltdown like that. And so I'm just really excited. I know in the House, the Stable Act was just released today, so excited about that. And I think this answers a lot of the questions of what we need to make sure that we have the ability to continue innovating in this space and have reasonable sideboards to, make sure that we don't have, any meltdowns, and really talking to stakeholders to make sure that we're addressing, the unintended consequences, make sure that we understand what that all means. But I think the bottom line where I'm coming from this, and a lot of my colleagues, and I'm on the House side on financial services, across Congress, is really finding that sweet spot where we can be innovative, create this, economy driving technology. The administration's clearly behind it, and it's an exciting time for me, having gone that full circuit from a researcher to, a technologist to, venture capitalist to regulator, and now the lawmaker. So really excited to be here.
Thank you, Congressman. So let's go into a bit more detail, right, around the inner workings around how the U.S. positions itself in the global landscape. So first, Senator Gillibrand, you've co-sponsored and championed the Genius Act, and you've emphasized the importance of stablecoins in terms of the U.S.'s financial leadership. So how do you balance creating an environment for innovation that encourages growth while also protecting consumers?
So you want to have the best regulatory framework in the world so that people want to gravitate towards your market. So the reason why New York State, New York City is the center of the world financial markets is because we have very good regulatory schemes for all types of financial services. And we need to continue that tradition. So the most important thing in writing these pieces of legislation is to get it right. And so you want to have it be something that companies can count on, that they have certainty about what the regulation is. You have to understand what the risks are. So for example, let's just say you have a state, I won't give one because I don't want to degrade any state, but let's just say you have a state that doesn't really take financial services seriously. And they decide anybody can be a stablecoin issuer. Joe's Barbecue can be a stablecoin issuer. Sam's Barber can be a stablecoin issuer. Anybody who wants to do it can do it. Well, what happens if they don't actually have a bank account that has $1 sitting there for every $1 worth of stablecoin they issue? What happens if they have a run on their stablecoin and they don't meet the requirements? You'll just have another FTX. You'll have another algorithmic stablecoin that plunges because it never really made sense. That is a huge problem for the US market. It's a huge problem for certainty. So you want to get these regulatory frameworks right. And so what we did was we created two paths, a federal path that is very much based on the current regulatory frameworks under the OCC. And then if you have a state pathway, then you have to prove to the Fed that you are substantially similar to the federal regulatory framework so that you can't have a race to the bottom. It's really important. You want to have a state issuer be serious, thoughtful, know what they're doing, We have one in New York that's very effective, DFS. And so you have to do that. Second, you have to think through what are all the ways this could go wrong. Well, something as simple as how do you define a dollar? Is a treasury the same as a dollar? What happens if your one-to-one backing is all in treasuries and you have an interest rate misalignment like SVB just did, and you have a run on your stable coin and all your dollar backing is in a 3-month treasury that you can't get out of for 3 months? That's a run on your stable coin. That's a collapse. So you have to have a provision that says someone gets to review what type of assets you have that are representing your one-to-one dollar back. You have to say, what happens if the company does collapse? How do you do a bankruptcy? Who gets paid first? Is this insured by the FDIC? Why would it be insured by the FDIC? It's not a bank. Do you want a stablecoin issuer to be able to issue interest? Probably not, because if they're issuing interest, then there's no reason to put your money in a local bank. There's no reason to put your money in a local bank.
Oh, you
who's
lose
give you a
control.
mortgage? Who's going to give the small business a loan? If there's no deposits, small banks can't do that anymore. You'll collapse the financial services system that people rely on for their businesses and their mortgages. So these are the kind of thoughtful questions that have to be asked in advance. You have to write that into the legislation.
Muted.
We troubleshot as much as we could to
So,
figure
yeah,
out
that
every
sounds good to
scenario
me.
that could go wrong, and we put
Yeah.
really good.
These people are
reforms in this bill.
terrified
We
of
had a
the
very
banking
vibrant
industry
amendment process. A number
getting
of senators offered excellent
upended
amendments
because
to
we
make the
don't
bill even stronger.
we don't need
And so there's a
the
lot of
banks to hold all of our
protections for
assets
safety and
and lend
soundness,
out
more
against them and make all the money.
transparency,
We can do it
more
ourselves now. That's
more
what DeFi is for.
regulatory
But
certainty.
yeah.
And I think it's a
Well, I
good
think their
start.
fear is why
The
we
worst thing we
see
could do is water it down.
Bitcoin being it's being algorithmically accumulated by BlackRock. They don't want the plebes to understand that these monstrous organizations are stacking while they're like, hold on, we don't want the banks to lose control, guys.
Right.
Okay, calm down.
That's how we keep control.
Well, I mean, we
regulatory
can't
framework.
have them
Your
lose
smartest
control.
lawyers should be
It's like that would be the downfall of the
reviewing
U.S.
smart,
dollar.
thoughtful comment.
But there's also like we still have to be cognitively aware that if we like establish stablecoins in that route and it collapsed the financial structure, like millions of people will literally starve. Like we can't have the system collapse. You know?
I disagree. I think the system can change completely. I don't like we can still have dollars. I'm not saying we need dollars, but we just don't need banks.
If the banks collapse, the dollar is done.
They just have to shift. Like,
I disagree.
Because
we're
what would be
talking
the
about-
point if what would be the point
Here it
of the
is.
dollar if the banks collapse?
No, there will be a point. The dollar with the Bitcoin Reserve Act and a different basket backing it, with this strategic reserve, they can stack 1 million Bitcoin. You think about Fort Knox, but crypto, Bitcoin bonds come into play. The Treasury sells $200 billion in these bonds, buys the Bitcoin with the cash, locks it away in a vault for 20 years. And then this creates a domino effect immediately across the world. Countries all scramble to do the same thing with Bitcoin investment systems. And essentially, Bitcoin, as it goes into maturity, now it's an inflation hedge. Crypto, massive superpower move for the US. This is a US next generation superpower move where they can essentially set the pace for the rest of the world. They all FOMO into their own Bitcoin bonds and then pay a yield to investors in the long term. Like this, it is essentially, if they don't adopt Bitcoin worldwide at the point that the American empire pulls the trigger, they will collapse. So there is the danger there.
I was gonna say, the dollar has been collapsing ever since they got off the gold standard. Ever since they went to fiat, the dollar has been crashing, and they've been printing more and more and more and more. And banks have been scamming more and more and more and more, and holding less of the of actually having anything behind it. They're just giving you useless paper and lending out against it. Now we've got things like Tether, we've got things like Circle. They actually have one-to-one backing on things. They actually have assets. There actually is something behind the stable coins being issued. So you really don't need banks in order to have the dollar work.
Backs the stable coin?
I mean, you have
Assets.
treasuries
They're backed
Just the
one-to-one.
U.S. Treasury. Yeah.
Oh, and dollar. Yeah, right.
So no, it's just the dollar. Like that is what backs 99.9% of
Not
the
a bank.
stablecoin industry, right? So yeah, but the banks run that entire system. So like if
No,
the
they don't.
banks collapse, your Federal Reserve's collapsing. Like this is what I think
We should
needs to
talk about
happen
this.
is I know what I think needs to happen, because again, I would like for that. I think the Federal Reserve is just an artificial entity that should never have been created in 1913. That is why we're at where we are today, lobbying 1971, the whole 9 yards. We can go down that path. But I think the path forward here isn't leaving that system. Like we can't leave the system behind because there's a humanitarian aspect of that where if the dollar were to collapse or the banking financial structure, like we're talking again, like she was mentioning, mortgages, every loan, like you're talking hundreds of millions of Americans that are in debt right now. That would be just completely. This isn't a couple of millions. This is hundreds of millions of Americans. This is billions of people globally that their lives would. This would cause probably World War III.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between collapse and replacement. Banks are getting replaced because they are not needed. Technology-wise, we do not need them. Tether came up all by itself, no bank. And DeFi exists, no banks. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the people in banking losing their power. You're not talking about a collapse. You're talking about a transition. Tether and Circle already are replacing central banks. They're
Check out
doing
the
it.
situation with
See,
the
that's
banks
where
are in right
I don't
now.
think they will. I
Look at
think
the
what's going to
screenshot.
happen is you're going to start seeing states tokenize their like the banks aren't going to leave. I don't think that's a.
Oh, of course they're not going to leave. They're going to fight like hell.
Yeah,
But
and when I
just
think the
we don't
transition
need-
there is
there's a fallacy saying that we need them. That is false. We do not need them for this technology that we have now. Are they going to fight like hell to keep the power that they have? Sure. But just like Gary was just talking about, there are now lending products. You can offer credit without a bank for the first time in history.
So I think maybe the correct wording I should have used was hundreds of millions of people rely on banks.
Currently.
Yes,
They don't need them,
absolutely.
but they rely. So that's where I was just trying to say, like, this is where, and I honestly think it's going to be a state issuance because, like, you see all these countries selling off the US dollar, right? Like, we're printing endless amount of dollars, et cetera, yada, yada, yada. This is where we start converting all of our state-based systems into tokenized structures that are backed by stable coins. And all of a sudden, New York, California, Texas, Florida become the largest net buyers of U.S. treasuries, elevating the status of the dollar and still staving that economy. Like the banks, I just don't see going anywhere. But at the same time, I think we need to fight and deregulate it in the sense where banks don't control the entire narrative and they don't control the entire sector, if that makes sense.
They're being pushed into a situation where they adapt or die. And there's a reason. If whoever's got the sticks, if you want to show, I got on my screen right now the current situation, and in my opinion, why these banks are cozy enough. This is the unrealized gains and losses Q4 report out of the FDIC, and this is one of my favorite graphs because you see let's talk about this. So the 2008 financial crisis is here, 2008. I don't know if my cursor's showing or not, but you see the 2008 slight movement there. And then you keep moving on. You see that the ebb and flow of this down to up movement of the losses and gains of banks is one of those. It's like a wavelength. How the movements they start off kind of wide and then they start tightening and constricting and getting more extreme. Now we're at that point where we are at an extreme downturn on unrealized losses, and a lot of these losses come from the real estate sector, be it mostly commercial real estate because of the way that work has changed, the way that we were kind of taking debt and banks were taking debt off of massive real estate locations. Now they're sitting on nearly $500 billion in unrealized losses. So, and now think about this. So they have to refinance at least $1 trillion worth of debt over the short term, like in the next few months here, but there's a total of $7 trillion worth of debt that is set to be refinanced this year. So if the Fed tries to keep acting hawkish and tries to keep those rates high, then the banks have to refinance that amount of debt at the current interest rates, which will crush them. This is the chaos nuance that I feel like a lot of people miss when we're talking about Federal Reserve interest rates and their ability to act hawkish or anything like that. And I think one of the best takes that I've heard on crypto Twitter in response to this idea that we need banks is that Aave might end up being the biggest bank on the planet 10 or 20 years from now if they don't appropriately adjust and work with the ecosystem.
And that's what they're afraid of. The DeFi players like World Liberty Fi, Aave, a lot of these things that are coming out that are issuing stablecoins, these are the new banks. These are the banks of the future. And guess what? These banks they actually have backing. They're not allowed to issue dollars without having backing for them like banks that exist today. Banks today, they hold 0% backing for anything that they get it. So as soon as you give them money, they turn around and that leaves the bank basically the same day. But Drew just showed it. They have massive unrealized losses. They're operating a Ponzi scheme at the highest scale. Yes, we rely on them. Yes, they're and I think that's why I'm frustrated with the narrative that we need them, because that's what they've been convincing people of for the last 100 years. You need us, you need us, you need us. And the truth is we don't need them anymore. They're just so entrenched. They have so much power. They have so much lobbying that they keep control because we allow them to. I saw a clip last night somewhere. I don't know if you guys have ever seen A Bug's Life, and it's the grasshopper talking about the ants.
I love that movie.
One hits him in the head, and he's like, "Hey, does that hurt?" And they laugh like, "No, that's nothing." All right, 2 hits him in the head. No, like, what a joke. I could take these things, and then he just opens up the floodgates, and that's the fear that the banks have right now. That's the fear that especially central banks have. The IMF, they're terrified of this, because for the first time ever, there actually is a technology that has made it possible for individuals to operate on a peer-to-peer system and not need a third-party intermediary to convey and transfer this value. And now they actually have to compete in a free open market. Again, my favorite clip ever is Andreas Antonopoulos, Money is a System of Control. And he talks about how banks have used regulation to build themselves a golden cage where nobody can compete, nobody can get in, nobody can get out. But then they became prisoners of their own golden cage because they became basically a branch of law enforcement. So now they're subject to the executive branch. They have to do everything they do because they're here to enforce the law by, hey, you don't follow our laws, we're going to cut you off from the SWIFT system. You don't follow what we're doing, we're going to debank you. That's what Eric Trump Don Jr. was talking about when we had him on stage. They use it as a weapon. And for the first time ever, you can actually have a banking system that isn't weaponized. It isn't captured by state initiatives. It actually operates in a decentralized way with no third-party rules built on it. It's permissionless. It's accessless. That's the whole point of everything we're doing. That is the cypherpunk movement. There's a reason it started in 2008, like those graphs Drew just showed. And the richest, most powerful people in the world are finally waking up to that reality, and they are scrambling it's Tether and Circle that did it. They looked at what Tether and Circle were doing, and they said, wait a minute.
And they didn't want yes, exactly.
All these stable coins are getting out there, and people are basically, they're going to open a wallet. 16-year-old, like when you turn 16, you're not opening a bank account. You've been operating online on a blockchain for years already. You've had full custody of your assets. You've been able to get it 24/7. You've been able to withdraw. You've been able to lend. You've been able to borrow. You've been able to do everything that every product that a bank offers, you can get yourself right now with at any age. So by the time you turn 16 and grandma says, "Oh, it's time to open your savings account," it's like, why? Yeah, why do I need to do that? So.
And I love that philosophy. I completely 100% agree with it. And so I think where this conversation is important is understanding, and you said it many times in what you're representing, is that we're fighting the biggest money and the most powerful individuals on the planet. In a decentralized network, more money equals more power. That's just how it operates. That's how you commit 51% of tax. That's how you obtain this control. And so over the last 110 years, 112 years since 1913, where our markets have become entirely reliant. There's millions and tens of millions of people indebted that are indebted to these loan sharks, which you can call the financial institutions. That is why when we approach these regulations, this is what I want to fight for. We need to fight for the deregulation where banks aren't necessarily the only ones that are able to participate within this corrupted economy, like I was talking in regards to New York. But now it's reliant on small businesses. It's reliant on entrepreneurs. It's reliant on giving the incentives to the working class to therefore then allow us to expand within this technological movement. We're going to transition with these financial institutions. We can't change that. You can't get rid of BlackRock. We can't get rid of Vanguard. And if we are going to, again, you're talking World War IIIs. Like, I don't even want to know what the outcome of that situation would be. So as this molds together, we need to make sure that as an audience, everybody participating within this economy, as our channel on Discover Crypto, and you'll see, again, a lot of things happen over the coming months, this is a two-party system. And so it doesn't matter if you're an independent or if you're, if you want to meet in the middle on this. When you go make these regulations, you're looking at two political parties that are heavily lobbied against the pharmaceutical sector and against the financial sector. And we're this in between that is trying to cut out all the middleman layer, all the middleman bullshit insurance companies, all the middleman, taxes and transactional costs that are operated by these lobbyists that put themselves into these weird positions. For example, tax lobbying. TurboTax is one of the largest lobbyists against making it harder to pay taxes. So U.S. tax representatives or payers have to pay more to do their taxes each and every single year. They make it harder. We need to deregulate that and focus back into that working class, focus back into that entrepreneurship where these banks, where people don't any longer rely on banks, but banks rely on them. And I think that's how we approach that sector in an elevated way that allows us to see positive growth in the sector. Or else then again, yes, you guys are completely right. We can say, end the Fed, right? I don't see the Fed ever ending. You're talking 120 years, that's not possible.
I don't
if
think
you're ending the banking system, how do we do that, right?
One
That's
thing that you said about we need them or we get World War III, what starts world wars, right?
Banks.
It's usually central banks.
It's banks. It's Switzerland. That's my point. It's like, so if they're
the ones that
threatened at
started
that
that.
level, dude, that's what I'm saying. If they're threatened at that level, they're going to go print money and cause, again.
Look what they did anyways. They're in operation. And that graph that I showed in 2018, the banks fell into that $100 billion realm, which they did not see during the housing crisis. During the housing crisis, they fell to like 70 bill. Their losses were deeper right as they decided to roll out the NIH development of what shut down the entire world economy. And then they had all the reason in the world to print double our supply in dollars, crush the average person. Now people are literally having to take loans out on groceries. They're having to put groceries on credit to keep alive. Now we have half of the country is spending either 30 to 40% of their entire month's pay on just rent. Rent is at all-time high. It's at $2,000 on average for the average rental.
The
People are being
illusion,
crushed.
the illusion that banks don't want people to realize is that their system is failing. It is failing. Just, you can look at that graph. It ain't working, and it hasn't been working for a long time. And they're trying to tape it together. They're trying to print more. The Keynesian economic system is a flawed, failed system over time, and it's been proven and proven and proven. And they try to keep it going, but eventually, it's going to have to go back to the Austrian School of Economics. That's what Bitcoin represents. That's what we're doing right now. I think this transition is inevitable. I think I'm not saying the people that are powerful now won't be powerful in the future, but they will have to adapt to do it. We've been co-opted. All of the wealth in these United States has been slowly extracted since the Federal Reserve came back in. There's many presidents that have spoken on this. Almost every single one of them that tried to speak out against central banking, it was either assassinated or had an assassination attempt, across the board, just like what just happened to Trump.
Even though they're able to assassinate presidents, you got people out here that think we're the dingbits. That's my point. You brought up a good point. They have assassinated a sitting U.S. president. And you think us as just civilians are going to be able to be, we have technology more than once that we know of, that we fucking know of. So that's the point here. It's like when Switzerland was in World War II, they're like, oh, we're going to fund both sides of the war and just elevate it because we're going to make so much money off all that interest.
My argument is we do have the power now because the main difference is the internet. And they can't control information the way they could in the past. They can't control data in the past. And we actually have a system where we can send things back and forth. And the internet was one of the greatest decentralized ecosystem. I'm not talking about Web 2 that most of us experience. I'm talking about actual data packets going back and forth. For the first time ever, people were able to do that. And they've been playing catch up ever since that happened. They can't stop X. They can't stop the free speech the way they used to because of things like X. They can't stop money transfers the way they used to because of things like Bitcoin over the internet. So yes, it may not happen in the next 5-10 years, may not happen in the next 50 years, but over the next 50 years, I think we will see a complete transition and a complete updating. At least that's what I'm advocating for. That's the whole fix the money, fix the world premise. I hope it happens. I'm not guaranteeing that it will happen. I still think the people that have most of the wealth, all the people that have all the gold, inevitably we will end up sitting on all the Bitcoin. They will still custody it. They will still loan out against it. Everything will be a derivative of Bitcoin and gold, in my opinion. That there will still be products, but I think there will be much different than brick and mortar stores that we see today. And those who adapt the fastest win.
And you said it right there. You're like, it's the banks make it the illusion that we need them. And I think that's what we need to fight for is and make the banks understand that they need us. It's our money,
100%.
it's our capital, it's our hardworking payments. And that is the fight that we need to have right now if we want to keep the decentralized status that we have within our markets currently today.
It's a culture
But
war.
Drew, I'm going to
It's
let
up
you
to
take
us.
off here. And then, because I got to use the restroom real quick. So just lead in if you want to pull up anything, go for it.
This is the culture war, man. It's like for hundreds of years, we've been beat down and the mindsets cooked into this moment where, we think that we rely on these systems when really it's the peer-to-peer trust and what's acceptable on a cultural level, which is how we handle money. And you know what? What is the proof of? And the proof of reserves and the proof of bill that Chainlink is rolling out. I got this on my my screen right now if you want to pull it up, but we have a kind of a confluence of things happening for Chainlink. I'll scoot down so this is nice and good. Chainlink dropped a bombshell. They're teaming up with lawmakers currently in DC. That's what they've been doing for the last few weeks on the proof of bill. This is going to force.
Can you resize your window for me? Like
Yeah, let me scoot
pull it
around.
in.
There we go.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep.
There
you
it
go.
is. There it is.
There you go. Right there.
This proof of reserves, man. It's like because TJ, what you said that on March of 2020, they went to a 0% reserve requirement in banks where they literally have to have nothing tangibly in their possession to continue operating, which is a dangerous place to be. And now this link adoption, I mean, if this proof of bill moves forward, link adoption might be mandated by law. So when I see this, and this is my Pepe Conqueror, of course, because this is Link conquering the blockchain right now. These are the top projects with the most active developers for the last week. And these are some really interesting projects that I've always kept an eye on. We got Chainlink here in the GigaChad top spot. We got Eigenlayer, DeFi Chain, and a bunch of interesting things going on here. Decentraland apparently still trying to stay up in the developer activity, but most of these are DeFi applications and then Chainlink. So when I'm looking at, I'm a long-term investor. I don't like kind of focusing on my portfolio day in and day out. I like looking for something that's more sound, and Chainlink and Ondo with Josh, your attention and focus on Ondo, I think is very, very important for people to understand the tokenized treasury system, like the BIDL program that's being built out. I think that what's happening right now, and what I kind of talked about, this black hole being created from what's to come, Bitcoin bonds, is absolutely insane. And then we see Aerodrome, right? Vet, I got your, I think I have Vet's original post, but this is from Aerodrome on my screen here, partnered up with Chainlink and HackBG to further automate and decentralize weekly protocol operations, setting up a new standard for DeFi infrastructure. Aerodrome integrating with Chainlink, and really the Aerodrome dominance conversation is something that we've been talking about on the blockchain basement for about 2 years now. It's like we originally were like, somehow Coinbase is going to capture Ethereum. Somehow. We don't know what it's going to look like. Then they rolled out the base ecosystem where you can operate and utilize the infrastructure of Ethereum, still technically on it, but you lower the gas fee within it. So then I start branching out instead of my basic Ethereum bags to start messing around and finding different DeFi protocols or different things that are just being built on base to find good upside. And it's done very, very well for me. Some of the best movers in the portfolio have been base ecosystem plays. We got Constellation has been extremely strong over the past pullback. It's still trying to magnetize near 5 cents, which is incredible. We're still like a flat, like 3x from where we ended up getting into it. Moonwell, though, looking pretty decent, but Morpho.
All right, wait a minute. I gotta address this soy DZ Chrysler 300 guy. Sorry to interrupt you. He says this dude's such a liar. No way. He's been talking about Aerodrome for 2 years in the basement. Bro, we were talking about base before it launched.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like
we've definitely been talking about it since before it was even a thing. And if you want to go check. I think it was January 2022 is when we started doing the basement, and we were talking about it almost daily.
Yeah, absolutely. Because me and BJ were like, somehow Coinbase is going to capture Ethereum, right? And so then Base came out And then within that, then I saw Aerodrome. I immediately bought Aerodrome.
Yes,
Morpho.
yeah, base and Aerodrome, buddy. Like we immediately called it because it was the Uniswap. Like I can't handle these people. Get out of my face. Come on.
I mean, sometimes
Crash
people
Out?
can't stand. Well, it's understandable. Some people don't like me. I'm.
I like you.
I'm an imposing figure. I understand, but Morpho, this is the kind of easiest user experience lending option from Bitcoin to USDC on Coinbase, and so Coinbase being kind of like the king of user interface, this is where that kind of play came in. But these have been, honestly pretty beautiful. I added to the position when we did fall into that recent trench. I think it was like $1.10 or something. I just decided to add into the trench. I had to wait. I got in here and then here. I'm a patient DCA'er. I'm not necessarily a DCA'er, but I pared down the portfolio pretty heavily in the last pullback. And essentially now it's made up of majority Chainlink, still Chainlink Maxi. Right behind it is actually Ondo, second biggest. Aerodrome, and Aerodrome is still sleepy. I feel like adding more Aerodrome from where this thing's sitting right now. 50 cents is my historical buy point. I did add in the trench. Kind of very, very grateful for this massive pullback in general, because this is like, you get aggravated when you have a good amount of crypto, but then this thing is mooning, and I just have trained myself to not buy giant green wicks. Even though I know it's a good project, I don't know where it's going to tap out or where it's going to find that recentering moment. This is clear as day, a recentering moment for me looking at this chart. I know people love memes. Let's look at the best meme I think that's out there right now. It's Pepe. It's Pepe. Okay. Now, I'm not too degenerate. Pepe, this thing looks absolutely beautiful. And I think that Pepe and Doge are like, and then, Trump token's probably going to be around to agree. But these are the things. I don't own any Pepe, but I know people are out there messing around in the meme coin sector. I don't think you can just pick any meme coin that recently died and expect it to come back up to its previous glory. We have to be careful about that. So in this past pullback, I've really pared it down to projects of tangible value, of use case value. And that's where my mindset, because I was speculating, made some good moves like on Trump token and all that. But it is a time where you know what, TJ, I screwed up. Did you get into Athena yet?
Yeah. I have some. Yeah.
I missed it. And now it's sitting here holding over $1 billion of BlackRock BIDL tokens. This is one I don't have on my portfolio, but I felt very strongly that it's going to be a performer. Maybe I should end up getting this one next.
I think it's at a decent price now. It came back down. It came back down a lot from where it was. So, looking at those in that BIDL fund, I was looking at a post earlier today. It's absolutely exploding in value. I wish I don't know if I have it up anywhere I can pull right now, but yeah, seeing what's going on with stablecoins, seeing what's going on with RWAs, we're seeing a massive explosion in value and a lot of really good stuff coming from that regard. So yeah, pumped about the future. I really am. Every day believing more and more this is going to be a super cycle. I think it's going to be an extended cycle. I think it's going to take a long time. It's going to move slow, but there's huge things coming for crypto.
Yeah. And real quick, guys, I just remind everybody, let's hit that like button. So if you guys don't know the rundown of today's episode, guys, lock in, get some food. This is going to be a massive day. We're just getting started. It is now 1 p.m. here, so we're about an hour away from when this conference starts getting really juicy here. We have debanking or global crypto leadership here at 2:35. Richard Tang, the CEO of Binance. We're expecting some alpha to come out of this at 2:35 p.m. Right after that, you're going to have the Bitcoin Act, which is going to be digital gold and U.S. leadership under Congressman Nick. This is huge for Bitcoin specifically, but right after that, okay, Bitcoin is a strategic reserve. We're going to be learning about policy adoption in the future with Cynthia Lummis and Michael Saylor, followed by at 3:40 p.m., Bo Hines, the executive director of the Presidential Council of Advisors for Digital Assets in the White House here. So they're going to be covering the first 100 days and pretty much the future there. Past that, you got Hester Pierce, then Senator Ted Cruz, Tom Emmer, and Sergey Nazarov with Chainlinks all the way at 5 p.m. Depending on how excited you guys are today, and if you guys like these long streams, I might be here till 5 p.m. So just hit that like button. And I will be taking polls throughout the day to make sure that you guys want us to be live here covering this full event, giving you guys the breakdown, giving you guys that moderation. And that looks to be kind of the one that I really want to watch today is going to be a Sergey Nazarov at 5 p.m. here. And then, of course, it starts. I think that's the end of it. That's the closing here. It's closing with Sergey at 5 to 5:20.
And I think he opened it too. He was on first thing this morning when I was looking at it. So he might have opened and closed again. Chainlink really set themselves up well. He's literally at every important conversation, and he seems to be the keynote speaker that everybody's talking to. So happy that Chainlink is one of my largest bags. Hasn't had a lot of price movement recently, but I do believe this is a long-term hold. I've been saying since the bear market that if outside of Bitcoin and possibly Ethereum, Chainlink might be the only other coin I will hold that I think is this automatic long-term hold.
That's the same for me, man. It's like and when Sergey was talking at the original Trump hosted crypto summit at that big roundtable, he wasn't talking like some hopeful speculator that had built this product that he just wants to, hey, look at me. He was talking with the gusto and the surety of someone that was already plugged into the incoming system. And now we see this proof of bill coming out. I mean, I just, there's a reason why I'm a seasonal Chainlink maxi. I'll be back to a Bitcoin maximalist after, this altcoin pop off is done. People asking why glasses, these things are actually talking to me, giving me messages as I'm talking to you guys, just on stuff. I stay up to date with a lot of stuff. I do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Drew's got his AI assistant in his glasses, and he's also video recording everything all the time. So,
oh yeah, dude, these are great. Look at that. So you get a little light, and this is a great body cam in case if I get any FAFO action, then I can just turn the thing on, put it down. Looks good for the judge. Everything's good to go. So there you go. That's why
he's Drew's been living in 2030 since 2016. So that's how he knew Aerodrome was coming 2 years ago, because he's deep into this stuff. So. All right, I will leave you guys to cover the rest of this. Josh, you may want to pull the video feed if you need it from your side, because I've got some other calls I have to take. But I will pop back on here shortly, and I know I will leave you guys in leave the audience in the very good hands of YouTube. So
Heck yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Real quick, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah. There's so much stuff to cover. I'm super excited to see. Two of my favorite projects are talking today. It's Chainlink and DAG. Unbelievable. Now, the other stuff I wanted to cover is the Core Wallet is covering C chain transactions for free. Avalanche, I still remain bullish on. Avalanche is like my closest gaming play. I do feel like adding WAGME to the bag, but Core Wallet covering C chain transactions for free. Nice to see for me. I am speculating on this too. Dagnum posted having a good conversation with Charles Hoskinson. Maybe a ADA DAG partnership, mayhaps. Bring
what
me
are the comments there?
Let's go through them.
I think he tagged me in that one.
I did. Oh yeah. Where is that comment? Someone makes you. Is this your dad, Josh?
Yes. Someone asked if that was my dad, and I posted the chat image. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. He looks like my dad.
Yeah,
pretty closely. If you were to see minus the hairline, but
dude,
Dag
he's
a handsome guy, dude.
Just give me a side profile real quick. Other way.
I gotta get the.
There it is. I mean, I would say that's pretty uncanny. If someone asks how much these glasses are, they're like $300. These are the first expensive glasses that I bought, and I consider that expensive.
Well, I have to wear prescription, so all my glasses are expensive. But now I try to go on discounts.
Dude, you can get these prescription with clear lenses. You can be.
Shoot! I go on that Black Friday deal, and then now I got that 30. These cost me $30 every time I want to replace them because I got the insurance.
I know we're multi-streaming on Discovery, but guys, this is interesting to me. The Secret Service is going with 6.5 Creedmoors now instead of the 308s. It looks like. So that's interesting.
All right, we don't talk about guns here.
Okay, fine. Well, you know what? We'll go back to the.
Speaking of guns, we got Sergey Nazarov flexing on the XRP community here today. Let's actually listen to this. This is huge.
Yeah, let's go back to it.
Oh, it's only the 7-second clip. There's a bigger
the proof of bill that we're working on with a number of other legislators and their staff and other groups here in DC.
See, he's not talking like some hopeful.
I have the full clip here if you want to watch it.
Sure, absolutely. Because this is literally like the ground of crypto is being built in front of us. Let's have a listen to this.
And our work on proof of across different asset types will really allow for the most reliable assets to come out of the US financial system. And just like the US legislated into existence risk agencies, we think it should legislate into existence this proof of bill to make sure that the financial products generated in the US system are fundamentally better and fundamentally more reliable because they require this high level of proof of information. And this goes very well and in line with the current model of what makes the US financial system reliable, which is highly reliable assets with a certain level of regulation and information requirements. This is basically just continuing that, but doing that in an on-chain way that massively benefits the consumer, the market, and eliminates systemic financial risk. So this is what we hope the work we're doing now on the proof of bill will help us achieve.
Yeah, that's insane. That's actually, this is how you get involved. Like every financial institution could be running on Chainlink because they have to have the proof of reserves that they've created through their systems.
Right.
That it's a massive flex here. So for anybody that doesn't understand what that means, requiring all stable coins and real world assets. So this includes real estate, this includes natural gas, commodities, etc. To have a proof of reserves, and of course, they says it will literally be the law to use Chainlink. I don't know if it'll literally be the law to use Chainlink, or if this will be more like Representative space out on his name right now. What was his name again? Why am I spacing out on his name here? I'm going to say it. 3 seconds. It is Moreno from Ohio with the car company, right? He built the blockchain digital. He had to get a bill passed that way he could actually launch his company. This just puts Chainlink at the forefront of that. So you're looking at not only that, but Chainlink being, helping with advisory with the Digital Assets Council, talking directly with Donald Trump at the Crypto Summit. Chainlink's in a very prime position and just makes me, dude, I look at the Chainlink chart all the time here, and it just makes me, dude, I want to accumulate as much as freaking possible. Like if we lose $15, sure, maybe we come back down to $10 one more time or something like that. I want to be buying as much Chainlink. I wish I bought more, dude. We were accumulating so much at $4 or $5. I wish it's just one of those plays, dude. It's like, it's going to be a slow burner. I don't expect it to go to $100 a cycle, but I'm expecting all-time highs. It blows my mind that Chainlink isn't valued at like a $60 billion market cap company right now. They have some more application than most crypto out there.
I know why you would think it's not going. It's just, I think we forget how fast things start moving in the final few months of altcoin speculation. And like, the CCIP Swift connection and actual tangible, CCIP payments from Swiss transactions, not supposed to happen until Q4 of 2025, right? So we're not even going to see that, but the speculation moments for crypto at large, they are condensed down to just a few insanely exciting months. So I understand why your sentiment is that, and you have a conservative approach, and it's reasonable. Me, I know how fast and how overextended this market can become in just a few months' time. And that's why, like, I recently did add more Chainlink when we hit $13. We're talking about like this, Chainlink being right in front of Trump and US legislators as they're rolling this out. I think it kind of plays into Trump's executive order that he just signed, enabling the US Treasury to modernize its payments in the system of its payments to reduce the fraud, waste, and abuse. But this is, the proof of act, if that Sergey is working on right now. It's not necessarily that it's going to become illegal for you to use anything besides Chainlink proof of reserves in the future. It's just if you want to involve yourself with the American economy in 5 years, 10 years from now, if he does move this bill forward, that actually is a tangible potential. So that's where the crazy part about this, the king has returned in terms of crypto. And that is, you have Satoshi, and Sergey is right behind him, in my opinion. Like, Bitcoin is the ground of which Web3 is being built upon, the proof of like the value and where the value lives on the ground. And then the smart contracts, the buildings and utilities. Chainlink is the transportation, communication, railways that have been built between the current existing system of Web 2 to then communicate over to Web 3. And me as a that's my building metaphor for what Chainlink really is. I have to emphasize these things because we sit here aggravated that we're sitting chopping at whatever, $80,000, $90,000, while there's so much insanely bullish news out there. I think people have become desensitized to it. There's a reason why prices aren't gig ascending when we see BlackRock adding, however many billions of dollars in a day's time through the ETFs, because they're using Coinbase algorithms to purchase it. So as long as the Bitcoin price chops, they're able to use those algorithms and purchase the Bitcoin without creating some green god candle, which everyone expects from all this bullish news. But once supply hits a certain level, and once the chopping stops, then it becomes unnoticeable. Like, it's something that we're in this time frame. And chart wise, I may as well pull up TradingView because I have noticed some things. I highlighted it on the basement a few weeks back. I still feel pretty strongly about this. So I'm going to pull this up. We're going to pull my fib. Let's see. I'll share this tab instead for Mr. Aaron. God, Aaron's good. Aaron is a good one. So let's pull the fib. And I'm going to do it just an entire cycle, high to low fib on our current situation. Okay. So this is our stumble point. These are previous.
You're on
all-time
my
high.
screen.
Oh yeah, pull up my screen, Aaron.
I
got it presented. It's got the rainbow on it. So we got the previous all-time high, 69K. We fall down, create this little nutsack pattern here at 16K.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Now, what we have, the previous all-time high was captured before it should have been. Like the halving, we accomplished this previous all-time high before the halving. So we chopped for a very long time and really kind of psyoped a lot of people out of the market. They thought, yeah, that's it. We had the ETFs. I'll delete this. Hold on. So where we're chopping right now, and we're finding a stumble point, is at the 1 to 1.618, the blue zone. This, in general, is mirroring a diminished returns in terms of Fibonacci extension to cycles past. The reason why I say that is this. So I'll go to historical timeframes now, and then let's pull the fib from this cycle. And I think this makes perfect sense because as the market grows into the multiple $1 trillion realm, it gets harder to move $1 trillion ball than a 10 or $100 billion ball, just in those terms. So keep that in mind. So we have the previous all-time high. And as I said, it was not normal for us to accomplish this all-time high before the halving. Historically, we hit that all-time high after the halving. We have a chop zone where things reestablish themselves. People that were looking for that previous cycle all-time high taking profits. You get that generalized chop, which is normal. And then we skyrocketed to this zone. Now, we chopped and had a 30% pullback at the next leg up in the fib, which is the 1618 to 2618. But instead, this time, we look at this current situation. We have the same level of pullback right around 30%. What is this? Yeah, it's like 30% on the dot, damn near. Wow. Right at the level below that. So in why I'm saying this, long-witted TA, is because I think as things sit, as the velocity sits, and as these market makers can still use algorithms to do these buys for institutions like BlackRock and all that stuff, I don't think we should be watching for this range anymore. I really don't. I know that I said it was possible because we had the Bitcoin Reserve Act narrative coming into play, and it didn't know how long it would be until the actual US government started buying Bitcoin. It looks like it's going to take till 2026, 2027. I really am watching out for a tap out in this zone from the 170 to, if we're extra lucky, 200. I'm being conservative on this. And I'm telling you, this is accounting for a strong diminishment in returns cycle over cycle. This is what I'm trying to emphasize. We are stumbling at the same rate of a 30% pullback and the same time frame. The crazy thing about this, Josh, is that this pullback, this 30% pullback, which looks like a pullback for ants when you're looking back at it, this happened in the January, February timeframe. Okay. This same pullback that we're going through right now, it's got everyone so shooken up in 4-year cycle terms, smack dab on time. It came at the January timeframe you get a 30% pullback. So this is where I'm looking at, and something that I love. I don't know if you and DZ dive into this much, but let's pull it up. Cycle top.
To the star trade, someone said any traders today. I'm actually in an open trade right now.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm just in a short on Ondo. Just little trades here, just throughout the stream here. We're up about 13%, a couple $100 here.
Nice.
But that is going to be, yeah, if you want those signals. I forgot that we're going to be live all day here today, so I'll be trying to make trades throughout the stream here with you guys. But I mean, really, what I'm watching for, because I want you to pull up everything you're doing right now. I just wanted to cover this.
Yeah.
I just want to remind everybody that the futures gap, I still expect this, like, play your futures gaps. Like, we have a futures gap down to 84.38, and then the SPX also futures or just a huge gap down to 5669. So I want to be I'm expecting this to fill, at least in the short term. So if you guys are trading right now, just make sure you're just taking advantage of those scalps and just kind of be cognitively aware of those price movements. Ondo's looking pretty good though. A few of these projects are looking good, but Ondo I just traded because it's just easy to it's easier to short. Especially what's interesting to me, dude. What the f is happening with Ethereum? This trading channel is disgusting.
That's
this is
the base capture,
daily.
man. That's the base capture that I'm talking about. It's like
it's absorbing it, dude. ETH is Justin Sun's right. Like I think he needs to listen to Justin Sun and even what do you call it, Richard Tang. It's like, dude, if ETH loses this level, it's just another bear flag to start to form. It can go down to $1,500, and it's like it could do that while the rest of the market's still moving. It's Ethereum is one of the worst performing assets on the market, and I'm bullish on ETH. Don't get me wrong. I do expect some upside action here, but this is what makes me really kind of skeptical of the upside targets that people put of like 10K ETH in this cycle. It's like I think Ethereum's even gonna have a harder time. Like this $4,000 level. Look at this on the daily. It is just massive resistance now. So just be very cautious if you guys are ETH. I think ETH's great to hold if you're looking for a long-term swing, but yeah, not looking too hot on the daily there.
Well, in my mind, I think I know what will get it to that mega pump moment again. It's staking of being available on the ETFs.
Wouldn't that just create more selling pressure though?
I don't think so. No, because if
you're staking, earning yield off ETH, aren't they just gonna sell that ETH?
I mean, if compounding, I don't think so, man. I don't think that it looks too crazy or too volatile of an asset for them to be just running away with it. I think the moment that Wall Street realizes they can just earn yield through the staking on it, I think that really helps it. But in terms of when I think the top comes, I'm still thinking November. And a great metric for anyone that's out there that's like wondering what tool can you use at home to keep an eye on the market so you don't have to listen to me and my AI glasses or Josh and his fantastic haircut call when the top is in. It's the Pi cycle top indicator. Pull this up if you can in the back, Aaron. At the Pi cycle top indicator, you can get this on CoinGlass, a bunch of different things. Pi cycle top indicator, it basically is the 111-day moving average paired with a 350-day moving average times 2. And when these cross, then you have a pretty clear signal that it is the top. So right here, I'll zoom in. It crosses beautifully back here all the way in 2013. Perfect top call right there. Then you have the cross here in December of 2017. Another perfect top call from the Pi cycle top. And then you fast forward to 2021 and again, a perfect cross at the moving averages. So right now where we sit, kind of zoom in on this, we have plenty of room for activities on Bitcoin. And that is where I feel like this generalized target and time frame is still very, very valid in my mind. We have all of the narratives, all of this, crypto is clearly here to stay. If we had Gary Gensler, say, still in power, and we had Operation Choke Point 2.0 still going in full swing, then I would earnestly be concerned about the cycles having the ability to repeat, because now you're in the multi-trillion-dollar asset class, and I'd be worried that we wouldn't have enough gusto to even get into the purple zone. But with all these things going on, the narrative of crypto is not going away. I do still feel like this, Josh, that we could be looking at this $170,000 to $200,000 Bitcoin, and then all hell breaks loose, because in my opinion, once we break into the 120 and beyond range, then people that got into Bitcoin in these lower ranges right here, they're going to want to earn yield on that Bitcoin. And that's where that DeFi summer insanity starts to kick in. And that's where, I see products like Morpho just absolutely going ballistic. It's because people want to protect the gains that they have, but they also want to continue earning yield on it. So there is something to think about there.
That's where I'm at, and that's why I think it's going to be hard for the stake. So, and like I could be wrong. Like we can go to these ranges, but for me, like if we're at 120K to 130K Bitcoin, that's my outs. I'm probably going to liquidate the majority of my assets and actually roll it into stables and start earning yield and just use all of that yield that comes out from an APR and just buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin,
Sure.
buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, and then wait for the next major dip again to run. I mean, it depends on like alt seasons and everything. Also depends on just the like obviously we have to look at the economic data points. But if we start seeing market exhaustion again, if we start seeing euphoria and hype that we saw in November. It's just at this point, I'm going to be looking for a clear out that's more sustainable and risk adjusted. And I think that's something people need. And obviously, I'm in a different position than we're both in different positions. Chat's in different positions. TJ's in different positions. So people have different market strategies. But the risk adjust factor to me is like, if I can put a few million here into stables and then just earn a very easy yield off that, and then just use that yield that's tens of thousands of dollars monthly to just rotate back into those assets. And I can even borrow against that. I can rotate those assets in and borrow against that Bitcoin at lower lows. I think that is a very unique strategy approach into this next market trend, because it's going to be interesting. Like I think there's also a case to be made that like Bitcoin, and I know guys, we're going to get to the governor talking right now from Wyoming in a second. There's also a case to be made that Bitcoin does break out this cycle and Bitcoin actually goes to a 150 or a 160 or 170. And altcoins, while the liquidity makes them move right by 2-3x, they don't really perform. We don't have that risk on adjusted factor because retail doesn't have the spending capability that they did in 2021. We don't have the stimulus and the personal savings rates at an adjusted factor where debts are lower and interest rates are lower. They're max credit cards. They're max debt. These are people that are living paycheck to paycheck and are being forced to save again. So it's also going to be interesting to see how effective Doge could be, how effective Donald Trump could be in terms of tax cuts. Because if you guys don't know this, Donald Trump could sign as many executive orders as he wants. 90% of them aren't even going to take place. It's very going through Congress, which is the House and the Senate. Once an executive order is established, it doesn't mean it has to actually go through. There could be years, if not decades, or even Supreme Courts that, not decades, but well, it could be decades, where Supreme Courts get involved as well. So we have to just adjust to that new fiscal and monetary policy that will be created. But something to think about here. And if you got anything you want to touch on that, you can. But we got the governor of Wyoming speaking.
That's where you can't just throw a dart at the map and hit a 10-20x in this cycle. Not like last cycle. Just because it's an altcoin doesn't mean it's going to, like, you have to. That's why I pared down my portfolio to truly valuable projects that had clear use case and a lot of users and good positioning. So let's go to that governor though. Check him out of Wyoming.
The conversation that launch status. So I joined 18 months ago, and almost to the month, a year and a half, we're talking about an imminent launch. We've said that we're going to partner with Layer Zero. In terms of the status, would you like to say just a couple more words about just the procurement process along the way and how we've done that in again, the public square? And then I'm happy to share some more details about the test tokens we have live already.
Yeah, why don't you do that? But it was kind of fun. And before you do, I just want to say, the idea came around. I vetoed the first bill. The second bill came along. There was a lot of impatience. I used to work for an oil and gas company, and our moniker was urgency. And so there was a real sense of urgency around that. But we wanted to make sure we got the foundation right. And so for a lot of time, people were saying, gosh, you guys aren't getting anything done. Oh my gosh, you just had meeting after meeting after meeting, had a lot of public testimony, a lot of different people pulling in different directions. But I think the staff and others were like a duck. I mean, it was just paddling along. So then that's the foundation for you to be able to talk about what was able to be done in a very short period of time.
Yeah, certainly, and thank you for that. So to give the group a little bit of context here about how we've gone about this process, it's important, as the governor's mentioned multiple times already, for us to operate in an incredibly transparent manner, to put all of our determinations public. And that started as far back as a blockchain selection exercise we did in the fall of last year, which is an interesting departure from the state's procurement processes around requests for qualifications and proposals that you're expecting a vendor to respond to. Well, a blockchain is not necessarily going to respond to an RFP. You can't send an RFP to Satoshi Nakamoto for Bitcoin, right? So we had a evaluation committee comprised of commissioners, subject matter advisors, agency resources that did a robust and objective blockchain selection exercise, the results of which are currently on our website, and we're actually entering round 2 of that because we do have a mandate from the state legislature to be a multi-chain offering. So we are going to continue opening the pipeline, the funnel as we go. The second round, an update of that exercise is available on our website. So if you're interested in that, please take a look. And then dovetailing off of that, we've also gone into a, again, request for qualification and request for proposal. We've done 8 of those simultaneously in parallel, which has made for a lot of sleepless nights, but well worth it. And we are at the point now where we are negotiating with the vendors that we find to be qualified. And that's, when we say that word, we really are talking about groups with, the phrase we keep coming back to is existing and demonstrable capacities. We have a small team, a small budget, and the goal is to leverage the work of those who have been there before, but put it together in a kind of a unique package that only a state can do. To that extent, again, we are very excited to announce that Layer Zero is the first team we will be partnering with. We are leveraging their omni-chain fungible token standard to be potentially on multiple chains at launch. Of course, we'll definitively have to launch on one to start, but the goal would be, again, to be multi-chain sooner rather than later. We do have test tokens currently on several different blockchains. Those would be Ethereum, Avalanche, Solana, Polygon Base, Optimism, and Arbitrum. And I'd like to thank the Layer Zero team personally and on behalf of the commission for the absolutely rapid turnaround in getting that done with us so we could socialize that at today's discussion. We are a state in the capital of the nation. At the federal level, they're working on stablecoin legislation, and we might just get there first.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. And then, you know, for me, one of the things is, as I said, the back end, making sure that we're there. 102% is our minimum for the reserve balance. We're working to see what the volatility is that we need to perhaps address, and we're trying to make sure that we have the structure correct around all that. That conversation is ongoing. It's been fun, and I'll just tell you the evolution of thinking in Wyoming. You know, I'm a rancher by background. And you know, one of our neighbors who happened to be a legislator a few years ago was saying, you know, I don't know if I like that blockchain stuff because it's chains hooked to blocks and they go from here clear to China. And now today to have it's almost like we've had too much success because, and we'll look at this too, but all in good time. You know, now people are talking about, well, maybe we can do something backing it with petroleum, or maybe we can do something backing it with gold or silver or some of the other things. So I think there's use cases are beginning to multiply. But for us, it's been about making sure this is a utility. And I can remember talking to a couple of the members of the FDIC years ago because of this debanking issue that is so frustrating. It was, you know, the rest of the world's going to pass America by. And not that a little state like Wyoming can make all the difference in the world, but we sure can start the migration of the investment in our bonds back into our country. So we're hoping that, you know, by backing this with short-term treasuries and repos, et cetera, that we'll be able to demonstrate not only the liquidity necessary to meet any kind of volatility calls, but also just the practical implementation of this as a tool, and maybe, you know, have America once again way out in the lead, protect our dollar's hegemony. Those are the things that we're really looking for.
That's what it's all about. Protecting the dollar's hegemony.
We talked about the utility. Is there any particular use case you're excited about for the stable token once we have that live, beyond just, you know, the payments and keeping you know, different rails? And
well, I think it's an incredibly valuable form of settlement. So you know, payments, all that stuff are terrific. I think we've been very cautious, and let me just point this out. In case anybody didn't notice, the last few months we've seen a change of administration, a real change of perspective on this. And Wyoming has really wanted to demonstrate the utility of this coin across multiple platforms, not coin, token, across multiple platforms, regardless of what prevailing winds are in Washington. And so we're going to continue to try to find use cases that benefit. I mean, there's things from energy. Wyoming is, we export 12 times more energy than we use. 65% of our energy goes out to the West Coast. We have all kinds of digital data centers, AI, other things coming to the state. This is a wonderful way maybe to start figuring out how to do settlements on the power curve and other things. It's just, there's an enormous use case opportunity out there that we want to be part of.
Absolutely. And one thing we should certainly mention, because I don't think it's come up naturally in the flow of conversation here, is when we look at these use cases and we have a stable token, we're backing it with T-bills, those dollars that are generated from the interest go into our school foundation fund.
Well, there is that.
So this is a public goods project for the state of Wyoming.
Thank you for reminding me. I get sort of excited about this, but they're
I've been talking about for years, dude.
Make sure that our schools, have what they need to. It's a little different than marijuana, which I think is, some other states have tried. We're going to try it with finance.
Well, we've got about 15 seconds left. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Governor Gordon, for your time today and being the steward of this incredible, novel, first of its kind project.
Yeah.
I want to thank the Digital Chamber for having us. We're going to have a press release out imminently.
Man, take a shot at Colorado there.
Test tokens and the contracts that have been deployed on the respective networks.
That's on layer 1, dude. So yeah, I mean, this is what I'm telling you guys is going to happen. This is why you're going to see me. I'm telling you guys, I can't wait to see, just discuss hopefully what's going to happen over the next 2 months. But we've been covering this for 4 years. I've been telling everybody, like, there's so many people out there that think Bitcoin is slow and outdated. And I can't tell you guys enough how important it is that Bitcoin is the only true digital commodity on the market that can access the negative energy market. It is worth trillions of dollars, and that carbon credit market, that negative energy outlook is meaning that Bitcoin will essentially be backed by all energy because of the amount of excess that is created. It mitigates your carbon emissions. It stores it as a sense of value. And then you can create Bitcoin products, whether it's bonds and et cetera, off the back end of this with tokenized structures and systems or stable coins. And so what you're going to see is an immense amount of value generated through yield applications and Bitcoin strategic reserves that can then be dispersed back into public goods on a state level, which means that states are going to essentially act as the largest net buyers of U.S. treasuries, bringing more value back to the U.S. dollar, and at the same time, build excessive growth in GDP within those states. And so this is the fight that I want to make, is I want to make sure retail and entrepreneurs can access that sector and that it isn't, let's say, banktified in a way where Wall Street controls that entire initiative and retail and the middle class, the working class, can't operate within that ecosystem. And that is the fight we have to have, because again, I love the philosophical takes of debanking, et cetera. It just doesn't exist. So what we're going to do from a realistic perspective is I want to make sure if banking is still going to exist, it understands and knows that it relies on the working class, that it relies on the entrepreneurship within the United States, not outside the United States. I'm very pro tariff, but I'm also very pro deregulation. And that's because we should be making and developing and innovating within the US, not forcing. The reason why boomers might not care and you see people go, tariffs don't matter. It's because, dude, they're from the 1970s. They're from the 1980s. They have fucking 2 or 3 properties now worth multi-million dollars. And us, the younger generations, we're the ones that are facing the long end of this. We can't afford, to buy a home out here, especially at these interest rate levels with the supply demands and everything that exists. It's a different world at this point. And I don't want to be forced as a 27-year-old entrepreneur to go raise and build in Dubai, to go raise and build in Singapore. My family's in the United States. I'm an American. I want to be American first. But everything we've seen over the last multiple decades has pushed Americans outside the US. And I want to bring that back here. And it starts on a state level and then on a federal level. And again, I want to make sure that we're able to obtain and access those networks, especially in these energy markets. But next up here, guys, they're going to be having, I believe, actually, I don't even know who. Is it Richard Tang yet? No, that's in about 40 minutes from now, guys. So make sure you guys hit that like button. We got Richard Tang, the CEO of Binance, coming on very soon to talk about the future of these markets here. Right now, it looks like we are on schedule. They're actually a little bit of ahead of schedule here. But beyond defense and digital chambers vision for the next decade here, which is just the founder and CEO of Digital Chamber and the president. So I don't know necessarily what's going to be the outcome of this conversation. The next big one, though, Caitlin Long, of course, founder of Custodia Bank, huge fighter for pro-Bitcoin initiatives and the anti-choke point operations under the Obama and Biden administration. She's been an absolute leader. She's an absolute blessing to the industry with Bill Haggerty coming on at 2:15. So it's going to get incredibly exciting here through the rest of the afternoon. But Drew, I guess we can take some questions here. Let me check in on the trade as well.
Oh man, and I'm just banning everybody in the chat right now. Unbelievable.
You're banning
everybody.
Oh,
No,
don't ban everybody. Why are we banning people?
Justin. No, I'm just kidding. We got raided by some scam token.
Oh, gotcha. You don't like the scams?
No, absolutely not. I mean, they're obvious for like crypto natives or people that have been here for a long time. But man, I mean, some people that are new to the market, I've ran into some. They fall for the scam. So I'm out here doing some work. Josh,
Oh,
I mean,
I see what you said. Yeah,
I got rid of it. One thing that comes to mind is what kind of regulations, if any, will happen to Wintermute or the market making that's been going on, the arbitrage. There's been a lot of essentially Binance by way of Wintermute sending gig amounts of Bitcoin and other assets down through Wintermute, selling it off, and then letting all of that price action happen to the downside, giga liquidating as many positions as they can, and then they simply just buy it back up. That is something that I wonder if there's going to be massive amounts of controls put into place to stop. But as it sits, I mean, like they already have massive amounts of arbitrage happening from JP Morgan on silver and have for years on end. They haven't done anything about that. So, it is something to think about, but it's,
well, I mean, your answer to your question there is like, do bankers want some random foreign, entity market making? They want controls. So I think you're going to see tons of controls of on ramps and off ramps. At the same time, though, it's, we kind of do need those protections. Even though they've been manipulating the price of silver and whatnot, and you can make those cases, it's much more dramatic in the crypto space because there's way less, there's no regulation. So it's the wild, wild west out there. And you see this with things like Hyperliquid. You see this with, pretty much any meme coin, Launchpad. I've been somebody that's, been in the meme markets. I've helped, launch fair launch tokens. But even if you're like launching completely fair launch tokens, you still run into the open DEX and the open network. And if anybody captures on and tacks onto that, like you said, they can immediately control those narratives, those valves, and they can market make. And they have all of this information on an AI structure. Binance is they're just known to they just got rid of a market maker for inside trading. I think all inside traders and pump and dumpers and these groups should, I believe there should be a task force, because one, the audience, you guys, you deserve that. We can sit here and say, we don't have those groups, we don't participate within it, but they have no transparency. And I feel like you guys as an audience and just crypto traders in general, you guys run into this on a very consistent occasion where there's no established trust within the ecosystem because you don't know who's not disclosing advertisements. You don't know who's in these artificial groups that have 40 plus people in them that are like, oh, we're all going to talk about this token on this day. And then on top of it, even though that's not illegal to like market, you don't know if these people are buying before and then like ultimately dumping on their communities. And so that needs to be addressed. I don't know if that's a crypto task force. I don't even know how that operates, but we saw Logan Paul and Jake Paul do this with hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, look, all your celebrities, all these, even you could, I would say Gary Vee probably did this with the group with the NFT and the cypherpunk, or the crypto punks. But it's so hard to come into that sector and say we need regulation, because the problem is like as soon as you give the government an inch, you give them a mile. And so it becomes this incredibly controversial topic where we don't have the answer. I don't know the answer, but we know it's a problem. And so do we allow that problem to continue to exist, or do we try to address it? And that's where we have to have these open conversations and speak up in regards to this. I wish you would hold creators more accountable, but unfortunately these creators, dude, they're going to come back. All the meme coiners, you guys know this, that promoted hundreds and hundreds of meme coins, all undisclosed advertisements, they're gone right now.
That's why I have to be super clear about that. What you just said is why I'm like just clear as day about this meme coin mega return. Like the moment that the market starts ticking over again, there will be some memes that come back. But vast majority of what we've seen just go from 0 to 100 million back down to 0, some of them to 1 billion. A lot of them are dead forever. And
They
there's
think I'm
been
an
insider
agent.
wallet.
I'm an
I
agent,
mean,
Drew.
you have a Fed haircut. I mean, there
Yes.
is no lie.
I'm a Fed, guys. They got me. Got me. That's why I'm actively pursuing and being the one behind a lot of the Bitcoin strategic reserves for you guys. You're welcome, guys.
I'm down the hall from you. And yesterday I hear, according to you TikTokers, XRP is going to $10,000. And here is why. Just troll
And then I
king to the
trashed
max.
on that guy, dude.
Oh my God.
Dude, there was I saw a video. I reacted to this video. It's gonna be on TikTok today. The audio was I have to refilm it. There's a TikToker, thousands of likes. God apparently came to him in his dreams and foretold him a prophecy that XRP will hit $888 at a certain date or time point. And that God is suppressing the price action. I was like, I don't think that's the case. I don't know if they know this, but Ripple's founder donated to Kamala Harris campaign, which is a huge transgender activist group. I don't know if God is, cool with all those things. I don't know if that's considered Sodom and Gomorrah or whatever you want to classify it as, but that is the reasoning. $888, guys. God told him in his dream. Yeah, it's insane, man. It's insane.
Yeah. In that instance, like if XRP is nearly $1,000, your bread $10,000. A loaf. Like we're talking about like a hyperinflationary Venezuela on steroid situation. So please don't wish for that. XRP though, I mean, begrudgingly, my family will be very well off. I mean, it's going to be great for my family, honestly, if XRP even hits $10. I'm expecting more like 6, 5 right now. And seeing that it finally, like once XRP, now that it's really stamped that win against the SEC, and we have that regulatory clarity shift in general, there is like, I think it was Steve O Crypto, one of the great people in our chat. He's like, why do people still fall for it? It's because there is more content made about XRP than literally any other altcoin on the planet. When you go out there, you get involved in crypto and you start looking at what are cryptos, and you're just berated by like all of these hyper bullish collapse of the US dollar all into XRP videos. Then it's easy for someone that's from the outside just getting involved in crypto to fall into that narrative and into that echo chamber. But it is our job to highlight the immense, like I think it's $300 to $400 billion market cap to get it to that $5 or $6 level, right? Accounting for token releases and things like that. We have to keep in mind that it's going to take $1 trillion for XRP in market cap to hit $10. So calling for an $800
market cap doesn't matter.
It really does, though. It really, really does. Like, and that's the thing. It's so like if you must be involved in the XRP Ripple narrative, which I literally reiterate, I still hold XRP to a degree. Some of my family members only hold XRP, but thankfully we started talking about it when it was like 17 to 40 cents. I was like the comfortable entry points. Right now they're up, great, and they're sitting here laughing at me. Like, okay, just for some context, Chainlink $1.90 original buys, re-added heavy at $5, and a tiny bit more at $13. My average buy on Chainlink is right around $3.94. XRP, the same time frame, went from like 60 cents, I think it's 60 to 70 cents, up to these $2.50 levels. That's a great move in general. You're outpacing inflation. Congratulations. That's the whole goal in crypto, is to outpace inflation and to not fall victim to the Federal Reserve printing your buying power into oblivion. Just where the market cap sits currently at the, XRP is actually right behind. I wonder how close XRP is to flipping Ethereum in terms of market cap, because that is something that is absolutely crazy that it's a potential. So XRP is at $138 billion market cap right now. Ethereum is at $241 billion. So there's a degree of separation there, but XRP is catching up in a pretty crazy way. Like this is something that blows my mind that is happening. It is something that I didn't see as outside of the realm of possibility. But the price action upside for Ripple, the stock, in my opinion, is much greater than the price action expectations of XRP. Like in general, I could see it breaking out of these previous, like it's building a shelf, health on a shelf up here in the stratosphere above $2. Like I'm not going to be surprised to see this thing hit $5 or $6 this cycle. But Ripple, the stock of Ripple, the company Ripple, is something that I am personally more interested in holding just for the time being. You know what I mean? That's just something that I have to reiterate for people because they get stuck in this kind of echo chamber. I wonder what is the biggest mover right now. Curve, Shiba.
Curve is right now. Yeah, market's kind of taking a hit. I mean, that short position played out well. I just closed it out for about 25% profit. Yeah, it was about
nice.
$1,200, which was nice. But I'm watching this right now. The reason why I closed it is because I mean, it was 5 minutes ago. But I mean, I don't know if we're gonna break to the upside here, but Bitcoin again. I just want to extensively show you guys that futures gap is all the way down towards. If you're trading right now, I'm just watching that futures gap, which is at 84. It's at 84,415 and 85,130 needs to fill. And we're just following the SPX, which just hit the 200-day moving average. So getting a little bit of bounce off here. Don't know if we're going to fill this gap, but yeah, we got the gap here on the SP. So if that happens, Bitcoin's going to fill that gap there. ETH is holding 2,000. It is trying to stay above 2K right now.
We're about to roll out that.
We're going to get a little drop.
That trade channel. I'm excited for that trading channel on Discord. We're about to roll it out. Make sure you get an L Bank account, sign up and get in there. We're all going to be kind of one hive mind, you know, and obviously, you know, we'll have different. Josh is better at shorts than I am. So I don't feel like messing with shorts until I'll start messing with shorts in like December, you know, January.
I'm average. I'm not like a crack trader.
You do pretty good, you know, and I do.
But we have
good
fun with
too.
it. Yeah,
I do good on longs though, and I'm not always getting into it. It's just when I see the spring built, that's where I'm really getting. And it's good to acknowledge what you're best at in terms of trading, right? So I'm excited for that, and everyone that's out there watching, make sure you sign up for L Bank. And the whole goal here in the trading is not to find that 800,000% gain and never have to work again off of one trade. It's about consistently building a position higher and higher and higher, and then protecting those assets. Okay, so you can make it very quickly. You make money. Yeah, please just focus on this. Make money slowly and protect it quickly. The name of the game is not to make a bunch of money quickly. It's about protecting money quickly and making that money slowly. I got more. I'm going to hop back into the ban zone here real quick. Oh, we got them. Nice. My boys are on it. But I am going to get ready. I'm going to host another show on X here in a few minutes. Josh, I'm going to leave you to holding down this thing. You know, I know we might have some more people coming on, but I got to get ready for this other one. Appreciate you having me on the show, though. It's an exciting time, man. Like this is really, we're seeing the groundwork for crypto being here to stay. And us, this is essentially like being early investors in AT&T, early 1900s. This is literally like having an access point into generational wealth. And for the people that are out there understanding how this world is moving and seeing these moving pieces all come together and spending your most valuable asset, which is your time, with us here on the Discover Crypto Blockchain Basement, I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. With that being said, Josh, I'll let you. I got some T-bone lamb steaks I'm gonna eat. I'm kind of excited. Okay, I got more T-bone lamb.
Pretty freaking good to me.
I'm pretty good at cooking them. So
if you could do me a favor, the Uber is going to be dropping off some food at the front too. So if you can put that in.
Yeah. I'll sit up there.
Or have Isaac run up there real quick or something.
Yeah, we'll make sure you get your food, man. But I'll see you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, dog. All right, chat. What are we doing here today? Schiller make history. Yeah, guys, don't pay attention to this moon on ETH BS, dude. It's a outright scam. They're just botting the channel here to that's the average scamming project there for you guys. Let's go over to, of course, our. Well, that's the wrong one. There I am. Here you go. You can see me now. Right now we're just watching some trades here. So might enter another long here on Onda. We just shorted this completely. It was a nice little short to the downside. What we're focusing on here is Ethereum, looking to hold at 2,000. Looking like we're getting a double bottom here. So I want to be surprised if we end up just pushing higher here. So absolutely, I mean, it was a juicy little trade there. We're now moments away from the next session here on the Blockchain Live, guys. So if you appreciate this content, guys, I mean, we've been live for 3 hours and 18 minutes. I'm just somebody that I like doing live streams. I like having an open live discussion with you guys because there's no way for me to BS. I have to answer it directly. It's not editing. It's not after edits. It's not post-production, etc. If you guys just, like and enjoy these longer style conversations where we just break down and watch these shows together and react to, whether it's summits or executive orders, etc., hit that like button. Means the world to us here. We're going to scroll through X here a little bit, see if there's been any breaking news here. Right now, it does look like markets are getting pretty banged up today. The trade war is back. Markets are expecting Trump's April 2nd reciprocal tariffs to be the end of uncertainty, but that is still roughly a week away here. But we believe it's the exact opposite, which is why tech stocks are down over $400 billion. Here's why. So if you guys don't follow this letter, they have really good breakdowns. You follow a bunch of different economists, but I do, respectively, love a lot of these threads here. Yeah, it is really annoying, guys. We're gonna get the mods on the bands there in just a second. I know I keep hearing it ding in my ear too. So mods, just please take care of, just ban if you can, or if Aaron, if you're in there, just try to remove anybody that's shilling that moon on ETH stuff. For the last week or so, markets have been pricing out tariff uncertainty. So what should we expect? Okay. This all changed when Bloomberg posted this article below this morning. Bloomberg reported that President Trump is preparing to roll out auto tariffs as soon as Wednesday today. Previously, Trump had granted a 1-month delay on tariffs to automakers in the United States. As seen below, price action in the S&P 500 was already beginning to stall at about 5,800. But markets have the notion that April 2nd will be the end of uncertainty. However, we signaled in our premium analysis that we expect the opposite. They're going to say that 400 times, I guess, before we get to the point here. So they're just looking at some shorts here. Based off these reciprocal tariffs. And what I again wanted to point out was those market gaps. So on your SPX, you guys should be just expecting this. This is okay here to fill this range all the way down to 56.67. I'm not going to be surprised if we go back to this range. Maybe we even potentially create a double bottom towards 55.30 or something like that down here. And then Bitcoin, of course, has that futures gap all the way down to $84,000 roughly. So be very cautious of these gaps. You guys know that historically these fill 80 to 90% of the time. The only time these really don't fill is when you have an explosion to the upside. So of course at 20,000 we had one, at 31,000 we had one, at 27,000 we had one, at 40,000 we had one. So they don't fill every single time. But again, the ones that don't fill are when you have an excessive amount of explosive growth going back into the economy. So I don't predict that's what we've seen here yet. Again, look at the difference here between a futures gap created here where you have a $10,000 candlestick movement to the upside, just bullish, 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 versus where we're at in a market full of uncertainty. So again, that's towards $84,000 here. And yeah, that's really what we're looking at the charts right now. Thanks, Bro Discover. I'll go through your post videos, remove all the shills and trolls. Thank you guys here. Yeah, thank you guys for deleting all those. That's absolutely beautiful, man. Appreciate you guys here. So what's our agenda here? Oh, there we go. Live.
Members of Congress and kind of really pushes the education and the understanding of this tech. And I think somebody said it best to me the other day where this industry is hard because you have two concepts here that most people, walking on the street aren't familiar with, which is like computers and tech and money. Right. And then you combine them, it's really not as intuitive. But I think as we think about these decentralized networks and more of these cooperative money systems, I think most people will start to see that. So with all that, I just want to say this is a milestone moment and congratulations on the progress to date. But I think it's also cool to hear the origin story. You started this about 11 years ago. What drove you to it? What was kind of the seed of the idea and what got you here?
I was never a Bitcoin skeptic. People were like,
the evolution of becoming a crypto champion is like first you're a skeptic and then you get interested and then eventually you become a champion. I was always really excited about what Bitcoin was. I learned about Bitcoin around 2011 when I was working on Capitol Hill. I came to DC after the financial crisis of 08 and 09 to help work on financial reform. And a lot of the policy work that I was working on was how do we rebuild our financial and our monetary system to address things like systemic risk? How do we think about addressing the unsustainable levels of debt that we have hanging over all of the taxpayers' backs? And I learned about Bitcoin around that time, and I thought, wow, this is a really interesting and promising idea. And over time, I just followed it on my own for a number of years, and I eventually came to the conclusion that this is a tech that could solve a lot of the biggest challenges facing our country. And I became a very big believer and decided to turn my career into helping advocate, protect, and advance Bitcoin and blockchain technology. So we started the Digital Chamber in 2014. 2013 was a really rough year for the crypto and the Bitcoin space. We just went through another one. We were just, Preston was saying, if you were here 2 years ago, it was not as much fun at all because we had just gotten past this huge FTX scandal and we weren't very popular even just 2 years ago. 2013 was even worse. We went through Mt. Gox and we went through Silk Road, and there were a lot of attempts to shut this technology down in this town. So to me, it was very obvious that the industry needed to have an advocate to protect this important technology, to give it a chance, to see if this can really be a promise to addressing pretty significant issues that there's not a lot of other answers to. So we started in 2014 with a very small group of companies. We've grown that to over
Hold up.
200 today.
What are they talking about? Beyond defense, just a vision for the next decade. I don't know if I could. I'm gonna fall asleep if I listen to that a little bit longer, guys. I'll probably listen to a little bit more here. Your big ones are at 2:15, so we're now only. This is only 15 minutes long, chat. It's only 15 minutes long here. They're gonna switch over to Caitlin Long very shortly, and then that's followed by Binance's CEO. So lock in, guys. It's gonna get. This is it. This is about to get very interesting.
3 companies, they're all kind of different audiences. One thing that has been pretty interesting is that the people that do show up from Fortune 500 companies, regulators, etc., are some of the smartest and most intuitive people that you meet. You know, yeah, there's a lot of friction. There's a lot of people saying can't do that, got to wait for regulation. That's all fine, but a lot of the thought leaders, gravitate to you guys because they see what you see in terms of the future. Did you ever get challenged last 10 years to be like, is this going to work? Or like, what kept you going?
It's been a lot of challenges. I feel like we had everything working against us. You know, from the very beginning, the whole DC machine was trying to shut down Bitcoin, which of course you can't really do. But that was the topic. That was the top. There were multiple hearings in 2013 of should we ban this technology altogether. I mean, you're going up against some of the most powerful forces in the world, and we started with nothing. We didn't have any policymakers that really understood why this tech was so important, why it should be protected, why we should be encouraging its development here in the United States. We helped, build a relationship with the very first member of Congress that came out as a pro blockchain and pro-crypto member of Congress, and that was Congressman Mick Mulvaney, small little congressman from South Carolina, who then went on to have an amazing political career here in Washington. But I just remember that day where we finally got someone who would take a meeting and listen, and then was as excited as we were about the potential. And then fast forward to today, where in January we sworn in over 290 members of Congress that are pro-crypto. I mean, it's really hard to put into words how big of a deal that is to be on the ground, to get our first champion on Capitol Hill, to now have a majority in Congress. We are so well positioned for success. It's really incredible.
That's amazing. And I think the early days of the chamber were pretty amazing because you went around the world. So you did trade missions to the UAE, to Japan. working groups galore, and sometimes working groups are like, depending on what's in vogue that week or that month or that
All the way
year.
up.
So you always have to kind of rotate that, whether it's mining or tokens or whatever. And you guys have been very, I think, responsive to those elements. And so now that we're in this kind of penultimate step with this new administration and everything else, we're looking towards the future. And Cody, you've been running policy, running the chamber, and being an amazing partner to Perry Ann. What's next, and what's ahead of us?
Well, hearing Perry Ann's story of the early days, I realize I'm very fortunate because I'm kind of set up. This is great. What next is the execution element. We've done a great job where we now have a favorable regulatory environment for the first time. We have those 290 members of Congress, and that's growing every day as we continue our education journey. We're now taking the education and we need to execute, and that's the advocacy element. Yes, the executive orders are fantastic. The president's working group is fantastic. A pro-crypto president is amazing. We need to get legislation passed. Political winds change very, very quickly. And so we need to make sure that we get the legislation that we want signed into law, stable coins, market structure, protecting self-custody. There's a lot of things that we still need to get done to ensure that the US has the clarity, the regulatory clarity that we all deserve, that we know it's going to stay, whether it's a Democratic administration or a Republican administration in the future. And maybe they're not as pro-crypto, but we know that we are going to set the legal framework where now this industry can say, okay, I've got the clarity. I know who my regulator is. I don't need to be fearful of an enforcement action now. So now it's that execution. It's, yes, the education has been great. We've done an incredible job through Perry Ann's leadership over 11 years. We've built the roster of champions. Now let's hit the final step and let's get some things signed into law.
Yeah, it feels very much like the chamber's been exercising for this moment for quite some time and is like ready for this next phase. And that's pretty impressive on any measure. And then as we think about this next chapter, how can the community, and this is a very crypto-centric thing because there's this calling, there's this coordination and this community. So it's very crypto in a way of how the chamber operates. And I also love the fact that the best idea always wins. If like there's a friction here, an issue here, you guys are very responsive to that. And so with that, what can the community, what can the chamber do to help you as you kind of get into this next phase?
Show up, do exactly what you're doing today. We are only as effective as the folks who are leading and building in the industry. And so come join us, work with us. It's great that I can go in and the chamber has done an incredible job over these 11 years in building those relationships with policymakers, where now the policymakers trust us. They see us as a trusted resource. Where I view the chamber going is, and what we've been building is that we're just the bridge to making sure that the member companies who are building are the trusted resource. We want to facilitate those introductions. It's great that I can go into a member of Congress's office and talk about from the brain of Cody why they should be pro-digital assets, why they should be pro-Bitcoin, why they should be pro-blockchain. But they need to hear it from the builders themselves. They need to hear it from all of you in the audience. So show up, come to DC. DC, it's very popular in DC to come here right now. It's beautiful. We have, we're able to get into every door on Capitol Hill at the administration. So show up, come join us, work alongside of us, because again, there's only so much we can do as industry, advocates. They need to hear from the folks who are really building.
Awesome. And maybe back to some of the origin story and kind of getting stuff done with the chamber. What advice would you give, Perry Ann, to young entrepreneurs in the space? And I think one thing that's important to note is like most entrepreneurs, most CEOs, young CEOs, don't have the regulatory, kind of political vibe inherently coming out of the box, or like when they graduate or when they think about building something, it's not intuitive to them. And so
like
I think this
I'm
is a great
about.
API for a lot of those entrepreneurs in this space that's moving fast. But what advice would you give to people building the space?
A big part of what we're trying to accomplish right now at the Digital Chamber is what Cody said, establishing that legal framework. We've been operating in an era and regulatory uncertainty and regulation by enforcement for a number of years, which has really driven a lot of activity outside of the United States. But make no mistake, that era is over. It's done. We overcame that. And that was the big message of the digital asset summit at the White House just 2 weeks ago. All the regulators were there, and essentially they were telling the industry, you are welcome here. We want you to innovate. We're not going to come after you just because you're innovating. And that's the environment we fought for so long. So this is a great time to start a company. This is a great time to invest, develop. We want to attract the best talent. We want to attract investment here in the US blockchain economy, and we want to partner with our president to create the US the crypto capital of the world. So I think one thing that's really important is staying to be mission driven, and to me that's something
Guys,
that's
I'm not
so
the one
important
typing, it's
about
their
the
audio.
integrity of what blockchains are. To me, a blockchain creates economic empowerment at a degree that's never been possible before, where everyone is equal on chain. There is no discrimination that happens on chain. It doesn't matter where you're from, how old you are, your gender, how you identify politically. Everyone who has the technical capabilities can participate equally. And this is going to change the way we transact and interact in the digital economy globally. So having companies that can create different products and services that make it easier for people to go and transact on chain, that's the goal. And we want that innovation to happen here. So staying mission driven. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to make money. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to make money in ways that may compromise the mission. Always stay true to the mission. And a big part of that is decentralization and allowing that economic empowerment where everybody can transact equally. I also think something that's really important that we need to address as the industry is growing is ensuring that we are protecting new consumers that come in. The goal now is mass adoption. We want to bring this technology to all the people of the world so they can
She's shaking her
benefit
mic, guys.
from using blockchains. But this is a new technology and there are a lot of risks that come with it. Self-custody, for example, you need to understand how asymmetric keys work. You need to know not to lose your keys because you will lose your crypto. So that education of the masses is really important. We haven't really had an era in the crypto and the blockchain industry where we've been able to communicate to a much broader constituency of people how to use this technology safely. So the companies that are able to get in front of that audience, I think are going to be really critical to the next stage of adoption.
If I could just double down on that, and staying mission driven, this is the time to tell your story. What I have seen be really effective, whether it's policymakers or it's the broader community in terms of adoption, is framing your product or what you're building as the solution to a problem that faces everyday constituents. Whether you're issuing a stable coin, talk about cross-border transactions and remittances. That person in New York who's trying to send money to their family overseas, how they can do so more efficiently and cheaper. So framing every story that you're now telling, and you should be telling the world and screaming it from the mountaintops as, hey, there's a problem that your constituents or this community has been facing for decades, and here's how blockchain technology can solve it. I've seen be really, really effective in getting the message to resonate.
And I think the other thing is just to dream big. And that's my advice to you, Cody, as well, as you're stepping in as CEO in just a couple of days. Dream big. The opportunities are absolutely limitless. Don't limit yourself based on your own thinking.
Get her a new
think
mic,
we have
please.
a chance to make a meaningful impact. Like we've completed our first decade. Cody's coming in on the second decade. And now my vision is on reaching 100. Which is how do we take this technology and make an impact?
Not
on
her
the next
fault. She's barely
generation of
moving. It's the mic.
Americans? And how do we improve the way that we interact and transact that allows people to have that economic empowerment, that self-sovereignty? These are big goals. So dream big, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for the industry, and there's a lot of opportunity for the future of the digital chamber too.
Yeah, and I also feel like there's a big unlock ahead because while the chamber's been toiling and fighting and advancing the ball for the last 10 years, there's a lot of folks that stayed on the sidelines, corporate, Wall Street, et cetera, that are now going to come in. And when they come in, they're like, okay, who should I talk to? You should talk to the chamber, been around for 10 years, this compendium of thought leadership, the membership, the partners. It really makes it like a no-brainer for anybody net new coming in and trying to figure out what's what. So it's that 10 years of investment and time is going to actually continue. That flywheel is going to move. So that's pretty impressive. Cody, what would you say on your vision for what's next? We do a lot of federal stuff, a lot of some global stuff, but there's a big state dynamic that's starting to kick up. How do you think about that?
Huge state component, especially right now when you have a Republican Washington. There's a lot of blue states who may still be, antagonistic towards this technology, who are fighting back. And so we're looking to expand. We have been primarily federal focused, and Washington will always be our bread and butter. But how can we do more to serve the community and to serve our members at the state level? How can we do more internationally? There have been a ton of players in overseas who have been looking to go into the U.S. market, but to your point, Matt, have been reticent. They're like, I don't know if I want to touch that. That regulatory landscape looks scary. So how can we work and look at what's been done effectively internationally? How can we bring that to the U.S.? How can we bring some of those players overseas? How can we make sure that we are advocating at every level of government, whether it's in your local school board, your state government, all the way here to Congress? So that expansion is going to be a critical part of the next 10 years and beyond, to make sure, yes, Washington will always be our bread and butter. This is where Perry Ann started this journey 11 years ago. This is our home, and we will always stay here and have a footprint. But how can we expand the chamber footprint to achieve the goal of mass adoption across the United States, in all 50 states, and across the world?
That's amazing. And the other thing, the way I think about the chamber is it's not all regulatory compliance, political dynamics. It's a proper trade association. And it's like the network of networks in a way where, most people in this room are like a phone call away from, an investor, a partner, another job, et cetera. So this network has been an advantage for a lot of members. And it's like one of the X factors that comes out of the chamber that most people don't think of.
I like to view it as a community.
I didn't,
When a member joins the chamber, they have access to our entire team, but not only our team that has been growing very quickly over the last few months and years, but all of.
Yeah. So bottom line, guys, these people are fighting for that. And everything I've been talking about, right? Everything I've been talking about for years with you guys is what we're finally starting to see now. But we're not, the fight's not over yet. Okay. It's not even close to over yet. The valves that need to take place for young entrepreneurship is, I want to be traveling to universities. I want to be speaking with young entrepreneurs that are in college and have a pathway for them to understand where they need to head to build out this new technology, these Web3 applications. They talked about it here, right? Like young CEOs, like my age and younger, they aren't involved politically, like whatsoever. They also don't even know how to get into the on-ramps of politics to actually make effective change. And so we're still very early before we start seeing that valve start to, I think we're years away from it. I think we're on the precipice of it, but we got a lot of work that needs to be done. We still need to fight as young entrepreneurs and as the working class and middle class, as people that are just investing in the crypto, retail, et cetera. We need to fight for those access points. And so we have the groundwork. Cynthia Lummis, Digital Assets, all these individuals, the Digital Chamber, they have been absolutely crushing it and helping over the last decade to get us where we're at today. But we still have miles and miles and miles to go before we are completely ready here. So let's go ahead and listen. Here we go. This is, we got Caitlin Long on stage. And let me move this over for you guys. And by the way, guys, the volume and mic, that's all on their end. It was just her mic. It wasn't her fault. Her mic was really weak, is what it is. But here's Caitlin Long.
You have a very busy schedule. There's obviously lots
very
of
quiet.
stuff going
Saul, shut up.
on back at your office and on the Hill. So we appreciate your time and thank you for your service and advocacy for the industry. Caitlin, likewise, you have been a staunch advocate of Bitcoin and the crypto community and trying to get us banked.
Yes.
And today we are going to talk about Operation Choke Point 2.0. For those of you who aren't aware of it, it is a name given to a series of activities led by the former administration to effectively incentivize the banks to not provide banking services to Bitcoin miners and other companies in the crypto industry. And it took various shapes and forms, the most prevalent of which was the use of reputational risk as a way to incentivize banks.
Air quotes around that.
Yes.
Reputational risk.
Essentially, we'll be in your office every day if you touch a crypto company, because we view it as risky behavior, as well as a series of other things. Obviously, with the new administration, Congress has been very active in doing hearings. I testified in front of the House subcommittee on the topic, as we as a company were debanked and had to deal with that. But what I'd love to do today is talk to two esteemed experts. Maybe start with you, Senator Haggerty. Obviously, you have a fabulous business background, you have a background in public service, you understand the energy sector, you understand the crypto sector very well, and you're championing the Genius Act today. What are your thoughts on the importance of banking for crypto companies, and what do you see today as still existing of this operation?
Well, if I could just take a step back, you mentioned my background. I started at a place called the Boston Consulting Group many years ago in the financial services practice arena. I actually had the benefit of working with the founder of BCG. And one of the things that he taught me was that if you have a competitive advantage, you supply that advantage. You should really push it forward. You should push it hard. Well, think about the competitive advantage that our capital markets provide the United States. And it's the fuel for capital investment, which is the fuel for economic growth. And when you have innovation in that arena, you should be supporting that innovation. You should be trying to create an ecosystem that helps it thrive. And the previous administration, with this Operation Choke Point 2.0 and other activities that they undertook, really did the exact opposite. They tried to kill an industry that was thriving here. And all of the DNA exists here. And it just broke my heart to come into the Senate and hear company after company, yourself included, talk about what's happening, that, you know, the developers are moving offshore. Someone would leave the United States and go to Portugal to start a business? You've got to be kidding me. Nothing against the Portuguese, but I'm saying, can you imagine innovative high-tech activity like this moving offshore? It was strictly because of the approach, the regulatory approach that the previous administration took.
Like everything
They
I'm saying,
waged
it's real.
war.
Crazy.
And Operation Choke Point 2.0 is essentially the weaponization of the supervisory system in the banking arena. Look, the government regretfully has been weaponized in a number of arenas, and the American public does not like this. It was weaponized to an extent that people like yourselves were basically blocked from the industry. And as I talked with bankers, supervisors with no direction from Congress, but with a whisper, are told that high-risk businesses should be debanked. You look at what happened to Signature Bank and Signet. You look at what happened to all the banks in the industry that were trying to be in a position to actually support, clear, and facilitate this. They were under attack. So it's a disgrace that it ever happened in the United States. I'm thankful that control in the Senate has changed. Sherrod Brown is no longer the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. That's how we were able to get the first major piece of legislation through the Senate Banking Committee. And Elizabeth Warren fought me for 3.5 hours on this, by the way. That we moved it out of committee. Elizabeth was only able to hold 5 Democrats with her. I was able to get 5 Democrats to come over with me. And all the Republicans voted to pass this out on a bipartisan basis. This will be the first major piece of legislation that establishes this industry as one that's credible, one that's going to be supported. Again, stablecoin is just the first step, but it helps us start to build momentum that, again, brings credibility to the industry, and I think sends a very strong message to the marketplace that the United States is going to support this.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Caitlin, you and Custodia Bank fought and continue to fight valiantly to get a master account at the Fed. And that's an ongoing process. I know there's some things you can't comment on about it, but could you just share with the audience a little bit about the history, the background, and how you think some of Operation Choke Point 2.0 is still actually happening?
Right. We were hit by Operation Choke Point 2.0, to your point, in 2 ways. One, we were denied access to a Fed master account, and then we were debanked 5 times in 18 months. 5 times. The Federal Reserve targeted my company, tried to kill us. And there's a debate whether this was retaliation for us daring to pursue our legal rights in court against the Fed, because almost nobody ever sues the Fed. Because I haven't heard of anybody else who's been debanked 5 times. No, in none of those instances due to anything we did wrong. We have a clean, pristine compliance and operating history. When Jay Powell testified to you that the Fed does not tell banks to close accounts, I know that's not true. And in fact, Aaron Klein from the Brookings Institution spoke up and said, it's prima facie not true because the Fed told banks not to bank the cannabis industry. So choke point obviously is more, we're a unique case, I get it, because we did dare to sue the Fed, but the backstory is, and there's reports about this on Fed master account access as well. Senator Toomey forced the Fed to disclose who owns master accounts. Lo and behold, there are dozens of legally ineligible holders of Fed master accounts.
Of course.
And the Fed is denying legally eligible holders access.
Corruption.
That's the lawsuit. The Monetary Control Act of 1980 created a grand bargain between the banking industry and at the time, the thrift industry, because Volcker could not control the growth of M2, so he wanted the banks to come inside the system. And at the time, the thrifts were outside the system, creating a lot of M2, and inflation was raging in the late 70s, so there was a grand bargain in the Monetary Control Act of 1980 that every legal depository institution got access to a Fed master account, and that's how the Fed controlled inflation. But the Fed it discovered new power. It reinterpreted the Monetary Control Act about 10 years ago. And suddenly there's a lot of litigation about master accounts. That's why, because for 35 years, the Fed did not leave anybody out, and it started to pick and choose who it wanted to leave out. And now that we have the disclosure of who has Fed master accounts, we now know there are dozens of legally ineligible ones. There's a lot of corruption in Fed master accounts.
100%.
Obviously, this is still going on today.
Yep.
We've heard stories, I believe somebody posted on Twitter, or sorry, X, old dog, new tricks, that they were denied banking.
Yes.
We have OCC has clearly stated they have a new set of guidelines. The FDIC has a new set of guidelines, but the Fed has yet to issue any new guidelines. So this seems to be setting up a little bit of a potentially a battle royale, maybe between the White House and the Fed. Senator Hagee, we all know the Fed is meant to be independent. We also know they have at times done political things. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, President Trump has been clear about the role of the Fed chair and his intention to let Jay Powell serve his term. But if you just look at the level below,
30 minutes to Michael Saylor, guys.
Clearly exceeded his authority, his supervisory authority. My argument was he should have been fired immediately. Barr was smart enough to
And KJ, I'll answer in a second.
Position because he knew it was coming. I argued to the president, you should fire this guy from this position right away. It's clear that there are situations there that need to be addressed. They need to be addressed in a radical fashion. I just had the candidate for our next OCC chair in my office earlier today. I think the message is going to permeate the system pretty clearly as the president's team comes into office. And there needs to be coordination at a variety of levels. But this is one that doesn't require a lot of coordination. This is one that just simply requires clarity. The market's not accepting this. I'm certainly not accepting it. The White House isn't accepting it. And the regulators, as we put them into office, will not accept it either. So the standards are changing broadly across the industry. And I think the message will be heard.
Yeah. So another step forward here, we mentioned earlier, stablecoins. Obviously, this is a core part of your work that you're doing. And I know also, Caitlin, you have recently been very involved in the release or the announcement of AVAX.
Mm-hmm.
Share with us a little bit about AVAX and this concept of cash versus non-cash.
Thank you, man.
Yes.
You want to hop in?
What is a bank? A bank is a special type of corporation that is legally bestowed with the right to issue dollars. And up until recently, every crypto company was a non-bank. The Special Purpose Depository Institution Charter in Wyoming, which is one of the bank charters that crypto companies can get, we are depository institutions. We are legally bestowed with the right to issue dollars. So Governor Waller of the Fed created a dichotomy in his stablecoin speech a couple of weeks ago, which I think is accurate, or it certainly was at the time, that banks issue dollars, non-banks issue synthetic dollars. So if a bank then issues a tokenized bank deposit, that's a dollar. That's different than a non-bank issuing a synthetic dollar.
And to be clear, for example, a synthetic dollar, because it is not cash, you have to essentially look at cap gains and other issues. And granted, a stable coin is always going to be worth $1, but it's more the
I should be
capable
moderating.
exercise around it. And
Yeah, the bill that I've got forward, which I'm very optimistic that will get passed very soon, has two different lanes for regulation, depending on whether you're a bank or a non-bank. And if you're a non-bank, you're regulated by the OCC. You can imagine with the conversation I was having with the incoming director, and both are pegged to the dollar, whether you're OCC regulated non-bank or whether you're regulated by the Fed. You both of them have to back it up with cash or short-term treasuries.
Yes.
And so these are going to be, very clearly strong, stable currencies, stable coins. And I'm very optimistic that these two paths can coexist side by side, and the industry will flourish as a result.
so as we look forward, obviously,
Let me explain that a little bit, because they're not going to explain that in depth. I think non-banks should be able to issue stablecoins. I think corporations on a massive, large tech scale should be able to launch stablecoins. I think X should be able to launch a stablecoin. Now, we need the regulatory framework for that. But within these tokenized systems, as we create these, one, it's going to benefit banks. At the end of the day, guys, we have to be. That's the route we're going, right? But what we can actually start eliminating with these stablecoin and tokenization systems is eliminating all the middlemen, the Stripe payments, the fee transactions, and the 10 to 30% sometimes in fees that go back to middlemen, insurance companies, or Stripe payment services for these corporations. So it's very important that they're establishing these frameworks, because what needs to happen after these frameworks exist is someone needs to educate the industries on how to actually adopt these. So whether it's a Nike, or if it's an MLB sport, or if it's a certain industry, we need the education and the framework in terms of education set up as well. So that way nobody is left out from these banks and reliant on these banks. But they're explaining it pretty well. Imagine if, for example, a SaaS model, instead of taking US dollar, putting that into a bank account, which has no yield aspect to it necessarily, and they have to pay a ridiculous transaction cost through Stripe payments and all these services to approve these transactions. Instead, it was just on a smart contract protocol on a tokenized, stable product. What can then happen is now these companies could build treasuries and have a stabilized yield generating product that they can use to either reinvest back to that product or add it to within their balance sheet. Bitcoin reserves, the US Treasury, short-term treasuries, etc. It's a whole new application that hasn't really existed that will allow companies to prosper in entirely new ways. And that's the functionality you got to think of. So I'm building FOMO. FOMO's long-term vision idea is a decentralized widget social media system, where a problem right now within the industry is you guys as an individual, let's say you guys, let's just use me as an example, right? You guys love following my content. A lot of you only follow my content on one platform. It might be YouTube, it might be TikTok, it might be Twitter, it might be Instagram, it might be Telegram, it might be Discord. But you're using 5, 6 different applications. And then you're using TradingView. You're using, 40 different platforms. You could be maybe you're a cook, right? Maybe you're using 40 different websites to just get recipes and cooking and whatnot. What we're developing is a system that centralizes all that, and you can customize your widget platforms for your social medias. So you can have all your social medias in one place, but what you want to see. So maybe you want to follow one person on Facebook, but you only want to follow that person there because you don't really use Facebook, but you want that information, and you can have it at the same web page as you have it on Twitter, right? There's tokenized products within that generate yield off stablecoins that would eliminate the Stripe payments, that would allow us to build balance sheets and create tokenized gamified experiences on a retail scale. Now, I'm not going to break out all that because obviously I have pitch decks and private stuff and things that we're building. I don't want to share too much information. But those are the things that young Web3 entrepreneurs, and I've met with other people that are 22 years old and worth $300 million, way more successful than me. But I've sat in these rooms, and every single time we have these conversations, it always results in, well, I have to do it in Dubai. Well, I have to do it in Singapore. So, while you listen to these people speak and say, oh, it's open in the US, build in the US. Yes, we can start building in the US, but I'm 27 and I am built multiple. I'm someone that's here every single day, live streaming and going to every single conference. And I have no idea, which is not good, on what the framework is to set up an entity here, get access. Where should I go? Like, for example, Silicon Valley. Do I go to New York? Where do I go to have these conversations? Because every time I go to these digital blockchain summits, every time I go to one of these conferences, it's, hey, I got investors in Dubai. Hey, I got investors in Japan. Hey, I got investors in South Korea. Never the United States. And so that is where I keep saying, I love these moderation panels, but these are bankers and people that are already established within a TradFi system. All of the young entrepreneurs, they're coming out of college, or maybe they're not even in college, but they're just in their young 20s and they've built a really legitimate product. They're not in this TradFi cult. TradFi is a cult. You cannot access that cult unless you build up from within. If you are somebody if you're an outsider, they're hyenas, dude. If you go, I've pitched the companies in the US and I've gotten offers. I go to Dubai, like, oh, you want this for this set amount of price? Great. Let's negotiate around that range. You go to a US-based company, they're like, I want 30% equity and I want to take control and I want to literally, I'm going to take control of your entire entity. No? Cool. Go elsewhere. That is the gap we're talking about. So that is what needs to change. And it's good to see all these TradFi people building and changing that policy, but there is nobody representing the young entrepreneur, because all of the people that are in these positions of policies and legislation are 50 plus years old. Maybe they're in their young, right? We have obviously the digital summit and everything, or the whoever just spoke before this, maybe in her 30s. But there is some younger folk, but it's not a lot. And that is the gap that needs to be filled. Universities need to be spoken to. These kids need to know how, if they want to build a system, this is where you go to learn about it. This is how you get access to this broader network and investors, right? And that is something I hope we can change here. But let's see what they're saying.
So that we're ready for AI, so that we're ready for quantum computing. I have Oak Ridge National Lab in my state. I want to see this sort of innovation happen over and over and grow and grow. This is a reason that XAI locates in Memphis, Tennessee. We're going to have to build that energy infrastructure, and we need it with all of the above. And if you look at what happened in the last administration, the war that was
This
waged
thing not
on
going to break
fossil
out. It
fuel,
wants to, dude.
the reluctance to do anything in
SPX got
nuclear.
denied.
I want to see a small modular reactor in Tennessee as quickly as possible. That's where we need to go. If I could wave the wand, that energy infrastructure would be in place already, but we're making it happen.
Amen.
One of our lead developer on Avid is one of your constituents. He's in Tennessee. I think back on the bank regulation specifically, putting bank regulatory guidance in writing and then have it released in arrears. That's Austin Campbell's idea, is a good idea. It acts again as a check and balance against a regulator that happens to be overreaching. Again, not all of them are. It has been politicized senior executives, and a lot of you are stuck in the whole Bank Secrecy Act and customer identification challenge. If financial institutions were able to share information instead of having to authenticate every single time and do our own BSA, that would also help a lot. It would cut a lot of cost and enable more credit and services to be put into small banks and community banks if they didn't have such high regulatory cost.
Great use of the blockchain for the banking industry.
Indeed.
Absolutely. With that, I would thank you very much, Senator Haggerty. I understand you have a busy schedule ahead of you today, so thank you for your time again. Caitlin, thank you for all you do for the industry, both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tired of platforms silencing your favorite creators? Want a place where your voice actually matters? It's time to switch to Rumble, the video platform built for free speech and real engagement. On Rumble, you get access to exclusive content, viral videos, breaking news, and live streams from top creators, all without censorship or hidden algorithms controlling what you see. No more suppression, no more content being buried. Just the videos you want, when you want them. Join millions who are already making the switch and take back control of your feed. Download Rumble today on the App Store or Google Play and experience video the way it was meant to be. Rumble, protecting a free and open internet.
All right. How about that last panel? That was no shortage of excitement to come in the coming years here with respect to banking and finance. Our next panel, we have Global Crypto Leadership. This is a conversation with Richard Tang, who's the CEO of Binance, and Perry Ann Boring.
Richard Tang is a GOAT. He is responsible for most of the regulatory framework around the world, including Abu Dhabi and Singapore. Absolute genius here, dude.
All right. Well, thank you, Preston. Richard, we're pleased to have you here. Thank you for being here in Washington, D.C.
Thanks for having me here.
This is your first talk in Washington as the CEO of Binance. So there's a lot to talk about. And I mean, first and foremost, we appreciate that you're here and that you're in person and that you're continuing to have a relationship with the US.
No, first of all, just let me thank you for the invite and kudos.
Oh my God. Guys, hit that like button, repost if you're on X while they lag. It is just the Digital Asset Summit that's lagging. It's not on me. Come on. Come on, Rumble. Come on, Rumble. You got this. You got this. You can do it. You can do it. What the heck?
I'm a weatherman.
I'm getting an ad.
More students taking the ACT college admission test. Why? I'm a weatherman.
I skipped an ad to get another ad.
Taking the ACT college admission test. Why?
What is happening, bro?
And I support more students taking the ACT college admission test. Why? The ACT has more questions, and you can get some wrong and still do pretty well, like me. All sunny skies today.
0% chance. Win! Back to you!
The SAT gives you only one question per reading passage. The ACT gives you multiple questions. That's multiple chances to get things right. Take the test with less pressure. Go to ACT.org.
That was 3 ads, dude. ACT.
Richard
There we
is
go.
now at the helm as the CEO. People are from this crowd may be familiar with CZ, the founder, and the previous
What is
CEO.
happening to
So
this
I really
stream,
wanted
dude?
to give you the opportunity to share a little bit about yourself so we can learn about Richard. And what's really interesting about Richard is your background is a financial regulator. You've spent the majority of your career as a regulator. You're Singaporean. You started at the Monetary Authority of Singapore, which that is the central bank and the financial regulator for the country of Singapore. You were there for about 13 years, and you were there during a very critical time of Singaporean history. So tell us a little bit about that, because I think the early, several decades ago, Singapore was really a small village.
Yeah.
And today it is a global financial superpower. And the work of the regulator, MAS, was really critical to that. So tell us about that.
Sure. So I worked as a financial services regulator for about 27 years of my career, right, before I joined Binance. And I started my career in 1994 with the Monetary Authority of Singapore. What is unique as the central bank and financial services regulator in Singapore, distinct from the rest of the world, is that not only has it in its mission trying to make sure that it manages systemic risk, but also trying to grow the Singapore financial sector, right? So it has a developmental role above its risk and regulatory role. So that's very, very unique. So my formative years in MES, I think, is from who am I today, right? So I think it's quite interesting. I joined in 1994, and Singapore then was going through a big shift. Right? So if I can bring you back then, Tokyo was the preeminent center in Asia Pacific in terms of financial center. Hong Kong was a strong number 2. Singapore was just a regional center then. So, but we lay our foundation. I was part of that. I was very, very fortunate to say that, look, our ambition is to become the global asset management hub of the world, a global private banking, reinsurance, commodities, trading hub, etc. But these are foundational layer that needs a lot of time and energy to build, right? So we went through a big bang. We tried to consolidate all the local banks into 2 or 3 stronger banks to compete internationally. We merged the local exchanges, the derivatives, and the spot or equities exchange into one. And for all my sins, I was pushed to New York for 2 years to try to bring in all the big players to relocate to Singapore. And we discovered a lot of problems of people not wishing to be in Singapore. They want to be in Hong Kong, they want to be in Tokyo. And there are multiple reasons why, right? So Singapore is an extremely boring place. There are not that many restaurants. There's a lack of international schools. The floor sector district in Singapore then was Raffles Place for people that know the landscape very well. So then we have to redesign to say, let's come up with Marina Bay Financial Center with larger floor plates so that the banks can base their treasury operations out of those.
My God, Rumble's internet.
For the private banking clients, there's
This is Rumble, guys. It's not us. It's not us. I don't know what's going on with their app right now, dude, but they are trash today, dude. This page is glitching for me. Yeah, they are. I don't know if they just lost it. They might have just lost it. So yeah, guys, we got CEO of Binance speaking right now, and then Michael Saylor. But Rumble's having massive issues with their framing right now. So we will see again in 2 seconds here. Let me see if there's another page I can actually look at this on. So Richard Tang, show more. Nope. Close, open back up. Not this again.
And I support more students taking the ACT college admission test. Why? I'm a weatherman. And I support more students taking the ACT college admission test. Why? The ACT has more questions, and you can get some wrong and still do pretty well, like me. All sunny skies today.
0% chance. Win! Back to you!
The SAT gives you only one question per reading passage. The ACT gives you multiple questions. That's multiple chances to get things right. Take the test with less pressure. Go to ACT.org today.
I'm a scientist, and I support more students taking the ACT college admission test because the SAT doesn't even have a science section. Are you kidding me? Science is one of the top majors at the Ivy League. Learn more about the ACT today at ACT.org.
I'm okay.
The risks and the regulatory aspect of it, to the risks and the regulatory aspect of it. But you must grow. At the end of the day, financial sector is there because of growth and because regulators don't regulate to the ground. Because if you regulate to the ground, there's simply no industry and nothing to regulate, right? You must have
How are we
dynamic
at a tech conference
industry so that regulators can play its part to foster that economy.
Right. I think there's so many different parallels that we can learn from that experience that apply to the crypto industry today. And of course, our president, Donald Trump, wants to make the US the crypto capital of the world. And it's one thing to say you want to do that, but in terms of actually executing that, there's a lot of things in the infrastructure that need to be put in place. And Singapore is...
The ministers there and the chairman that was overseeing Abu Dhabi global markets, why choose the Asian face? I thought you have to take a Caucasian, somebody from London or something. And his explanation was quite simple. He said, in the last 50 years, right, nobody has done it better. I mean, there are similarities between UAE and Singapore. It's more domestic economy. You have to execute. You have to run faster than the rest. You have to be a hub instead of just serving the domestic market. But nobody has done it as well as Singapore. And yet you bring with you the Singapore experience of how to grow a financial center. And in that part of the world, if you understand the landscape, you have Dubai that's been in that game for more than 15 years ahead of Abu Dhabi in building that international center. So we have to do things very, very differently, which is why I make it a task to say that we have to be a very innovative financial center. We have to embrace the future of finance. We have to support things like fintech, crypto. And I learned about crypto in the United States, right? So every year I attend a big powwow within the futures industry called the Futures Industry Association in Boca Raton. And in the 2017 edition, I learned about crypto. And the more I learn about it, I really believe that this is going to be the future of finance, right? But for it to go mainstream, you need two elements to come into play. One, regulatory clarity, and secondly, institutional adoption. So I mean, I play my part to come out with one of the first in the world crypto framework that's very comprehensive in nature to really support the industry. And hopefully with that, the institutions will understand it and embrace it. And we saw a landmark shift last year, 2024, where all the institutions start to embrace this space. So it's heartening to see all these new developments.
Yeah, we did see that.
Yeah.
And especially over the past several years when there was a very hostile environment here in the United States, we saw a lot of companies go to the UAE. And I think a big part of that was just because of the work that ADGM had laid to provide that regulatory clarity so people can go to market with certainty, legal certainty, know the rules to the road, and be able to operate in a a compliant and predictable way. And now the UAE is absolutely a hub for the crypto space. And you joined the crypto industry several years ago, and you've become the CEO of the largest crypto company in the world, or at least the largest crypto exchange in the world.
Guys, I'm on Rumble.
Why did you
What do you
make
mean there's
that
no lag?
switch from
This is Rumble.
working more, as a regulator, more in the traditional space? Like, what led you to get into crypto? Like, what about this industry resonated with you?
So I think firstly, as I mentioned, I always believed that this is going to be the future of finance, right? And it is developing very quickly. So it's going to be quite interesting to be part of the industry to support future innovation and growth, right? But also because, a mutual friend of ours, mutual friend of CZ and myself, introduced us when I went back from Abu Dhabi to Singapore, and CZ was staying in Singapore then. And that meeting, which is supposed to be a short lunch, turned into a 2.5 hours session. And then subsequently, I discovered how long 2.5 hours is in CZ's timing horizon, right? Because he's so intense, his meetings are 5, 10, 15 minutes. So I spent 2.5 hours with him, and he came across as extremely open, extremely transparent, down to earth, and very humble, right? About his vision for the future, what he wants finance to be. And the more I have chats with him subsequently, the more I bought into what he wants to do. And he invited me to be part of the team. I said, why not? It's going to be fun and exciting. At least have a go at it.
Has it met your expectations?
It's great. It's fun. When I first joined Binance, one of my fellow colleagues tell this to me. He said, the crypto industry is a bit like Jurassic Park, right? I said, why? Why is it like Jurassic Park? It's like, you're not sure what animals are lurking. There's plenty of dangers around the corner. Things are moving very fast. But at the very least, we give you the right weapons and arsenal so that you can defend yourself. You can go out and hunt, and you're going to have plenty of fun in the interim, right? So that's part of the journey.
I have not heard the Jurassic Park analogy, but I love it, and it absolutely applies. Well, I mean, it's not lost on me. We're here in DC, the capital of the United States, and Binance doesn't actually operate in the United States.
Yes.
And there is a little bit of a challenged relationship. As I'm sure most people are aware, Binance settled with the US government in 2013, and part of that was you were not going to operate in the United States. So let's just maybe talk about that chapter. And that's also the transition when CZ left as the CEO, and now you're the CEO. So tell us about that time, and tell us about how you're now leading the company post the settlement.
So we settled in 2023. So if I can bring you back, Binance is a relatively young company, right? So we're going to celebrate our 8-year anniversary in July this year. So when CZ started the firm with other co-founders right about July of 2017, the landscape is totally different, right? So crypto adoption is less than 1% globally. If you think about rules and regulations now, people are still debating what form of rules and regulations to come out for this space. In 2017 is totally different narrative, right? The regulators are not paying attention, the institutions are not embracing this, the rules are nascent at best, if not, there's no development on that front. So we operate in a very different landscape at that point in time. And those early days, we have underinvested in terms of compliance because, again, the rules are not so clear in some aspects of it. And I think what's important for financial institutions, and financial institutions trip over all the time, is that we learn from those past mistakes, we acknowledge them, we make heavy investments in them, and we correct path. And, to try to institutionalize the firm and try to ensure its longevity, right? So we have done all those things. We have now made huge investment into our compliance function. So if you think about our global headcount, it's about 6,000 now, serving 266 million users globally. Last year, we did 30 trillion in terms of our global trading volume. So we are huge. So out of that 6,000, close to 1,400 colleagues of mine now are involved in the compliance space. So it's close to 25% of total staff. So it's very heavy commitment and investment into that space, right? Because the direction of travel is very clear. One, there's going to be increasing competitive advantage for ourselves. We are the most regulated company globally now in 22 different jurisdictions, spanning Asia Pacific, Latin America, Middle East, North Africa, different parts of Europe, etc., etc. And we continue to invest very heavily in that space. And we have again changed from a founder CEO-led firm to now a board of directors-led lead firm, right? So myself, the senior management team within the company,
It's
report
internet,
to the board
dude.
directors, 7 members, including 3 independent directors and independent chairman. And together we chart the path forward. And I think it's going to be a very interesting path. We have seen very huge trajectory in terms of growth. So when I took over in November of 2023, we are right about 150 million users. We are now 265. So last year alone, we grew by more than 70 million new users globally. And we continue to see the momentum going forward.
And we've seen that investment that Binance has made, and at your leadership. I mean, you guys are members of the Digital Chamber, and I've personally met with a lot of the new people that you've brought in, and you've brought in some extremely well qualified, highly experienced compliance folks that are making sure you're making those investments in the right area and ensuring that Binance is a safe place for the crypto industry and for users to interact and to transact. I think one thing that's important to put into context is just the magnitude of Binance's market dominance. You talked about your user base over, you said 220.
You jinxed it. You jinxed it, K-Jam. You had to jinx it, K-Jam. You had to jinx it. At least the audio's fine. Cut. My goodness, dude. The most interesting conversation, and we can't even listen to it. W's in the chat. W's in the chat there, guys.
And Binance does, according to CoinMarketCap, so correct me if this is wrong, it was like 7.7 billion daily trading volume. And then Coinbase, which is the largest US exchange, does about 870 million. So you're not just bigger, you're like 8 times bigger.
Yeah, my data, I'm not quite sure what data you're looking at. Are you looking at just spot, or does it include derivatives? But if you
Dude, this is
include both,
insane.
we do about 65 billion on average a day.
Yeah. And it's going back to the president's mission. If the US wants to be the crypto capital of the world, I think a part of that is we have to work with the largest companies in the world. Otherwise, how are we going to have the right infrastructure for the US to be that dominant market player, which may or may not be your goal, but that is Donald Trump's goal. And we want to support him at the Digital Chamber with achieving that. And I think it's really, I mean, it kind of seems like it's the US's loss that Americans don't have access to the largest and deepest liquidity pools, which are on Binance. So what is your message to you're here in DC, what is your message to the United States?
Also globally, I think even at a global level, without us being in the United States, we have benefited so much from the clarity that's now coming out from the US and the pro-crypto stance that President Trump has adopted. Actually, I have a pin that says 47.
47, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so it's gifted to me. So we have, as a company, we have benefited because there's a new optimism globally. And a lot of countries that doesn't have crypto regulations have now actually approached us as an entity because we're the most regulated globally to get us to help them to come up with framework.
Yeah.
Right? Because they now understand the importance of supporting crypto as well as AI on that front to bring in new foreign direct investments, right? So with US looking at not only on the regulatory front, but also in terms of investments, right? Be it in terms of strategic asset reserves or asset stockpile, as you call it. I think the other sovereign wealth funds, the other nation states are looking at this space very seriously. Corporate treasuries, institutions, family office, they're all starting to think of how much to allocate to this space.
NASDAQ
So
getting
it's very
eat
exciting
right now, dude.
even with us being in the US, right? But you said it very well. Given US ambition to be the crypto capital of the world, we want, as the largest crypto ecosystem globally, we want to be very supportive of that ambition. And I think together, we're going to see a lot of growth. I make it my mission when I became the CEO to really, other than making sure that our users have the best, most secure platform to trade on with the best product features, other than working with global regulators to come out with standards and rules that really support the innovative part of crypto while managing the risk aspect, is also working with global partners to really embrace and support development and deployment in this space. Because the more that we can work and partner together to grow this space, the more dynamic this space is, everybody stands to benefit.
Way
so we
down,
want to make sure
we
that
go.
everyone benefit from this growth in crypto.
Way
And we
down.
are willing to play our part in that.
We have to wrap in just a couple of seconds, but I did want to make sure we had a second to talk about really headline news that Binance just made. You just announced your first ever institutional investment. $2 billion was invested into Binance by the UAE's sovereign wealth fund. So there's been a lot of market making news by the Trump administration. Now the UAE is making news. How do you translate that from a geopolitical perspective?
Well, I think it's also part of the bigger narrative that, the institutions are coming. The institutions are embracing. So MGX, as all of you know, is a major powerhouse in the AI and advanced technology investment space. So I think together with them being a strategic minority investor in Binance, we're also looking at the greater convergence that's going to take place between finance, blockchain, and AI, right? So we are really pushing forth with the agenda. It's the first in many sense, right? It's the first institutional investment into Binance. It's the largest of its kind in terms of investment, $2 billion. And also it's the first investment that's paid fully in stablecoin, in cryptocurrency. So I think there are many fears coming out from that investment. So the future is extremely bright.
Thank you so much, Richard, for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. We have about a 5-minute break before the next one starts up. It's going to be the Bitcoin Act, so don't go far. And shortly after that, we have Michael Saylor and Cynthia Lummis that are going to be up on stage. That one starts at 3:10. So just a real quick break to swap out the room. And
all righty. All right, guys. Michael Saylor up next. Maybe he's going to talk about GameStop buying more Bitcoin than them. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, that was Richard Tang, guys. That was Richard Tang. Pretty good. Pretty cool to see. Pretty cool to see. Pretty cool to be. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Pat? Do you know what I'm saying? I think you know what I'm saying. All right, let's get out of this real quick. We're going to refresh the Rumble live stream. So that way the ads can play through. The heck is this? What am I watching right now? Can I skip this? I can't skip this. I can skip that one. There we go. So we are back to real time here, it looks like. Boom. There we go. Yeah, markets are getting wrecked here. Answer question for shortcoin. Shortcoin. Where's what was the question? Repost the question. I don't see it in the chat. Are we effed again? We're not effed at all, guys. I mean, I'm looking at the minute time frame, so just breathe if you guys are freaking over the trading here, or the not the trading, the price here. Dude, Bitcoin's just falling the SPX. SPX is tanking hard right now. Got a little buying pressure here coming in. Broke out of this channel here to the upside, came down, retested here. So you're looking actually like it might be finding a bottom here. Not necessarily sure here though. I mean, it's markets are just worried about tariffs. They're worried about tariffs, and 5 minutes looking pretty good here. Getting a bit of a bullish divergence on the 5 minute on the SPX. So maybe we're going to end a little bit higher here towards the last hour of the market open, or hour and a half. And Bitcoin just following suit here. You know, Bitcoin's not super volatile. But again, I would not be shocked, chat. What do I keep telling you guys, right? What do I keep telling you? The futures gap, right? So kind of expecting this to fill. I'm kind of expecting this to fill here at $84,500. So would be normal for every altcoin to drop by about 10% and Bitcoin to drop by about 4% and fill this gap here and just follow suit with the SPX, which also needs to fill the gap at 56.67 here. So nothing out of the ordinary for the market movement. This is just price action. There's no bullish analysis here today, guys. Your next bullish move here is going to be probably the end of the week. You can look at the stock market here today. Let's go to business here. Let's see why we're moving a little bit. It's just more tariff conversations probably. Let's see. That's the wrong one. Stock market slid, NASDAQ-led stock slid as Trump set, again, tariff announcements for auto manufacturers. We don't know how big or small they will be, so markets are just pricing those in. He'll probably talk about those after markets. I'm going to guess about 4:30, so we might watch those live. Tariffs on copper imports could be coming within several weeks, month ahead of the deadline of implementing for measures. Tariff conversations, guys. Just the tariff conversations. That seems about it. What is this? NVIDIA crashed because Chinese environmental rules could impact giants in China. That's interesting. Interesting. We'll see if that actually rolls through. So, yeah, I mean, that's really, you're just watching the market do market things. Where's the SPX right now again? So right under 5,700. Losing that is not too pretty. The NASDAQ getting pummeled today. Now the NASDAQ, again, primarily down because if you look at your Magnificent Seven, NVIDIA is down 6%. Meta's down 7%. Man, oh man, oh man. Tesla down 6%. I mean, it just had a really good week, though, to be fair. Tesla's up like 25%. So, yeah, just markets following markets, guys. It's until the trade wars are over, it's going to be volatile like this. But I don't expect us to break below 77K. I expect us to be, we're in a trading, we're in purgatory, right? You guys saw my video. I put that video out now weeks ago, maybe a month ago. But is the, no, I think it was 2 weeks ago. The purgatory environment of being stuck between 77K and 91K. We're just going to ping pong, consolidate, and until we get the tariff trade wars over and the macroeconomic data in, it's going to be just kind of volatile as we watch these liquidation models. And you guys know I trade liquidations. Right now, again, most of that is going to be to the downside here. I'm not logged into FOMO mode, or else I would use FOMO mode here because I like our chart a little bit better. But going to the, which one is it? Is it this one? Liquidation heat. Here you go. 24-hour time frame, support at 86K. We're eating through liquidity down to 85. Yeah, so it just makes sense to fill that futures gap. There is liquidity opening up above us, though. So to say that we're out of the, we're not going to bounce back up to 88K here or even $90,000 over the course of the next 3 days. I want to be shocked. So we're just chasing liquidations. That's literally all that's happening right now is markets are just chasing liquidations. And that's it. We are dumping now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, we are. How much bigger is Binance over the other exchanges? Massively. It's not even in scale in comparison. Coinbase would be the second biggest one. I'd imagine like 3 times larger than Coinbase minimum. I should have left my Ondo short open, dude. I would have been up massively right now. I closed it right here. I thought we were gonna double bottom. That would have been a $2,000 trade here. Let's see what we got. Let me see. Make some calls here. Bitcoin's plummeting. Bitcoin's plummeting. Good old crash, dude. Buy the dip. Well, this isn't really a dip. If you want to do a dip, where's your daily? Again, under 80K, chat. I mean, that's when we've been primarily buying. But under 80K, I think is an absolute steal. This probably, again, I expect that futures gap to break down, which is, well, technically it's at this lower range. So we could bounce off that, to be honest with you. But your bull div came back. I don't know. We got some support at about 86K here. 86, 85.7. So tread carefully. Tread carefully. Tread carefully. Oh, that's a 5 minute. 5 minutes overextended. 1 minute overextended. Interesting. Interesting. Interessante. Interessante. All right. Rumble back yet? Not back yet. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm caught up all the way. There we go. Actually, be careful of that. I don't know if that's copyrighted or not. Don't know if that was copyrighted or not. Market manipulation. Yeah, I mean, again, guys, you're just trading against market makers. This is why I don't expect us to go to 180K this cycle. Just by the way, it's like once we're at 120, imagine the selling pressure, right? Hit live on Rumble, Josh. Isn't this live, homie? Is there a live button? You trolling me? Bro's trolling me right now. Not really dumping, but it's moving down. Yes. Yes. Bottom left video screen. Live stream. Oh, thank you. Here we go.
Or increasing government debt. The Bitcoin.
And I broke it. It broke it. You know, K-Jam, you be breaking a lot of things lately. You be breaking these a lot. You be breaking it. You be breaking it, man.
Bitcoin Act is designed to be
go.
budget neutral, relying on Federal Reserve remittances, which exceeded $76 billion in 2023, gold certificate revaluations, unlocking additional
Appreciate
capital
you, K-Jam.
without new spending,
Thank you, Billy.
and updates to the Exchange Stabilization Fund. These mechanisms allow us to build a strategic reserve without burdening taxpayers, while also potentially offsetting long-term national debt. I want to acknowledge Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, someone who has been a true champion of digital financial innovation. Senator Lummis has tirelessly advocated for responsible digital asset policy and helped elevate these conversations in Congress. Her leadership in introducing the Bitcoin Act in the Senate last year laid the foundation for the progress that we're making together today. With the reintroduction of this bill, we're moving in tandem, committed to ensuring that America leads in the digital financial frontier. Support for Bitcoin, blockchain, and innovative technologies extends beyond key leaders in the Congress. Earlier this month, many of you will know that President Donald J. Trump signed an executive order to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve and a U.S. digital asset stockpile, a historic decision that formalized the role of digital assets as a part of our national economic strategy. But it's the Bitcoin Act that turns this vision into durable law, locking in America's role as a leader in the digital economy. Foundation of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, of course, is blockchain technology, a powerful tool for transparency, accountability, and security. Whether we're talking about Bitcoin or broader digital asset ecosystems, blockchain provides the opportunity for us to build trust into decentralized systems, not only between parties, but into the very infrastructure of government and finance. Blockchain empowers us to work smarter, automate processes, and minimize the inefficiencies inherent in legacy systems. It has the potential to revolutionize industries from supply chains to healthcare to voting systems and much more. In an age where trust in institutions is declining, blockchain offers a compelling solution, technology that holds everyone accountable automatically. And we must continue to work to infuse this immutable ledger technology throughout industry and government as a part of the effort to restore that trust. Of course, that trust also demands that blockchain be developed in ways that protect anonymity, personal privacy, and individual sovereignty, respecting the constitutionally protected rights of the individual. The Blockchain Summit is an important opportunity to continue this work in a collaborative spirit. America must innovate, act strategically, and embrace the technologies that will define the next century of economic leadership. To everyone here today, builders, thinkers, policymakers, thank you for the work that you do. As we move ahead, let's make sure America remains the global innovation capital while instantiating her foundational principles of liberty, sovereignty, privacy, and limited government. I know that you share these values as a community, and when we develop your solutions with these principles in mind, know that you will truly have the opportunity to change the world. Thank you.
All right, that's pretty exciting. We have another exciting panel coming up. This is Bitcoin as a strategic reserve, policy, adoption, and the future. We have Michael Saylor from Strategy. We have U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming, and it's moderated by Jason Les, from the CEO of Riot. So give a warm welcome to the panel.
Senator Lummis and Michael Saylor, thank you for joining us today. I don't think anyone has done more than Bitcoin adoption than you two in your respective worlds. Senator Lummis, you've influenced the majority of the GOP, I believe, to be pro-Bitcoin. We call that orange pilling, and to anyone who doesn't know the term yet, through your leadership in Congress. Michael, you have led the charge for Bitcoin in corporate America. We just saw results of this yesterday with GameStop. You've led the charge for Bitcoin in corporate America and on Wall Street. So I'm really excited to dive into a very important topic that's gotten a lot of attention recently, the strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think that's something we all on this stage agree is a fantastic proposal. I think the audience, the industry more broadly supports as well. So Senator Lummis, earlier this month, you reintroduced legislation, the Bitcoin Act, that would direct the Treasury Department to purchase 1 million Bitcoin. And since there's ever only going to be 21 million Bitcoin, this is 5% of the global supply. And Michael, building on this effort, you recently laid out a path for the United States to become a Bitcoin superpower. So let's just start with the most straightforward question. Senator Lummis, why does the United States need a strategic Bitcoin reserve?
We have a strategic oil reserve. We have a strategic gold reserve. We have a strategic cheese reserve. Bitcoin is digital gold. Bitcoin is easy to store. It is immutable. It is scarce. We can protect it in individual vaults that can be secure and hold it for 20 years. If it is held for 20 years, pursuant to the best modeling available, we can reduce our national debt by half. Now, for me, I get into cash and put it on as an elected official in the Wyoming legislature when I was 24 years old in 1979. And I've always been looking for ways that government can balance their budgets. Wyoming's always been able to because we have mineral wealth. And when we harvest that mineral wealth, we were able to ground. And at that time,
what is happening?
A fully diversified.
There it goes. I knew it was gonna cut out. It's being like all laggy, dude. And Michael Saylor in some deep thought, bro. Some deep thought out
now
here.
Bitcoin definitely serves that role. Now I'm in a branch of government, the federal government, that is $36 trillion in debt. I am embarrassed. I don't want to pass that debt on to your generation, my daughter's generation, my grandsons. And I've kind of been looking for the Bitcoin strategic reserve my whole life to find a way to give a more financially sound government to my daughter and my grandsons. And thanks to people like Michael Saylor, who have just been trailblazers in recognizing and helping people understand the uniqueness of this asset, we're in a position to do it. So I really want to thank Michael. If you haven't seen his presentation, that is about 30 minutes, it's easy to find these days on the internet. It'll just blow you away because he talks about the expanding role and certain aspects of Bitcoin as they deal with defense, with national security strategy, with energy. It really is, Michael, one of the 10 best presentations I've ever seen in my life. And he is so significant to this effort that it's just an honor to be on stage with you here today, Michael.
Yeah. It is a fantastic presentation, and anyone watching should definitely find that on YouTube after this. Michael Saylor, what are your thoughts? Why do we need a strategic Bitcoin reserve?
Bitcoin's an asset, but it's not just an asset. It's the most valuable asset in the world. It's property. It's not just some property. It's the most valuable property in the world. It's a network. It's not just some network. It's the most valuable network in the world. It's a defense system. It's not just some defense system. It's the most valuable defense system in the world. We bought 80% of the United States for $40 million. It was a good deal. Superpowers are defined by literally power: naval power, land power, air power, nuclear power. The British proved that. The Romans had to beat the Carthaginians and prove that. John D. Rockefeller gave the United States the majority of all the chemical power in the world. That's why we won those wars. The 21st century is digital. Bitcoin is digital. It's a digital asset, digital property, a digital network. It's a digital shield. It's a digital defense system. There's only one of them.
Oh, come on. I don't think he's way too Bitcoin focused at all. I think he's directly what he needs to be, veteran. I mean,
only one country can control it. There's only one room for one superpower. You either control the Atlantic and the Pacific, or somebody else did. The reason the Romans had to kill the Carthaginians is because only one nation could control the Mediterranean. And Bitcoin represents this most powerful emerging digital.
God, how are we going to have a technological innovation summit and not have fucking fiber? Huh?
Phenomena. The country has an economic challenge. We have to pay off our debt, but there's smart ways and stupid ways. We can either pay off the debt through austerity, and nobody wants that, or we can be visionary. I think we'd rather pay off the debt by being visionary. I've met a lot of the big tech moguls in Silicon Valley. They're not smarter than you. They don't work harder than you. They're just richer than you. And the reason they're richer than you is because of insane leverage. It's because they have a lever that's a billion X. Whatever, when they do an hour of work, they get a billion hours of output. The dude with the machine gun, he's not tougher than you. He's just got a machine gun, right? When you own the Air Force or the whatever, the nuclear bomb, you're not smarter, you're not better, you're just more powerful. MicroStrategy was worth $600 million 4 years ago. The enterprise value was $100 billion today. I'm not working harder, right? I'm not better. We just found leverage, right? You want to make 100x your money. You don't do it by, there's a famous line from Robert Heinlein. He says, you don't win wars by dying for your country. You win wars by making the other person die for their country. Okay, and so in this particular case, Bitcoin is here. It's a viral, exploding digital energy network covering the world. It's spreading like wildfire. It's unstoppable. At this point, your choice is you can ignore it and let someone else benefit from it, and you can hope that your enemy doesn't control it, or you can dance with it a little bit and flirt with it, and maybe you make a little bit of money and you get a little bit of power, or you can embrace it. And if you recall, what they say about John D. Rockefeller is he was bullish on oil at the bottom, bullish on oil at the top, bullish on oil in the middle. He was always the buyer. He was never the seller. When the entire rest of the world thought oil was crazy, it was too volatile, it wasn't profitable, he believed that the future of the nation, the future of Standard Oil was petroleum. And because of that dogged determination, the United States was the energy leader when World War I came along. We were the energy leader when World War II came along. That's why we're speaking English right now, because we embraced the idea of power, nuclear power, electrical power, chemical power, air power, naval power. The 21st century is going to be defined by digital power. Bitcoin miners are spitting out digital power by the exahash. We should control, we should own the network. And Bitcoin is digital energy. Only one nation can own the majority of it or the great plurality of it. It's either going to be us, or it's going to be our enemy, or it's going to be the next future superpower of the world. And that, you know, why are they going to be the superpower? Because they're the ones that embrace digital energy. And why are we not going to be? Because we depended upon donkey carts and steam engines, you know, and antiquated technology. It will pass us by. The digital energy network is the network of the AI economy. The AIs are going to think a million times faster than us. There's going to be a million times more of them. They're going to be a million times smarter than us. They're going to want to move digital energy on a digital network with a digital asset. Whoever owns, controls that network is going to be the beneficiary. I think it couldn't be clearer right now. This is an opportunity. We can buy the entire thing for a nickel. It's nearly free for us. And then we'll make $100 trillion off of it. Or we can ignore it and we can all just raise our taxes, cut our costs, work harder, and lament the fact that every time you see some schmo that's worth infinite money and you look and you're like, how could that person be worth so much money when they just seem so stupid? You know, you just remember they moved to Silicon Valley and they made it by using a computer. Satoshi gave us money on a computer. We should accept the gift. We should not give the gift to our enemies or our frenemies. We should just take it. It's free. Thomas Jefferson bought Louisiana Territory for a few $1 million. Nobody knew why we needed the Louisiana Territory or Texas or California. I think we're lucky we have it. Seward was considered to be a moron. Seward's folly. Don't buy Alaska. What's in Alaska? There's nothing in Alaska other than $1 trillion of oil. People can't imagine. They're like, well, I can't imagine living in cyberspace. You know, you can't, but the AI can. And the AI is going to be doing all the work shortly. That's exactly where they want to live. They want to live in cyberspace. So if you don't want to buy it, you know, because you think it's useful for you, buy it because it'll be useful for them. And otherwise, it'll be Russian and Chinese AI bots living in cyberspace, dominating the network, and not us. So I think it's there. It's ours. We should take it. It's manifest destiny for the United States of America.
Tell me how you really feel. How do you
Michael,
really
a
feel?
brief follow-up for you. We're talking about a strategic Bitcoin reserve, but there are thousands of other cryptocurrencies out there. Is there a second best?
There's no second best.
I said it was a brief follow-up.
A short answer. There's $1 trillion of smart capital invested in this network. 99% of the electricity driving crypto security is in this network. 99% of digital power of hash rate is in this network.
Pump my ETH bags, damn it. Pump my ETH bags. He powered down. He had to power down for a little bit. Too much alpha chat. They had to power down. SPX looks like it's coiling into the after hours here, so we'll see if we can get another 30 minutes upside here. But yeah, taking some beaters today. I'm not yawning. I'm not. I've just been live for 5 hours. That's all I'm doing. And dude, yeah, maybe if they could just give 1% of the goddamn internet energy to the Wi-Fi providers, we can actually listen. You know, sometimes I don't know. This is the same face here. It's not like I sat here for 4.5 hours to wait for this very moment for it to freeze. Shout out to Rumble. Shout out to you guys. You know, I've always wanted a streaming provider that can't stream. Yeah. Josh, turn off your VPN. You think I have a VPN on? I do. And I'm not going to remove it. You're not going to get access to my network. You're not going to do it. You're not. You can't see what I'm doing behind the scenes. Let me hit live again. Live, Liam. Ready for an ad?
I'm a weatherman.
Oh my God.
I support more students taking the ACT college admission test. Why? The ACT has more.
Way to match our revenues to
by the loser, and you've got a winner. It's like debating with John D. Rockefeller saying, I think petroleum sort of works, but I have to find the next form of liquid fuel. Or debating with Oppenheimer saying, yeah, I know your nuclear bomb works, but I just want a different one. It's like,
I guess we can hear
we
it.
have the thing. It's going to be 1,000,000 times more valuable and scale up. We should just scale up the network.
So Bitcoin reserve.
Well, if you look from my seat in the US Senate, we're trying right now to find a way to match our revenues to our expense. We only have 5% of all the Bitcoin in the world. We're going to have to find ways to continue to do that, which is Herculean and will take several years to do without having a dramatic impact on our economic well-being. We're still $36 trillion in debt. I don't want to hand that to my children and grandchildren. So without a Bitcoin strategic reserve that can dramatically reduce the debt, cut it in half, even if we only have 5% of all the Bitcoin in the world, we're going to have to find ways to continue to pay interest on that $36 trillion. Now, right now, the interest on that $36 trillion that Congress pays every year exceeds the amount we pay on defense, and it exceeds the amount we pay on Medicare. So if we don't find ways to diminish that debt, we are going to continue to chew up all the taxpayer dollars on interest on the national debt and have nothing to spare to keep Medicare, Social Security, our defense obligations pursuant to the US Constitution. And
Can we ban the bots, please?
crowding out expenditures that can help grow our economy with something that cannot, which is interest payments on the national debt. That's why a strategic Bitcoin reserve is so important, and that's why not having one creates a hole from which our economy may never recover.
Yeah, Michael, I'd be very interested to hear your take on this as well, because many people would say Bitcoin doesn't need America. America needs Bitcoin. But the U.S. could drop the ball on a strategic Bitcoin reserve here. What do you think?
I think that Bitcoin is unstoppable. So the truth is, Bitcoin doesn't need America. America does need Bitcoin. It's the idea of a strategic reserve is a monetary strategy, among other things. So you use glass beads as money, and then Europeans come along and notice that you think they're valuable, and so they manufacture 1 million glass beads and buy everything in Africa, and they own you. You're impoverished, and at some point you wake up and you realize that actually the glass beads didn't make good money. And then if you're using silver and someone demonetizes the silver with gold, they end up owning everything. Or the giant stone coin of the Yap people is they thought that giant stone coins were money, and then some European with a ship came along and realized he could just bring giant stone coins to the island. He did that until he bought up half the island, and then they realized they were impoverished and they were the slaves of the dude with the wooden boat, and the giant stone coins were pretty stupid money. Now, what's money in the modern world? The 20th century world has $450 trillion of capital, money, and it's sitting in the form of private and public equity, foreign real estate, sovereign debt, especially foreign sovereign debt, other people's currency, corporate bonds. Bitcoin is better money. So we can either just leave the world the way it is, or we introduce this idea of Bitcoin. Now, by the way, we can't stop it. Satoshi started the fire. The fire is burning, and every single day, tens or hundreds of millions of dollars of capital are flowing into the network. It's going to go from 2 billion to 20 billion to 200 billion to 2 trillion to 20 trillion to 200 trillion. And when it gets to 200 trillion, it'll chop along at plus 20% to eventually 300, 400, 500 trillion dollars. And where is that capital going to come from? It's going to come from Russian real estate. It's going to come from Chinese private equity. It's going to come from everything in Africa, everything in South America. You have capital flowing from foreign financial and physical assets to Bitcoin. You have capital flowing from 20th century assets to Bitcoin. Capital is going to flow from the 20th century to the 21st century. It's going to flow from physical to digital. It's going to flow from currency-based derivatives to a digital commodity derivative. So it's already happening. It's unstoppable. It's literally like, for me to say Bitcoin's going to demonetize gold understates it. Yeah, it's going to demonetize gold. Then it's going to demonetize the real estate that's 10x more than gold. Then it's going to demonetize every long-term store of value. So what you have is a situation like the Europeans show up and they give like some Dutch guilders or some pieces of paper or some glass beads or seashells or stone coins to people using a more primitive form of money. And we have the opportunity to, in essence, just grab 10, 20, 25% of the network, let the entire dynamic flow, and it's going to accelerate. And when the dust settles, the American people will own 25, 30% of that capital, which right now is sitting in 20th century foreign assets. And so it's a very elegant strategy, and maybe it's a little bit of a evil genius strategy, but it's no different than the Europeans trading glass to the Africans. And during the 49ers rush, we discovered gold in California, and we used technology to pull all the gold out of California. And one of the little vignettes of history is we created hyperinflation in Europe when we actually pulled the gold out of California, because we traded all this gold for all the European commodities and manufactured goods. The Europeans suffered a recession. America was built on the gold that the 49ers brought. And so this is the modern digital gold rush. We should just go grab the digital gold. Eventually, the rest of the world will trade all of their stuff for it, but when they buy it, they'll be buying it at 10 million a coin or 20 million a coin or 50 million a coin. and we will basically take our debt and we'll
Bro.
negate it, and then we'll flip to being a creditor nation. And what does it take to be rich? Well, ask Bill Gates or Steve Ballmer or Mark Zuckerberg, you know, or Larry Page or Sergey Brin. What does it take to be rich? It just takes a little bit of vision, a little bit of conviction, and use technology, right? And so in this case, I think our country should be rich. It is rich. We're rich because we bought California for a few $million before people knew that, before they knew Hollywood or Silicon Valley would be a thing, right? And now I think we should buy cyberspace, and it's the most powerful lever imaginable because you're paying a penny to get $1, and not only are you paying a penny to get $1, but you're de-risking the thing, right? Because in the process of adopting Bitcoin as the network, you force a stampede of all of our allies, all of our frenemies, all of our enemies, and you accelerate the monetization of the network. So everybody's a winner. I mean, arguably, even the rest of the world's a winner because they're going to be better off using digital capital as a store of value than using Siberian warehouses.
So I think we've established the case. We need to do this. The cost
That makes you-
of not doing this. is
Somehow people are bearish
so
on Bitcoin.
I want to touch on how we are going to do this. Senator Lummis, you introduced the Bitcoin Act. And of course, the backdrop to this is President Trump's executive order of March 6th, establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. So some might look at this and say, well, the president's taken this executive action. We already have a strategic Bitcoin reserve. What do you say to them?
Well, I haven't researched whether the president can establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve without congressional authorization or not. I'm inclined to think he can. The first 200,000 Bitcoin can come from the Asset Forfeiture Fund. We are currently
it's real,
trying
Kirk.
to find out from the U.S. Marshal Service how much remains of that. The Biden administration was selling that prior to turning the reins of government over to the Trump administration. So we're trying to analyze how much of that is still there, but that could comprise the first year of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Thereafter, we can easily achieve what was in the Trump executive order by making this neutral in terms of we don't have to expand new taxpayer dollars to buy Bitcoin. There are multiple ideas for garnering the 800,000 Bitcoin that would comprise a $1 million Bitcoin reserve without spending a new dime of taxpayer dollars. Among those are this. We could take our gold certificates, which are currently held at the Federal Reserve on the books at their 1974 value, which is $42 an ounce. Now, most of us know that gold has gone closer to 3,000 an ounce. So if we took those gold certificates, not physical gold, let's keep our physical gold. Let's take the gold certificates, bring them up to current fair market value, and convert them to Bitcoin. Other possibilities that we were just discussing in the back room that are really exciting is the United States has energy producing assets. Let's use those to convert the energy production capabilities of the United States government to producing Bitcoin. That's
Who's had that
way
idea?
that we can convert our royalties that we usually get in cash into royalties in kind by way of Bitcoin. And there are a myriad of other ideas for fulfilling the goals of President Trump's executive order by creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve without expending a single new dollar from the taxpayers.
Michael, no one knows how to accumulate hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin better than you. Whether it's through the executive order or through the Bitcoin Act Senator Lummis has proposed, how do you think the United States should go about accomplishing this?
Well, I think there's a lot of ways to do it, but however we're going to do it, we should do it by 0.99. By January 2035, when 99% of the Bitcoin has been mined, because after that, there won't be any Bitcoin left for you. We're in a digital gold rush. We've got about 10 years. You know, there was a lot of chaos in the world, and a lot of Americans made sacrifices so that we could have the Louisiana Territory and Texas and California and Wyoming and the Great West and St. Louis and Alaska. We should figure out how to do it. It won't be nearly as painful as the sacrifices made in order to make this country great the first time around. I look forward to seeing what all the leadership in DC comes up with.
Me as well. We covered a lot of ground today. Senator Lummis, I think you made a very excellent case of why the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve is an extremely important tool to reversing the risk that is our national debt. Michael, as you said, the 21st century is digital and Bitcoin is digital gold. So I want to thank both of you for your leadership. You are without a doubt the tip of the spear for Bitcoin adoption in your respective sectors in corporate America and in Congress. And I know I speak for everyone in the crowd when I say thank you for joining us today and thank you for sharing your time.
Well. Last up here, guys. We got Bo Hines up next. Bo Hines, the executive director of the Presidential Council of Advisors, the one making most of this possible here, coming up next here. So we'll be watching it here shortly, guys. Interesting to see. That was a good speech, though. I think I wish they just, I don't know. I mean, that was a great interview. That was a great panel there. I really wish people would open their eyes to the value of Bitcoin and the energy markets, because again, it's a gold rush in what Michael Saylor just said, and there's going to be a point where it's like the government and the negative energy market is going to be the energy market specifically is going to be where the most amount of value is captured, because they don't necessarily care about mining 1 or 3 Bitcoins, when completing the mathematical equation, so to speak. They care about converting that negative energy into a value. So they don't care how much Satoshis necessarily it is to require it to get there. The point is there's going to be very limited Bitcoin following 2035 that is mineable. So the countries that are first to establish the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, the first to grab one, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30% of the supply of Bitcoin, are going to be the long-term winners. And at some point, as you have this, and like you said, it's greed on the American side, it's going to force your competitors and your frenemies and your ecosystem partners to adopt the system, which is only going to benefit that value even more. So very, very, very cool to see here. I love Saylor, but I don't like him buying all the Bitcoin supply. I mean, again, he's only got 2%, 2.4%. I actually agree with you to an extent on that, Princess. But at the end of the day, it's a free market. So this is why we need more adoption now. So that way he's going to slow down and can't surpass that 2.8, past that 3%. But he's already put in bills and everything. Like when he dies, the keys are burnt. So the Bitcoin will be burnt or locked in a way that can only generate yield. So, I'm pretty optimistic on him, at least. He's been a huge innovator. He's been huge in terms of crypto adoption, Bitcoin adoption. So there's 2 ways to look at it, but I do agree. I don't want Michael Saylor sitting on 10% of the Bitcoin supply.
Kicked down for the last decade and a half, and specifically for the last 4 years under the Biden regulatory regime. And President Trump has made it very clear that he wants to deliver on the priorities for this industry. We want to make sure that we can welcome technological innovation in the digital asset space here in the United States, and hence why our office was created. So for us, we view ourselves really as an administrator and/or Sherpa between interagency activity, White House policy, industry, and what's happening on Capitol Hill. All of these things have to come together in order for us to actually make monumental change that can revolutionize the way that financial systems work. And so that's really what we've been focused on for the last 2 months. I think that we've made tremendous progress. There's still a lot of work to do. It makes it a lot easier when we have phenomenal actors at Treasury like Tyler, and we have folks, at the SEC like Hester, incoming at the CFTC like Brian. These are all actors that understand how important it is for the United States to lead the charge in this arena. And so we're capturing that. We're moving forward and we're moving quickly. As David, our AI and crypto czar, likes to say, we're moving at tech speed, and I think that's a good thing. These are private sector actors. They're in these roles.
Yeah, Bitcoin pumping right now.
We're testing the hypothesis that many Americans had, which is what happens when you take private industry folks, interject them into government.
Big old green
inject
candlestick.
them into government, and how quickly can we move? And I think we're proving that it can be done very expeditiously.
I totally agree with what Bo said. This is a newly created position at the Treasury Department, sitting in the Secretary's front office. I serve as his principal counselor on digital assets. And for those of you who don't know Treasury, that encompasses a bunch of different things. It encompasses how we interact with finance ministries across the globe. It encompasses how we sell the U.S. policy message internationally. It covers the terrorism and financial intelligence verticals, so the OFAC and AML regulatory regime, and domestic finance, working with our counterparties, whether they're bank regulators or market regulators across the U.S., and then getting the pleasure to work with this guy every day. So it's a new position at Treasury, and I think, honestly, the institutional body is very excited to have the position because it's a cohesive structure at Treasury. And as Bo noted, we've had 4 years of regulatory morass at best, and at worst, like we've seen the weaponization of the government against an industry. And now we have a cohesive, progressive strategy towards the sector of how to onshore the activity. And people at Treasury are happy to have that infrastructure exist.
And what a testament to U.S.
His mic's broken too.
Assets. The fact that these are new positions. The fact
Or
that
rubbing against
within
his
the
cheek.
first few months that the White House and Treasury have created this position, so we can prioritize this industry for the first time. So it's a huge testament to what President Trump is doing to correct some of that regulatory morass, and we're seeing that as well in Congress. And so I have to ask you about stablecoin legislation, because that has been the topic of the day. There seems to be bipartisan momentum in Congress for a federal framework. We've seen great progress out of the Senate with the Genius Act, moving out of Senate Banking Committee. We just saw today there was an updated House Stable Act draft, and there's a markup next week on the House Stable Act. How's the administration viewing these proposals? From the perspective of strengthening the U.S. dollar, why is it critical we get a bill to President Trump's desk ASAP?
Well, the president made it very clear at the first ever White House Crypto Summit that he wanted to see both stables and market structure on his desk before August recess. And I think that our colleagues over on the Hill are doing a phenomenal job of making that a realization. And so we're just pleased with the work that they're doing to expedite this process. Obviously you've mentioned with stables, the injection into U.S. Treasuries that this will cause is enormous for U.S. dollar strength. It's enormous, really, for just the implementation of new technology into the global financial marketplace, as you talk about payment rails and institutional adoption. And that's one thing that we'll work on with Treasury and other actors inside the internal working group is, you can pass amazing pieces of legislation, but we also have to work on mending the gap between that institutional acceptance. And I think that's one thing that we're keeping our eye on the ball with. But, we're moving along expeditiously. They are as well. I think that we will deliver on the president's wishes to see these two bills on his desk before August recess. And, we're just going to continue to encourage them. If we need to act as referee, I'm sure we can do that. But I think that they're doing phenomenal work, and we're extremely pleased with everyone up there. From Whip Emmer and his progress there, subcommittee chair Brian Stile. I'd be remiss not to mention Chairman Hill, and then obviously Chairman Scott on the Senate side, along with his staffers. I mean, they've come together in really a way like we've never seen before with the bicameral working group they've established between both chambers. I mean, this is a monumental step in terms of the Capitol Hill perspective of them saying, look, we're going to work together to get these monumental pieces of legislation through. And I think the industry should be extremely excited about that.
Yeah, well, Bo tilled a lot of soil there. So what I'll say is that, Congress is a pretty good organizational optimization body, and we see both of the authorizing committees working in the same direction to accomplish the goal of figuring out exactly we have the right rules, the rows for programmable money on the internet. That's a big thing. And we see them doing that sort of in a consensus operation. And so it looks like we're going to get something pretty quickly, knock on wood. And as Bo mentioned, if we can help expedite the process and work with our partners in Congress, we're always glad to do that.
And Tyler, you're a veteran of Capitol Hill. Just explain to everyone how rare that is to find that bipartisan, bicameral consensus on an issue.
It's tough. I worked on for Senator Tillis, who's on
That
the
guy,
banking
dude.
committee from 2017 to 2018, and during that time period, we had 2 markups in the banking committee. Since that time, I think there's been 1 markup in the banking committee. So it's a huge deal in Congress to have a bipartisan vote out of the banking committee. That's quite rare, and you don't see it that often. And same thing from the House side. We've seen sort of fits and starts over the years relative to stablecoin legislation. Like we're seeing a much more concerted, time-focused effort, and it's really great to see.
Bo, you mentioned the President's Working Group on digital assets. On day 3 of the administration, President Trump signed the executive order to strengthen American leadership in digital financial technology. It was a landmark EO for prioritizing this industry. It established that working group, of which Treasury and several other agency heads are a part of. What's going on with the group? How is the group working together and staying aligned? What does coordination look like with all of those different players that are in that group?
Well, Tyler and I have worked very closely in terms of just delivering with the landmarks that are outlined in the CO. So you have the 30-day landmark, which basically stipulated that interagency actors that are part of the group, along with White House offices, do an internal audit and review of anything they're touching related to the digital asset space. And those reports were due at that 30-day mark. And then we just hit the 60-day mark this past Monday on the 24th, in which the same actors were to come together and provide recommendations from each of their agencies about what we should do related to their space, right? So we're in the process of compiling those reports, and then we'll work towards the 120-day landmark in the CO to provide a comprehensive report to the president about how we should see things going as it relates to digital assets in the industry more holistically. I'm sure that Tyler and I will be neck deep in paper over the course of the next few weeks, kind of just working through these recommendations, pulling them all together in a comprehensive format, and providing a clear, initiative as to what we're going to do from the executive side of things. But in the grand scheme of things, our job is to make sure that everyone's singing from the same sheet of music. And the president's made it very clear that his priority is to eradicate anything that undergirded Operation Choke Point 2.0. I think we're working towards that very expeditiously. We're going to continue to do that just to ensure that industry actors can have the ability to interact with institutional finance and TradFi folks. And this president's been very clear that as a working group, we need to come together and make sure that this is accomplished. And I think Tyler would say we're well on our way of doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I can add is being one of the working group participants working at the direction of Bo and David. It's been very seamless. What we have seen on like the 30-day timeline and the 60-day timeline is like pretty cohesive across the government execution against that. So I think about it sort of as other parts of the government do retrospective reviews. We did a retrospective review on the 30-day basis, and then have been making internal decisions about what we want to recommend to work on the 60-day basis. So it's very seamless. There's just a lot to do because of how rough the past 4 years were. So just rationalizing some of the internal issues at hand is quite voluminous, but I think we're working in such an expedited fashion that I have no doubt that we'll land in a good place.
Yeah, I'm definitely not envious of your guys' schedules. I can't imagine how much work there is to try to correct.
Maybe I'll just add one other thing. One of the things I think that we've done so differently versus where the whole of the government has been in the past on digital asset and the related technologies is we have an open door policy. Like we talk to everyone who wants to have their voice heard. And so we have to balance sort of the time spent doing that and also the time sort of working to execute against all of the activities that we want to do.
Yeah, and moreover, I'll add to that, I think it's no different than the rest of this administration, right? I think this has been the most transparent executive branch that we've had in quite some time. And so, the way to view both Tyler and I as you approach us is, come talk to us about what you see. We want to know what your concerns are. We want to know what challenges you face as a business here in the United States. Our job is to create an environment in which you can thrive. And that's the ultimate goal. As President Trump said, look, we want to welcome in the golden age for digital assets in the United States of America. In order for us to understand what that looks like, we need to hear from you. And I know that, Tyler's taken it upon himself as well, just to have as many industry meetings as possible, because, we look at it in this role as having an ability to take what you're dealing with and translate that into something that's more digestible and palatable for folks that might not interact with this industry on a day-to-day basis. So, the more that we can convene together as a group, I mean, we're all rowing in the same boat in the same direction, the better off we'll be in terms of delivering on legislative priorities, interagency action, and we can actually, do what the president has described, which is make this the crypto capital of the world.
And I don't want to volunteer you guys for more meetings, but I really do think you both believe that. I mean, about transparency and meeting with everyone. I've watched you both operate over the last few months, and you've been meeting with almost every industry player I could think of. And so I think it's important to double down on that for the audience. What does it mean for folks to reach out to you guys? Why is it so important that you are transparent and open? You have an open door policy.
Well, maybe I'll take the first stab and let Bo play cleanup. Since Treasury has such diverse and voluminous interests in the area across the whole of the building, we have a team of 50 plus people who are working on this every day with me. And I call it the dog meeting internally. It's the digital asset working group. We have lots of very interested, smart, capable people who are working on the issues every day. And, we only know what we know, and we could benefit from knowing what we don't know. And that's why it's so important to engage with industry to hear what we don't know.
I think it's absolutely right. And I echo exactly what Tyler has said. I mean, the reality is, in order for us to know what's happening in real time, we have to hear from folks that are dealing with it. And I think that, ultimately industry knows best. This is what you guys live, breathe, and sleep. We can do our best to keep as many balls in the air as possible, but at the end of the day, there might be something that impacts your particular vertical that we're not aware of. And so just ensuring that we're hearing from you on a frequent basis allows us to actually accomplish what we need to deliver the best result for you all, really, at the end of the day, and for the United States of America.
And Bo, you mentioned, something that's important for you is that all of the regulators, in addition to industry, all the regulators are singing from the same song sheet. Always, all working collectively to try to push that industry forward. And I think through this working group, it's really happening. That's not just something you're saying, you're seeing it play out firsthand.
Well, I think that this working group gives us the ability to have conversations with multiple parties that are involved in this space in a way that we haven't seen before. Tyler is doing a phenomenal job as well, just working on internal coordination with the working group members. I mean, there are White House offices that obviously have opinions, whether it be from the NEC to the OMB, and we're pulling everyone in the same room and saying, guys, let's flesh these things out. Let's do what's in the best interest of the United States and make sure that industry actors can thrive here. I had a question thrown at me last week in New York at the Digital Asset Summit, in which they said, what's your message to folks that have been offshore for the course of the last few years? And really, it's
sounds good,
Kay.
Thank you.
Home. I mean, we're going to create the most friendly regulatory environment that you've seen for this space. We're going to provide the pathway for institutional adoption to occur. And the way that we do that is really working together. And I think that's why it's so important, this panel specifically, for Tyler and I to be sitting up here discussing these things, because I think it shows that we're working together on this. It's not just a sole effort. It's all of us, and that includes you guys in the audience as well.
Yeah. And I think success in the future looks like we've onshored activity that's been pushed offshore, and we've created a durable regulatory framework for stablecoins and for market structure, and it exists to stand the test of time. That's success in my mind.
Let's switch gears a little bit and let's talk about another executive order that came out of this administration less than a month ago. President Trump signed an executive order creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve and a U.S. digital assets stockpile. Bo, why was now the right time, immediately out of the gate, to take that step? And what message does it send to the world about America's commitment to digital asset leadership?
Well, we've been very clear from the White House that we akin Bitcoin as to being digital gold. We don't say this lightly. We truly believe in that statement. And, look, you have to look at Bitcoin as being unique, right? It's a commodity. It's not a security. It has the immaculate conception, as our AI and cryptos are, David Sachs likes to say. It has intrinsic stored value. So, when we were looking at how do we create a reserve in a way that best benefits the United States and the American taxpayer, we said, look, there's been over 400,000 Bitcoin in possession of the U.S. government. Unfortunately, we prematurely sold half of that for about $370 million. If we would have held on to it, it would be worth nearly $17 billion today. So we have to capitalize on what we currently have, and then we have to find ways to expand it. I mean, the question that journalists like to frequently ask me is, how much do you want? And my answer to that is, we want as much as we can get. Now, granted, it has to be done in budget neutral ways that don't cost the taxpayer a dime, and we truly believe in that. But as the president likes to say, we have a lot of high IQ people, inside of this administration. And I think with that, we've given Treasury the authority to look into ways to navigate that process, and obviously the Secretary Lutnick at Commerce as well. And we'll come together as a working group and determine what the best feasible path forward is in terms of acquisitions. But the timing was now because we couldn't afford to lose out on the prospect of harnessing the value of this real world asset.
And Tyler, this EO puts Treasury at the center of a big strategic shift, tasked with driving many core initiatives within the EO. Can you walk us through how Treasury is approaching this, and what are early things looking like in response to the EO at the agency?
Yeah, and I'll be a little careful this for obvious reasons because we're knee deep in the thick of things. But in general, the architecture is that the president's executive order tasked Treasury with really establishing the Bitcoin strategic reserve, the digital asset stockpile, and initially contemplates that those separate offices will be capitalized by finally forfeited digital assets. So there's lots of legal work that's going on in the background. There's lots of sort of, I would call it sort of forensic conversations that we're having about how to best operationalize that, and we're having deep custody conversations on the same tune. So what we're going to do and what we're going to shoot for is like establishing the most secure and the most safe way of custodying the digital assets that have been finally forfeited, and doing it in a very methodical process.
Let's look ahead. We've got 4 years we know of this administration. What does success look like for both of you? You've touched on a little bit throughout the conversation, but what does that look like 4 years from now if we're sitting on this stage? What's that look like?
I'll be very blunt about it from our perspective. I think that we want to make the United States the crypto capital of the world. And that means providing a pathway for innovation here. That means creating the most regulatory friendly environment that could possibly exist so that you guys can thrive and the industry can thrive. I mean, at the end of the day, you can do a lot through interagency activity, but things also have to stick. So what I'd like to see is Congress deliver on what the president's wishes are, which is getting stables and market structure on his desk before August recess. I'd like to see, with Tyler and I's activity working through interagency networks, getting rid of anything that undergirded Operation Choke Point 2.0, and really establishing the United States as being the leader in terms of digital technological innovation as it relates to digital assets. And I think if we do that, that would be a tremendous success.
I jumped the gun a little bit earlier, but yeah, to answer what I already said, having a rationalized stablecoin market in the United States that is signed into law is a huge deal. Echoing what Bo said, having a market structure regulatory regime that is in law and cleaning up some of the mess that we've been left with, those are 3 big success points, I think, and onshoring the activity that's been pushed offshore. Like ultimately, we want the tech innovation and developers to come back in the United States, and that's what success looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your administration leaders on digital assets. Please join me in giving it up for Bo Hines and Tyler Williams.
All righty, guys. What's next here on the agenda? Trump administration first 100 keynote with Hester Pierce, future of SEC Crypto Task Force, is next up here. But honestly, guys, I'm not really looking forward to any of the rest of these speakers today. I mean, Hester Pierce, I kind of know what she's going to talk about in regards of the regulations. It's more so what we just heard from Bo Hines. And Ted Cruz probably talk about just Bitcoin policy in Texas as well. I pretty much expect it there. So what we're looking at here, for everybody that's just tuning in now, summer recap is that essentially they're looking to open up regulatory framework in the United States to be the best regulatory framework that exists across the globe. And that means you're competing with Singapore. That means you're competing with Abu Dhabi. That means you're going to see insane tax incentive. That means Bitcoin strategic reserves from a budget neutral experience are going to be government energy production initiatives that don't have a net impact on U.S. taxpayers. And the goal here is exactly what Michael Saylor kind of said is, we are 5-10 years. We have 5 to 10 years in this gold rush to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible before the halving rewards, and 99% of Bitcoin overall has been mined. And at that point, it's going to be the dominant players that accumulated and made the change now, that make the change today, that are going to be the most effective in this new digital atmosphere, this new digital power complex that exists in the 2030s, the 2040s, the 2050s, and so on. And so, I really hope that this opened a lot of your guys' eyes today. I know these summits are sometimes boring and vague, but ultimately, what's super important in this is understanding the fundamental value of Bitcoin. I am an altcoiner. I love altcoins. I think there's huge innovation. I'm an innovator in that industry as well. But in talking in regards to Bitcoin comparative to the rest of this asset class, it is not comparable. Bitcoin, there is no second best in terms of assets like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the one and only. And that's not becoming off as a Bitcoin maximalist. It's just the truth in terms of adoption, in terms of technological innovation, in terms of the proof of work mechanics and the power consumption, which is the value, the marginal cost there being utilized by Russia, China, globally. They are 99% plus of the overall network hash rate and security. There is nothing that competes with that. So when people come in and try to say, oh, this is better than Bitcoin, and I see a lot, hopefully for beginners listening into this, if you ever are watching a creator that tells you something is better than Bitcoin, therefore it's going to become a Bitcoin, you need to red flag their account. This has been around since 2008, since the white paper. Nothing is going to change that fact. Bitcoin's getting the strategic reserve. Bitcoin's the one getting the clear regulatory environment. Bitcoin is the one classified as a digital commodity. Bitcoin is the one that has the utility. Bitcoin's the one that uses the proof of work mechanics. And there's just never going to be a second best. And as soon as you understand that, you're going to be able to understand this industry a lot more, because there's going to be a day where Bitcoin breaks out and trades as a commodity while altcoins trade as what they are, the next generation of risk on assets. And that's not negative. That is not me saying, that there's a negative aspect into altcoins. It's just fundamentally understanding the difference, right? Your altcoins could be used from stable coins, tokenization, RWAs, Web3. There's a lot of application to that. This is just the next generation of SaaS models. Smart contracts eliminate tons of middleman, insurance companies, et cetera, foreign agents, whatever it is. That is just a different aspect. And so if you understand that and give you conviction on where Bitcoin's going to go over the next few decades, I stand as, be as convicted as Michael Saylor, not with the price points. I mean, I think he's incredibly optimistic. He's also one of the largest Bitcoin holders. However, I do understand that there is a value of a multi-million-dollar Bitcoin over the course of the next few decades if we do meet these energy power initiatives. And that is just based off the carbon markets. That's based off your CO2 markets. That's based off your oil and gas and energy providers across the globe, landfills, power grids, etc. And to Michael Saylor's point, something I don't think about enough is the advancements of Russia, is the advancements of China. Because with AI and advancements, our technological advancements aren't going to slow down. They're going to only speed up. And if that's the case, Russian real estate is going to become very, very valuable one day. Chinese real estate is going to become very, very valuable one day. And with AI, as we expand, the national security risk, the defense risk, etc., we have to become the global superpower of the world just inevitably if we want to compete with these other foreign adversaries. And in doing that, as Michael Saylor said, it will force them to adopt that in the long term and actually create, even in Cynthia Lummis's eyes and a lot of different people in the administration, more national security, but because it forces these countries to get along. It forces these countries to make better trade initiatives, et cetera, because they have to adopt Bitcoin. And if we're the largest hash rate producer in the world, you guys can kind of see where the security comes and is involved with the defense on that side of things. Now, that's a whole nother conversation, but really just understanding that store value, that unit of account, and the overall value of converting this excess energy, or it just obtaining the already existing overly produced energy, which is, again, wasted energy, has an immense amount of value. Trillions upon trillions of dollars in value, and only Bitcoin can capture that. Only Bitcoin can be set up in Bitcoin mining modulars and consume that energy through decentralized Starlink mechanics or internet usage on a decentralized scale globally. And it doesn't matter if you're a first world country, a second world country, a third world country. It doesn't matter if you're Black, white, Asian. It doesn't matter what your gender is, like, of course, the Digital Chamber was talking about. It is decentralized geographically. And that in itself is what makes this the next gold revolution. Just like gold was the revolution to a silver dollar, gold was the solution to, or ending the gold reserve was what led us to the inevitable money printer in 1970s with the Federal Reserve, which was established in 1913. This is that next digital revolution. This saves the fractional banking system. We're not going to get rid of that. Of course, we want to see the Fed. Like, I'm all for ending the Fed. It's just, what's the realistic approach? The realistic approach is combining this tokenization efforts. It's a win-win-win for everybody. It scales our society into two new levels that we haven't been able to see in ever throughout history, accessing new capital markets that are worth quadrillions of dollars over the course of the next 50 to 100 years. And that is the path forward. And if we can, the sooner we allow these banks to understand that it's us, it's the middle class, it's the working class that is going to drive this adoption, that's going to develop these tools, that's going to develop these systems, that's going to develop this monetary value. That is what Bo Hines and this administration is defending when they want to deregulate this economy, when they want to make this the most regulatory friendly economy across the planet for young entrepreneurs, for you guys in the retail and the audience listening in as well. And that's the beauty of these initiatives. That's what we have to do moving forward, is be advocates for, of course, Web3 entrepreneurs. So either way, guys, that is what I got for you here today. People going with the Friday dump. Yeah, we're starting to pump towards the evening hours here. I'm going to do a little bit of TA, guys, for you here. Of course, on the minute and the 3 minute time frame, we're getting a bunch of upside. I'm actually up 100% in a trade right now. I took on Bitcoin at the bottom right here at 85.9. We're up $2,300. It's beautiful. Looks like we're going to break past this. But I do want to just clarify,
where we stand right now in these markets. And tomorrow we got some really beautiful economic data. The daily's looking pretty nice here, honestly. We came right down to the 200-day moving average. We're bouncing off of it. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a flash wick lower. Again, you guys need to keep that in mind, just of this small futures gap that is below us. The only way I don't see this futures gap flowing or filling is if we get an insanely bullish candlestick over the course of next week or 2 weeks. If not, it makes sense. We're going to come back down to this 200-day moving average. And sorry, I was not on the 200-day moving average. What was I? Oh yeah, I was. That's just not the futures is all the way down towards $80,000. But again, unless we get explosive movement to the upside, very bullish analysis, like you've seen in previous history, these gaps, this is a small gap in comparison to your large ones. The larger the gap, the more likely they are to fill. But again, I just keep that in mind, as the SPX also very clearly created a gap here, but bounce off that 200-day moving average. So tomorrow we have your economic calendar. If you guys don't have an economic calendar, you guys need to make sure you guys go to Trading Economics. I'll be also building one myself. But ultimately, going to your impact here at 3 stars, you can see what's rolling out over the course of the next few days. Tomorrow, on Thursday, you got the growth rate quarter over quarter. Very, very important. The forecast is 2.3%. If it comes out better than expected, bullish. Of course, Friday here, we got core PCE, huge Federal Reserve data reading that makes their adjustments based off of interest rates, et cetera, in our economy. Right now, the forecast here looks like 0.2%. Consensus is 0.3%. Previous is 0.3%. If this comes out better than expected, you're going to probably see some upside. Next week, you're moving into nothing really on Monday. Monday markets are going to be quite low. I mean, of course, you got some manufacturing data coming out of China that might have a bit of an impact. I don't expect it. Your biggest data points are going to be on the U.S. market decisions, which you're going to see Tuesday, April 1st, and then you get non-farm payrolls next Friday. So again, to all of the bears out there that want to see that Bitcoin low, we are in a trading range here. I wasn't expecting to even go this low. I was expecting this to be, we got to adjust as these tariff wars come into play. But to really break down most of the tariff conversations, if I can give you guys any peace of mind here, most of the trade war negotiations have already been in effect. Most of the tariffs have been priced into the market. So now we're at the bottom of that barrel again, like I was mentioning when we were at 77K. Like type 1 in chat. I'm going to do the poll. I love doing this, okay? Type 1 if you guys saw people at 80K, at 77K telling you it's going to go lower. It's going to go to 73K. It's going to go to 64K. Going back to, like, it's over. It's over. It's over. Turns out both times we touched 78K, best times to accumulate, right? And that's exactly what we were doing on this channel. That's exactly what we were doing when we were at 25K. That's exactly what we were doing when we were at 50K. That's exactly what we were doing at $15,000. And we're going to continue to do that every single step of the way up, guys. Time in the market always beats time in the market. We're not going to predict the top. We're not going to predict the bottom. That's impossible. All we can do is go off of the factual information that is presented us on a macro scale with our administration, with our fiscal and monetary policies. And this is the most bullish moment in crypto history. And there's going to be a day where that valve switches back, whether it's in next week, the week after. In my case, I believe it's more towards May or June, of course, with the interest rate decisions from the Federal Reserve. As soon as the markets realize they were overly bearish on the tariff negotiations and these actually start playing out, which we have proven data that shows these negotiations are starting to work. You can look at why is the media not talking about gas prices anymore? Why are they not talking about egg prices? Why are they not talking about grocery prices? Why are they you can see the traction that's going here. And if this actually proves itself to work out, look at what happened with the golden tickets for the Visa. $5 billion in profitability already for the U.S. government just by selling $1,005 million tickets to millionaires for golden visas. There is huge initiatives that are taking place. This is a massive transition, not only in our government, but in the private sector. And as we watch it re-leverage here, this is going to be incredibly beneficial to the working class, to the entrepreneurs, to the people that want better interest rates, better liquidity, better regulation, deregulation for our sector so we can thrive and innovate within the U.S. economy. That looks really, really good on a medium to long-term outcome. So again, guys, remember that we could come back down to these levels just based off those futures gap to get to $77,000 and God forbid a 73K, which from a TA standpoint, I would align with. I'd say that is like your absolute possible bottom. That has to happen sometime soon. And if it doesn't happen, you're going to slowly become that person that didn't buy at 15K. You're going to slowly become the guy that didn't buy at 30K. You're going to slowly become the guy that didn't buy at 50K, 60K, 70K, 80K, all over again. And I know it's hard to buy at the bottom, but there is never a perfect time to enter the market, ever. Name one investor that's ever told you there's a perfect time to invest. They all tell you the same time, or all the same thing. Dollar cost average when everybody else is fearful. Be greedy when everybody else is fearful. Be fearful when everybody else is greedy. And right now, despite our community is smarter than most of the communities out there, but that's because we are here in the trenches every single day navigating this. I'm going to Capitol Hill. I'm meeting with legislators. I'm meeting with politicians. I'm meeting with presidential candidates. Every single day, all I hear is more adoption and more bullish legislation that's only going to improve the US economy in crypto, which on the long end of this curve means more Bitcoin adoption, Bitcoin strategic reserves, tax incentives, and growth within the crypto sector. So lock in, guys. We're just getting started. This is going to be the most bullish cycle and potentially the last life-changing cycle in crypto, because there is going to be a moment when Bitcoin's at a $10-15 trillion market cap, and now you're looking at 2% rotations, right? You're not dealing with the same amount of market experience that we've gotten in 2021 or even 2018. So either way, guys, thank you all for being here. Mr. Mark said it perfectly. You get the crypto at the price you deserve. And there's, again, a reason why, I don't know if you guys know this, the best investors in the world are dead people. The second best, people who buy and forget that they hold an asset. Why is that? Because it's the people that trade in and out of markets that out-trade themselves. They emotionally wreck their portfolios based off of hype and manipulation and speculation within a market sector rather than simply holding. If they're holding 10 stocks, sure, 3 might go to zero. Hell, 5 might go to zero. 3 might break even. 1 might be a moonbag, right? That's what a lot of your venture capitals and institutions do on an everyday basis. It's what your retirement funds are doing. And just imagine this, guys. What happens when Bitcoin's added to retirement funds? Bitcoin is going to be, the supply for Bitcoin is only going to be reduced. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin. There's going to be a point where there's 99% of Bitcoin's been currently mined. There's not a lot of being added to circulation whatsoever, and it's just being drained the supply, meaning the demand for Bitcoin as it increases, which is only increasing, Bitcoin demand's not slowing down. I don't know where people get this idea that Bitcoin's going to go to 15K or 20K. Bitcoin demand today in comparison to even 2 years ago, hell, 6 months ago, is a completely different world. And everything that is happening in Congress, your House, your Senate, the 100 senators, your 435 House members, every single one of them is now making this a bipartisan issue to get positive crypto legislation, positive deregulation. That is what's happening in this market sphere. So it doesn't get worse. It only gets better from here. And you want to be participating within this market here, guys. We got third best is Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi should honestly she should be in charge of all of our retirements. Like, I'm not a fan of her, but man, I'm a fan of her market trading, dude. Her and Paul Pelosi, absolutely savages when it comes to this market. Whatever their inside knowledge is, dude, shout out to them, man. Are they doing this to make all the cash of the cartels all the cash the cartels have accumulated worthless? No, not at all. That can't happen. That will never happen. The cartels are going to be completely wiped out inevitably, and I can get into that if you want to, but no, I think that the military is just going to seize most of those assets, homie. The US dollar, guys, isn't going to go anywhere. It's just not. Like, I am all about the philosophical belief and libertarian ideology of, F the banks, right? Deregulate the government. But at the same time, like, I am a very humanitarian person. I love environmentalism. A lot of you think I might be far right MAGA. I am definitely not. I definitely lean right in terms of conservative values as an entrepreneur and somebody I'm a capitalist at heart. I'm a free market capitalist. I want to prosper within the United States. I want New York to be I want to be the financial, it could be New York, it could be Miami, it could be Austin, Texas, for all I care. I want the US to be the financial hub of the world that is accessible to young entrepreneurs, not boomer classes and ultra elite oligarchs that, control some TradFi ecosystem. I want that to open up. But to break up that system, we have to do it from within. We have to put, I might not be the wisest individual on the planet. We have to put like-minded individuals that are between 25 to 35 years old, that are young CEOs, young entrepreneurs, developing new startups, to be in these same conversations as these boomers, or like the Treasury, the person a part of the Treasury just mentioned with Bo Hines. If they don't understand these things are going on, they don't understand that 27-year-olds have to go to Abu Dhabi, have to go to Singapore. If they don't understand that 21-year-olds or 24-year-olds coming out of college have no understanding of what to go raise capital, they're just going to take their degree and go work at a Starbucks for 4 years because they have no idea how to access these networks, it is going to just push that innovation further and further outside the United States. If they're going to continue to cramp, breaking here on words here, but clamp down on tax laws and increase taxes, it's going to force the ultra rich money that we're trying to access to raise for our companies through these venture capitals, through these institutions, back outside the United States, back to Abu Dhabi, back to Singapore. And so that is the fight we're having right now. And it is definitely coming out. I'm very excited. I promise you guys, I'll be able to tell you very, very soon what I was doing in New York. I'm going to be at Capitol Hill in Tallahassee for some blockchain legislation for the state of Florida, giving you guys deep insights next in April. It's probably April 18th, I believe. And then I'll be doing another meeting right after that. I can't release just yet with you guys. But it's all about making these networks more accessible to retailers, making these networks more accessible to young entrepreneurs, and making the financial sector, the Wall Street hogs, the Wall Street oligarch, whatever you want to call it, the financial cartel, so to speak, to make sure that they understand that they rely on the working class to bring them more value. And if we can do that, we have a successful chance at making the most badass technological innovation in the United States ever, man. And I'm very excited to be a part of that. Trump will be speaking about tariffs in a few minutes. Fingers crossed. All right, I guess let's do this real quick, guys. How many people we got listening right now? 800 guys. Tap that like button if you've been here. Appreciate guys all the support for these long streams. I will see if Donald Trump's about to go live because I will watch the tariff conversations. That will be pretty big for us here to listen into here. Bitcoin rejected off $87,200. I should probably go back to the chart here and see right now. Just getting some rejection here. 872750. I mean, we're up, dude. This trade's up 120% there, and like $3,000. So hey, I caught that. Luckily, that was a beautiful trade there in the show. Trump here though. Let's go to Trump honors woman.
Alaska Lieutenant Governor Nancy Dahlstrom. Nancy, thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. You have a great governor too, by the way, Nancy. He's also tall. He's seriously tall. I mean, the guy's like 7'2". He is a tall guy, but he's a great governor. And I have a son who's tall like him. And Barron is very tall. They're all tall, but Barron's seriously tall, right? So anyway, say hello to him. He's a great governor. South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett. Where is Pamela? Thank you very much. Good job you're doing. Great job. Good. And good luck with everything. I know it's big stuff, right? Oh, good. Thank you. Well, you have a great governor. Oklahoma Agricultural Commissioner Blaine Arthur. Blaine, thank you, Blaine. Good. Nice to see you. And so many other incredible women. I'm going to make so many enemies because I'm looking here. I know every one of them, and I'm supposed to say their names. Maybe we'll get to it. I don't know. It's a long list. For 4 long years, we had an administration that tried to abolish the very concept of womanhood and replace it with radical gender ideology. Maybe you heard something about that. They destroyed women's spaces and even tried to replace the word mother with the term birther person. A mother became a birther person. What's that all about? Then you wonder why they lost. They're trying to figure out why did they lose. I saw a congressman today for the Democrats. He was having a big fight on television early this morning, trying to make it so that really he thinks men should play in women's sports. He hasn't given that up yet.
Is this video not live?
Crazy. I said, this guy
This isn't it, is it?
He's going to lose badly.
That's just some random. That's an old one. He's just honoring woman, which is not a problem. It's just that's not the. Is that not the live session? Let me see. Trump tariff. Let's see. Let's look it up here. I figured I was looking that up too. 29 minutes ago, Vietnam to cut tariffs on U.S. products, including cars, to gas, to avoid President Trump's reciprocal tariffs. You're going to see a lot of this over the coming week, especially I think early next week here. You did that an hour ago. Gotcha. Yeah. So that's not the tariff one yet. Do we know what time? Let me actually look it up. President's schedule. I'll just look it up. We'll see. Go to White House. Oh, wrong one. Is it this one? We got Wednesday. So what are we at? We're Wednesday. What the heck is this, man? Get off my screen. So we're at 4:30 p.m. The president delivers remarks on auto tariffs. Yeah, so it's supposed to happen any minute. It's going to happen any minute. So you guys are right. Good catch there. White House press pool. Let's go to YouTube maybe. You can probably find something live on YouTube if I'm lucky. Yeah, so it looks like he's running a little late. So he did the Women History Month. He just did the Women History Month event. That's what that was. So let's go to
Say hello.
No, that's woman history as well. So he's not doing the tariffs just yet. So it should be any minute. Trump tariff. Yeah, no, he's just not live yet. It doesn't look like he's live now. Okay, here we go. We got Fox.
That happened during the summer.
So they're playing Doge discusses tariffs, Doge, and more. So we're waiting. We're gonna wait for it here. I got you guys. All right. Cool. W's in chat if you're still awake. I want to see how many people are live in this chat here, guys. I've been doing these live streams long like this a lot more. So just know I appreciate you guys for being here and listening to these live streams. Dude, we've been live for almost 6 hours. So wow, dude. I could do it, man. We can successfully be live for 6 hours. It's absolutely huge. So thank you guys for all the comments and just spam W if you guys are here and just want to support the channel. Hit that like button, repost if you're on X. Bitcoin is moving really quick right now, which is good. We'll see the tariff conversations because if the tariffs aren't as bad as they say, you're actually probably going to see some even more upside in the market here, turning out to be quite the wild V-shaped recovery here on our market. What's the upper band of this? And actually, let me just go live here real quick because I can pull this up. So that resistance is going to be around $88,200. Go to 20-minute time frame. Looks like is that what I think just happened? Dude. Yeah, it was kind of some resistance it bounced off of here. Let me see. Overextended now to the 20 minutes. Overextended on the 7-minute. I like trading the 7-minute a lot. We trade the 7 a lot on the channel here. We'll see if it can break through this. We got some resistance at $87,200. If it can break through this, we're probably going to see almost like upside 87.8 here. 87.8. So we got some decent movement here. Let me actually pull up high block here. See if we're still logged in. Let's see. Sign out from all devices. Sure, why not? Log in. Heat map, liquidation levels. That's not what? On the wrong account? I can't use the old one anymore. I like their old version better. Never mind. Can't use that anymore. They upgraded. 7-minute is my jam, dude. It's a good jam, dude. Are they going to talk about Chainlink soon? Who's going to talk about Chainlink? Myself or the administration? Interesting question there. 87.7 has some yellow on the heat map. I got to pull up CoinGlass, my freaking competitor right now, because I am not logged into FO mode, and the API is being updated right now. So we'll use it though. It's okay. We'll let it slide. Let it slide for one day. Heat map. 87.7 on the 24-hour time frame. The 12-hour time frame too is all the way up to 87.7. So that's really our last resistance level. If we're breaking above that, we're going back into 85K, and they're running out of liquidity. So it looks like the range we're in right now is 88.5 to 86,000 roughly here. 48 time scale, 48 hours. Yeah, you're moving up towards 88,700. That's your last major resistance zone. So if I'm trading liquidations, we're in a very good trade right now, to be honest here. You just adjust your stop loss and play the trading range. And that trading range, if I'm on the 7 minutes, just look through this, is going to be pretty much following suit with this pattern here. So it'd be to take profit around 88.1. If you do that, we're in the middle range here. So I would just adjust on this level here. But we could be this could end up being a little bit of a bull. Pretty bullish there, dude. Let me see. Good volume coming in too. Got a lot of buying volume coming in here after hours. So really that last on the 7 minute, we got that. Once we break through that, let's go to the 10-minute time frame. You're looking still about 87,000. So this is the resistance right now. This is make or break. If we're going through this, we're probably going to move to the upside here. We're going to get a decent extension to the upside. So that would be where I'd be looking to take some decent profits off this position, which I'll update you guys on very, very shortly. Right now, guys, we're just we're waiting on Donald Trump to speak. We're moments away from Donald Trump talking about auto tariffs. If they're not as bad as everybody expects, markets are going to rip. If they're as bad as everybody expects, markets are going to dump. So, or worse than people expect, markets are going to dump. Can you have a look at the Pure Wallet PWT presale, and if any tech is that good or feel like it? PWT, dude. PWT. Let's see what shitcoin this one is. You know what I'm very proud of? That pie call, dude. I wish everybody shorted pie and kept that pie chart open. I got that thing dumped. Talk about a Ponzi. But let me look this up, bro. I'm not trashing on PWT. Let's see. PWT. Pure Wallet. Someone just made a splash purchasing PWT in the pre-sale. Let's see what we got here. Pure Chain. First ISO approved off-chain wallet. Why do they need a token if they're a wallet? Let me... New token launchpad. Oh, so it doesn't look like the wallet has any functionality with the token. They just launched a token launchpad, which will probably use. So are they their own chain? They're probably their own chain. Off-chain transaction service with Ethereum, FA biometric security, multi-wallet support, core functions of the wallet, gas-free transactions, new token launchpad, recoverable cold wallet storage, off-token payment processing, quantum attack mitigation. Well, let's see, light paper. Multi-chain, off-chain wallet, non-custodial. But beyond events, use cases to practical everyday transactions. So what's the point of the token here? First cold storage without hardware. Low fees. Here we go. Owning the Pure Wallet token offers a unique golden opportunity for investors. As Pure Wallet aims to expand cryptocurrency usage from an investment tool to an everyday financial solution, every token holders will benefit from the platform's growth and its increasing market share. Investing early means getting a foothold in the transformative shift within the wallet industry, positioning yourself in community governance. Okay. Strategic partnerships. Pure Wallet is building strong partnerships with blockchain projects in the financial platform. So there's no point of the wallet. There's no point of the token. 20%, 20%, 20. Yeah, so you'll really not have a say as a community member with any of these tokens at this range and what gets added because it's massively centralized. Look, I got to do a deeper dive into this to make to give you a better understanding. But to me, this is the exact reason why I think we should have a tokenized regulatory framework with stablecoins. Why not? Why do you need a token? The token doesn't have anything to do with fees. It says that. Again, I'm looking right here, right? Community governance. It's just community governance. Like long-term value creation isn't a utility. So the only utility here is the community governance. Which why not just integrate then a stablecoin liquidity pool or something that generates yield for the community, and then offer like distributions based off yield providing liquidity to your holders through just stablecoins, like just straight up Tether, right? That's my question here. So I'd have to know more about this, but like community governance isn't enough for me to say, okay, this is a much needed token. Like, I mean, that's why do you need? I don't know what happened here. There we go. Like, and it says like giving token holders a direct impact on platform's direction. But again, look at the tokenomics. The entire liquidity, almost all the tokenomics are controlled by literally the company. So it's like they don't have any control over the direction of that network. So unfortunately, brother, Sorry about that. The utility is kind of dog water. But what I would say is, like, again, if the pre-sale is doing well, this has nothing to do with the pre-sale. The pre-sale is all about marketing. So this token could easily pump, right? It could easily pump, but there's no reason. I don't see the value proposition. Like, it's not like the token, like, unless I'm missing something here, and this is just a light paper. It's not like they have their own chain where the tokens used for transaction fees, and value growth, if that makes sense. It's called PWT, the Pure Wallet token. But MetaMask doesn't have a token. Arculus doesn't have a token. Ledger doesn't have. Why have a token? And it's just community governance. So in my eyes, this is a way for them to raise an excessive amount of money for their platform and expand off of that. Can more utility come later on? Sure. But there's no like when I see a token, like, right, a utility of a token, a token value, what is going to bring more value to that token? Right? That's what you got to ask yourself. So if like community governance, participation, nobody wants to participate when nobody buys a token. How many of you in chat? Type one. Just say yes or no if you do this in chat. Do you guys ever participate in the governance of a token that you hold? Like, if you're holding Ondo or Chainlink or any of or XRP, do you actually participate in the governance? Like, I want to know that question. Yes or no in the chat. So if that's not bringing more value to it, that means it's just about, I don't know. I'd put this at like a 5 out of 10 factor, meaning it's a good idea for a product, but the token itself, I don't see why the token's needed. I don't see why the token's needed. So some yeses, most no's so far. Thoughts on Sonic and Jupiter? Just bought some. Omar, I would ask. I love Jupiter. Jupiter's a great text. I'm more into Aerodrome right now. I think it's way more oversold and in a way better position for accumulation. But I like Jupiter. We've traded Jupiter a ton on this channel, and I think Solana's ecosystem will come back. As for Sonic, I would come back, Omar, and ask TJ. TJ's huge into Sonic's ecosystem and Phantom. He'd be the person to ask on the channel for Sonic. I'm not much integrated into the system. I'm more of your guy on tokenization products. That's why I love, for example, like Ondo Global Markets and utility aspects coming to a project that the institutions of the governance members, and they get says in the governance models and rewards based off those reward structures and systems, and allows them to access DeFi protocols to earn yield. Because if you can earn yield off, like, for example, US Treasuries, now your token is a value of actually holding that token and accessing those DeFi protocols that allows your company or institution to develop actual yield off one of the lowest risk asset on the planet, which is US Treasuries, which will generate value, which could be used for buybacks or burning and other miscellaneous utilities. And so, for me, when I see like okay, we have a token. Why do you have a token for the wallet? Well, I don't need a token to use the wallet. I don't need a token to participate in the wallet. I just use a token if I want to make governance on what they're going to add to the wallet. Now it's like, okay, now that means the token's primarily meant for potentially reward structures. They're going to be able to stake it and you're going to get rewards off that. But like, okay, you can stake the token. But again, what's the value of the token other than the governance? So is it just getting people to participate in the staking reward system so that way you can cash out at a higher price? Like, how is their value? Is the company going to do buybacks? That's the questions you have to have, because it's a very much centralized product. So and again, not bashing on it. I'm just saying, think about that a little bit when you guys are investing into products, right? Investing into these SaaS models or these blockchains or these decentralized ecosystems. I'm going to close out of this position here for 126%. We're up 3,000% or $3,000, $3,100 on Bitcoin here. And I'm not cashing out. I just moved my stop loss up massively here. We need to break past this. We're on a 15-minute market cap here. A little bit of extended. The RSI's got plenty more room. Again, I want to target this 88.1 here, but it's showing a lot of signs of resistance at this level. Although we are about to cross over, so this looks pretty bullish here. And so maybe you guys agree with that, maybe you don't. But again, I think if you guys are looking to altcoins, ask yourself, how is value added to that ecosystem? And if you can't answer that other than get more people to buy, that's not a good thing. Like, for example, Bitcoin. That's not how Bitcoin works, right? Bitcoin, you can convert negative energy markets. That's trillions and trillions of dollars in value that can access carbon credit markets and initiatives on a state and federal level and on a geopolitical global scale. That is worth trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars backing that value. And we're going to only produce more energy. So we're never going to produce less energy. We're always going to produce more energy. More energy is more power. It doesn't matter what sector, right? So there's always this ever expanding growth and value of that underlying asset, and Bitcoin will always be able to be backed by that essentially. You know, again, Ethereum's got tons of utilities and applications and staking reward systems that have, you know, fundamental value and utility aspects through DeFi protocols and tokenization. So just again, that's something I want to focus on when I'm looking at altcoin. Otherwise, it's more than likely a like again, a governance token, in my opinion, is a way for a company to issue a utility token, raise an excessive amount of capital with no utility, no actual utility. It's like the most minimal way to enter the market. Oh, well, we're going to launch a governance token so you can participate in our ecosystem. It's like, dude, I would do that for FOMO if like I had no, I don't know, morals, I guess I would say. I want a lot. Why not? But why would I do that when I could just launch a stable coin or not launch a stable coin, use a stable coin provider and maybe develop a strong partnership? And instead of, you know, having you believe in me to produce value, I automatically already produce you value through a SaaS product that works and has value. And I then take the payment that you receive to that platform and earn a yield aspect off of it that could generate me a reward structure and tokenized ecosystem that we can distribute back to the community, whether that's, you know, launching meme coins or doing giveaways and rewards for people just participating with that already existing community without needing, you know, to raise funds. So it's definitely something. Just again, I think it's a very good way to look at white papers, light papers, and ask yourself, what does the actual token value produce? Like, not what the token does. What value does the token produce? That is the ultimate question. Yo, that guy, what's up, man? A $5 super chat here coming in from none other than Nell Santiago. Josh, the real big Josh. Is it possible to create more Bitcoin after 21 million is mined? No, it's not. It's literally impossible unless they fork the system. So yeah, fundamentally, absolutely impossible, Neil and Nels. And the last Bitcoin won't be mined until 2140 or something like that. So we'll all be long dead before that even happens. Yeah. Like, imagine what we've done in the last 100 years. Now imagine where our world will be in the next 100 years. We'll probably have a full city on Mars. Maybe we don't. But I mean, dude, 100 years ago, we were literally riding horse and buggies. Maybe not that long ago. When was the commercial plane? $1914. Yeah, so it's been 110 years since the first commercial plane was invented. The first commercial plane, which mind you was shit. It's not it's not a Boeing fucking you know, it's not a Boeing, which arguably is having its own issues, and those haven't even been innovated in 50 years, but just take that into consideration. They're used to be a document on FedNow showing XRP and HBAR testing with the ISO 222 integration. It showed a 6-month dual payment system. It was supposed to start March 10th, but got pushed out. Yeah, so don't rely on ISO standards, David. They're a great standard. It's an amazing financial messaging tool. Gilbert Verdian from Quant used to work at the International Standardized Organization, so a lot of people in the ISO love Quant as well. But I've actually talked to ISO developers, and it can almost be embedded into any blockchain that wants to implement it. And if you have a private institution that really wants to incorporate that, you can make that work. So, you know, the ISO trend, I think, is dead, but ISO adoption is needed. And so there's not necessarily going to be there's dozens and dozens of protocols that can integrate ISO options, especially on a private scale. So, you know, you got R3 Quarter and all these other private-based ledgers that integrate these type of things. So just I'd just be very cautious if you're banking on like HBAR and XRP to replace the ISO infrastructure and systems because they have it integrated. Again, a lot of the products and smart contract blockchains that exist out there, or hash graphs like Hedera is not a blockchain, or DAG, Constellation DAG, they can integrate those ISO standards if they truly want to. Why did you move Duke from base to Sol, Karen? Because the Duke community wanted to for the transaction fees. So that way they could actually develop the council, which there's now a council that is built out into it right now. But yeah, liquidity in the meme market is pretty much non-existent right now, Karen. But it was literally just because they wanted the transaction fees because the base ecosystem had no fees. So there was no way for a council to pay for marketing and all that stuff unless it was out of pocket. Can you overview ICE Open Networks? Oh, shoot. Is Trump live yet? Good question. Thank you. Doesn't look like it. Is he going to go live now? Here we go.
Live now from Fox. We are still anticipating President Trump to make those announcements around tariffs as we are a week out.
So the answer is no there. We're still waiting on the Trump tariffs. Let me see. Trading. There we go. It's a massive upside here. Let me make this small. We can at least see the representative. Boom, bang, pow. There we go. Damn, you could be an auctioneer. Dude, appreciate that, man. What happens when you speak for a living? They fought World War I with swords. That is crazy to think about. Yeah, they did. They'd be charging on horses with swords, dude. Imagine. Crazy, dude. And then like a guy with a Gatling gun, first invented in World War I, just like on a hill, just cranking it, dude. Just absolutely cranking it. Scary times, man. You are in delay. Let me hit live right now. Let's hit live again. Go boop. No, we're live right now. This is live as it gets. We are live all day, baby. We're going to be bringing you guys this type of content a lot more often, just covering everything happening in the market. Josh, you go to the Ondo conference. I did not. They actually couldn't get me tickets. I was trying to get them to at least pay for the trip because I've just done so much coverage. But they were very, I'm going to just say busy last minute. And I wasn't going to fly to New York and pay for all that to give them all this free public. Like, again, it's not like I want to be sponsored or anything. I was just looking for at least a press pass. They agreed to one and I needed two because like I'm going to bring, if I'm going to go all the way to New York and I was actually going to pay for it out of pocket, like I was going to pay $2,000 to get my team there. I wanted them to at least get us into the conference. Like I'm not going to go there and not attend with a camera guy, right? Like I needed my producer there. And they didn't let us bring the producer. So they said they were too full, but then I watched the interview. I was like, they could have literally let one person in. That was crazy. Did you ever visit Dubai? Yeah, I've been there multiple times. I'll be there again next month. I've been in Dubai. I've been to Abu Dhabi. I met Eric Trump in Abu Dhabi, but I met the financial minister of Dubai. Yeah, I mean, we've been out there multiple times for all of for just crypto events and some of my business partners, and even to actually raise. So I'll be out there with some more business partners and sponsors and investors here in I think the end of April, early May. Josh on drugs, that's why he's still on. No, dude, I'm just organic, man. I've been hitting the gym hard. I'm back on creatine. I'm feeling good. I'm like up in some pounds. I hit a new local PR, I guess you'd say, back up to 70-pound dumbbells on the incline press, which felt freaking amazing yesterday. I look skinny on camera. I mean, I'm pretty skinny. I'm only 175 pounds, but I'm 6'2", so you have to have that factor in there as well. But you know, I want to get up to 190. I want to do it, man. I want to get to 190. I'm going to do it. Why is there no more data decentralization coins? What do you mean by that, blockchain bait, James? I want to go to Egypt and see the pyramids bucket list. Dude, after watching Mr. Beast's pyramid video, I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty turned off from the pyramids, but I definitely want to see all, because I've been to like 3 of the world wonders now. So, what? Not 3. What have I been to? I think I've only done Chichen Itza and the Colosseum. I would love to see the Great Wall of China. I don't want to see the Taj Mahal. I really don't care to see the Taj Mahal. I'd much rather see the new world wonder in Spain, in Madrid. I think it's Madrid, the new cathedral. That is skinny. No, dude, 190 at 6'2" is like perfectly healthy, homie. I mean, I'm definitely skinny. I'm definitely not. I'd much rather be like another 10 pounds, but nah, dude. If you're like 210, like no offense, you're overweight. Unless you're like muscle, like pure muscle workout, and like depends, dude. But 190 to 200 is like the average, like is a good range for 6'2". White people got to say other people on drugs. Josh is here giving us a time, and he's on. They're just trolling, dude. I just read comments out loud sometimes, and you just gotta go with the flow. You gotta go with the flow. Yeah, I definitely would like to hit 200, but I mean, you know, past 200, dude, you're pushing a gut, my man. Nothing against it, but dude, if you're like 210, 220, 6'2", like, you definitely got a little beer belly going on. Old dad bod action. Unless you're just like TRT'd out, dude, just like, you know, I don't want to be like that. I just want to be healthy, be able to run, 10 miles and have good knees. You know what I'm saying? Chichen Itza was crazy. Yeah, Chichen Itza is awesome. Yeah, I've been there twice. Once for the bachelor party, took my boys there, but then went with my girl, my wife, in like 2019. I think it was a long time. I love Mexico. I love Cancun, Tulum. You're 6'2". I am 6'2". Yes, I'm 6'4" and 220, which is so you're probably chilling if you're 6'4" and 220, dude. Depends on your BMI. 210 is not overweight. I mean, you're like, let me ask you this, Kingsboy. If you're somebody that doesn't work out, you're 6'1", 6'2", and you're 210, right? You don't work out, right? You're literally just a couch, but you just live, right? I'm gonna guess that's an excessive amount of body fat. Like if you want to be completely real. But if you're like a big construction worker, like again, it just depends on where you're at. But like I want to be, I know where I want to be at. I've been 185 during ice hockey, and that was one of my prime moments. And that's where I want to be. 6'3", 205. I'm obese. LOL, F you. No, I did. Obese is not fat, dude. Obese is like, dude, that's like Lizzo, man. That's like, you're like 280, 300, dude. There's chubby, then fat. Well, fat, then chubby, then obese. I think would be the right way to go that. Not trash on it, guys. I was called Skeletor in high school, man. Like I've always had a fast metabolism. I've been a skinny dude my whole life. Just been hard to put on weight. Go to the Fox Business Live. Isn't that what I'm on? No, it's right here. I see it down. We're on it. We're literally on it. They're waiting on it. They're just watching other things right now. California, SoCal, and a little bit in Chicago. I think we're gonna get stopped out of this position here. 87.2. If it bounces off this. Where's the 1 minute at? I feel skinny at 205. So like what I'm talking about, guys, like prime, like imagine like you're 195, 205, but like you're shredded, right? That's where I'm at. I like that aesthetic. I don't want to be like where I hate those. I mean, I don't hate those, but like there's people that love feeling like they can't scratch their own back. I'm not trying to be like. Twisted up the twisted is what it is. Yeah, like some people like being 220. That can be incredibly healthy depending on what you're doing. I don't want that look. That's not the aesthetic I wanted. I played for the Junior Ducks in Orange County back in '94. I versed the Junior Ducks? I played in Riverside a ton. We played in Riverside a ton. I was trained by the goalie for the Ducks back in, man, that would have been like 2010, 2011. We be at Token 2049 Dubai. Yes, I will be. I'll be at Token 2049 in Dubai. Then I think we got next is Bitcoin Las Vegas, and I'll be at a bunch of other private political events in between there. Orange County, Josh. So played a lot in Carlsbad, Palm Springs. Palm Springs has had like 4 different ice rinks that have been around. Played at Riverside, played at Anaheim. Just literally every rink you've probably seen. I was playing at Escondido's Isoplex for the longest time. That was probably where I was there for a couple years. But that closed down recently because of COVID, so that's gone now. Yeah, which is I grew up like North County, San Diego. I can't wait for I can't gain weight for She. I eat like crazy and average lose a pound or 2. It just goated. You're just goated. Yeah, you got to train yourself to eat more. I just have I have like actual physical like issues with like my intestines and stuff, so I can't eat. Like sometimes I'll gain all this weight and then like I'll die for 2 days and then I just lose like 5 pounds. I'll be there as well, most likely. I'll say hi if I see you. Oh, let's go, Omar. Yeah, no, dude, just let me know. I'll let everybody know where I'm at too. We'll do like you'll see me at a booth. I'll be at CoinW's booth and doing interviews and stuff, so you can come say hi and everything. It'll be pretty easy to find me. I live in the IE. The IE. Why do I know what that is? At what league can you throw fists in hockey? I mean, you're not supposed to in Bantam, but dude, you're a bunch of 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, like just absolutely travel hockey. You definitely were able to, but you get penalized, dude, no matter what as kids. It just Inland Empire. Thank you. I was like, I know what that is. Yeah, but you have cages on your face and visors at least, like at the minimum. So like nobody's getting hurt. Well, I mean, people broke legs and stuff, but it's just There's always pulling muscles was more or less what was happening. Yeah, you guys, if you play even recently, like my cousin or even my whole family, like my cousins were crazy ice. They played for like 14 years, dude. I honestly thought my cousin was gonna go pro, but you just pull muscles and hurt your legs over years. Ice hockey's not good on your legs. It's like if you pull one bad muscle, dude, you're done. You're done. All right, Trump is taking forever. Can this dude hurry up and eat? I don't know if he's taking a power nap or what, my man. Probably bounce off that moving average, get a nice little bounce here, dude. We've had a nice bounce here. We went to 85K. We went to 85.8. We're just right back up, dude. Right back up. Freaking go. Played hockey for 12. I absolutely loved it. What I just recently found out I love is skiing. I went skiing for the first time and caught on really quick. I did 1 black diamond, but ate shit. I did not do it well. I pretty much had to just skid down it slowly because I wiped out on a blue earlier that day. I would have considered it probably a dark blue, but skiing was literally easy to pick up because it's ice hockey stops. I mean, you just gotta not stop as quick or else you're gonna cross and pretzel. But like, dude, you could just. I caught on that really good. It's just very expensive, but so is ice hockey. So I mean, there is that. But that was fun. I want to be able to ski black diamonds without my knees wobbly, dude. I messed up my right knee though, so I could only stop to the left on the way down. So it just wasn't bad, but it was good. It was so fun, man. It was so fun. Now I know why you say dude so much. Dude, SoCal. I always try to like correct myself, man. But no, I grew up like on the beaches, with the ganja, with the friends in college, not being the best surfer, but trying to surf, but bodyboarding all the time. And just living life. Dude, San Diego is beautiful, man. And even like south of Los Angeles, like San Clemente, you have Huntington Beach is absolutely beautiful. Laguna, just beautiful beaches. And it's a vibe down there, man. It's a vibe. I'm in Anaheim. Anaheim's pretty ghetto. But Anaheim's a really big city. If you're in Anaheim, but there's a lot of areas around Anaheim that are beautiful. Yeah, a lot of Orange County's crazy rich. It's once, I grew up in a place called Anza. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. If you're from California, up in the mountains, like near Idlewild. So I grew up on a homestead out there, but then in college I moved down to San Marcos, and I was down in San Marcos and Vista area for a decent amount of time. My wife's from Point Loma. Her family's all San Diego, Temecula. My family's Temecula area, that type of stuff. Beautiful wine country. But then once you get to like Hemet, dude, it's like between Hemet and Riverside and Fontana, it gets Fullerton. Fullerton. I've only been to Fullerton a few times. Don't know. I don't know too much about Fullerton, but I'm sure there's nice areas. But you're definitely pushing the hot heat desert that has no greenery. Yep. Inland Empire, baby. Yep. Obispo. Okay. I see you guys. I went to San Diego last summer for the first time. I loved it there. Yeah, San Diego's, I think, the greatest city on earth. I'll die on that hill. I would argue San Diego's one of the best cities on earth. Not in the United States. It's by far the best city in the United States. In terms of weather, food, culture, beauty, it's just the downside's the taxes. The downside's the taxes. But dude, San Diego, you got the best Tijuana Mexican style tacos anywhere you want to go on any single corner. Best Mexican food on the planet. I mean, other than if you're in Mexico. But even honestly, I mean, it's pretty much all Mexicans making the Mexican food. It is literally like the carne asada down there is just, there's nothing. San Diego has some of the best food and sushi in the world. San Juan Capistrano is my favorite city. Beautiful. I wouldn't count San Juan though as a city. Like I'm talking major cities. You know what I mean? With like a massive global international airport, which I don't know if San Juan has an international. It might have a small airport. It might have an. Yeah. I'm talking like established city. Like if you're comparing it to LA or Austin or I like St. Pete. I think St. Pete's a beautiful upcoming city. I think St. Pete's is arguably up there. It's just the weather in St. Pete's more humid. You're also dealing with hurricanes. So you got to take, but the taxes kind of make up for that. So you got to bounce it between that. Yeah. Gaslight district. Gaslight used to be so much better, man. I really hope California gets a new governor soon. The homeless, that's the one thing is Gaslam's going downhill the last few years, man. It used to be so clean, so lively. Now the homeless is pretty bad down there, but it's still decent. Old Town is a place to go for Mexican food. Yeah, dude, but Old Town is, and you know this, bro. That's tent city now, my man. Old Town's going, like, they also got that Hardy Sushi. I think it's Hardy Sushi in Old Town. Oh my God, dude. Some of the best sushi and tacos down there. Also Six Cigar, like if you want to support the homie, there's a Six Cigar Lounge in Old Town as well that I used to always go to. It's kind of hidden behind a coffee shop. Pretty cool spot. But yeah, Tent City, man. It's like it's just bad. The homeless issue in California is disgusting. We've invested billions upon. There's a reason why I moved out of the California. Like your taxpayer dollars do not go to what they say they're going to. Wasted $14 billion on the high rail speed system. Wasted $4 billion or $2 billion. I think it was $14 billion on the homeless crisis they were going to solve. And that was with the mayor, I believe, of San Diego. And that funding, nothing happened. They put up some tents in a corner under of a freeway. Nothing really got better. I met the mayor's SD at Balboa Park. Dude, even Balboa Park, you got to be like cautious. Like you're not going to get screamed at by a meth addict dude in the bushes. I mean, again, well, dude, the homeless crisis is just bad. It's just bad, but it is what it is. You know, hopefully it'll get better. I left Cali in 2000 for Australia. There, 5 years back to Cali, and it was such a shit. I moved to Colorado, and the homeless came there, so I moved down to little island in the Caribbean for now. Johnny, I respect it, man. I respect it. Denver's surprisingly, dude, Colorado, I don't know how, but they're very democratic, man. They're very, like, Denver and those cities are like sanctuary cities. Probably because they're all like legalizing. I mean, once you just start smoking enough weed, I think you just stop caring. Is this a crypto platform? Yeah, we're waiting for Trump to talk about tariffs. We just have Bitcoin up on the charts right now. We're up about $3,000 in open trade. No homeless is a problem in all big cities. It is, but it's gotten way worse over the years is what I'm talking about. Homelessness could be solved in many different ways. Like, dude, if you're like, this is going to sound harsh. I think we should have labor camps. If you're just a piece of shit that won't get your shit together and you're on government programs and you just keep failing and failing and failing and failing and failing, like, what else are we going to do? We can only be so humanitarian at a certain point. Like, I'm not saying treat them like slaves, but make them have a net impact on the economy at least. Like, rather than just be self-absorbed drug addicts on the street. You don't see many homeless families because they turn around pretty quick. But like, dude, I've seen some of the same homeless people for 8 years that just do drug after drug, and they're literally 30 years old, but they look 58, and they're just strung out, and you're just waiting for them to die. It's unfortunate. But that's not humanitarian. You don't know their mental issues. It's like, I don't give a fuck about their mental issues. If they have mental issues, they should be in a mental asylum. But California turned down all their mental asylums and just put all the mental institution patients on the street. So you're in my like when you said labor camps for the Lord. And I don't mean it in like a derogatory way. I'm just saying, if you're like 4 years into this, like prison, rehab, mental institutions aren't working. Like, what are we doing here? Can't just let you just scream and smoke meth with a firearm on your waistband or with a machete in an open street in LA, you know? You should run for president, Josh Hudson. No. No. I'm not wise enough, dude. I don't, no. I would love to help with like blockchain initiatives and policy growth. Or local. I'd do local. I would do local. I do local state level stuff. But like, if I can't actually have a authority over the budget, and you can't you need to break the corruption, dude. Like, most of these NGOs are bullshit. Like, there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse that needs to be eliminated before I'd be even interested in. I don't want to be the one that has to fix all of it, dude. You know what I mean? If I know it's not going to be fixable, like, I would rather just focus on a sector I can actually fix, which right now is digital asset. I can actually make an issue. I know we can actually focus on policy growth and actually do something that matters. I don't want to go into office and then just be in legal battles like nonstop for 4 years and then voted out by the same corrupted politicians. But even in California, I would never get, dude, California is the most corrupted political state ever. Like, you don't, like, there's no voter ID laws. It's literally blue no matter who. So it's going to take, it's looking, the favorability is going towards more Republican, but I don't see that happening anytime soon, unfortunately. Dude, Kamala Harris is looking to contend for governorship in California. Like, we're screwed, dude. Imagine Kamala Harris is governor of California. Like, the person that literally lost against all of the oil. She had a huge issue. She's the one that released like thousands of illegal criminals back into the streets. She has caused a lot of the homeless issues. Dude, it's just, I don't know, man. I feel so bad for Sandy. I love Sandy. I just love California too. It's so sad. So sad. I've never lived in a California that's gotten better. I've only lived in a California that's gotten worse. Executive order. Yeah, but executive orders don't matter. They matter, but they don't matter, dude. But like 70% of executive orders never go through. It's unfortunate. Like, California is a very corrupt. It's corrupted to its core. Dude, look at Maxine. Look at the representatives of California, dude. Like, how is Gavin Newsom? How is Mayor Mayor Bass still the mayor of LA after the wildfire issues, dude? It's like, there's literally homeless encampments. You know why those start? Is because homeless people are literally just starting fires. Like, in the most driest, the water systems, everything in California is just broken to its core. It is broken to its core. Hundreds, like, Mayor Bass is asking for $2 billion now to go back to funding to help clean up the Everglades or whatever they're called. Not the Everglades, the Palisades. I think it's Palisade fires. What was the city right there? Dude, that $2 billion ain't going back to them. Maybe a couple $100 million. That is going to get money laundered. Just like the railing system with Gavin Newsom that built 1 mile in front of somebody's house, that poor human. Literally, like, have you seen California's rail system? This is supposed to be $14 billion, dude. California high-speed rail failure. And Gavin Newsom's still in power, dude. $15.7 billion into this. 15.7 billion. You want to see how big it is? Here you go. Boom. You know, this just sucks. The only look at this. Look at this. This is supposed to be a high-speed rail system for California here. Look at these houses, dude. They're like, fuck you. We're just gonna put up a brick wall in front of you, dude. Rather than actually build it out throughout all of California like they should. This one house just lost all of its market value. Just because, shout out to Gavin Newsom and his $9 million home that he bought with the $11 billion project that reportedly, just absolutely ridiculous. Dude, 1,600 feet. They built 1,600 fucking feet. China would have done this. Like, this is what our homeless should be working on. You want to be homeless in California? Go fucking build a railroad. There you go. If you're not going to actively pursue a job, you're going to just consume your little postal stamps and all that bullshit. You're going to live off American taxpayer money and do fucking drugs. You're working on our railway. That's what's going to happen here, dude. That's what should happen. Get this shit done. But instead of doing that, they go, oh, well, we need $15 billion for a high-speed railway. Oh, we need $14 billion to solve homelessness. Homelessness gets worse, and a rail system doesn't get built. Crazy, dude. And then we're the ones that are, oh, you're not being, they're not corrupted. Well, then where's the money? Where the fuck's the money, dude? Gavin Newsom, worst governor ever. Like, there hasn't been a single year in my lifespan of ever living in California that California got better. It just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And then I moved. Insane. Crypto talk, please, guys. I have literally just open. We've been live for 6 hours, guys. 6.5 hours. We've talked everything crypto today. We're waiting right now on Trump to speak on tariffs. We're hopefully going to make a banger trade here. We've already made a banger trade, but we're waiting for the auto tariff conversation here. Rural areas, internet access, yeah, billions. That was Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris lost $44 billion. Yeah, Kamala Harris, your ex-vice president, many different things she's wrong for, but she literally lost $44 billion. $44 billion, not a single person in rural communities accessible to internet. But that's okay. I'm being, I don't know, dude. I don't know. They can call me a racist. Am I being a racist for saying that she should be held accountable? I don't know, dude. It's crazy. How do you lose $44 billion and then people go, oh, you should be the president of the United States? You haven't done anything that is beneficial to any civilian in America ever in the last course of the last 2 decades. Crazy, dude. That's not me coming off. I'm just being real. It's factual information. Yeah, dude, it's insane. He just speaks in riddles, man. Speaks in tongues. Left sack town for Texas. Never look back. Yeah, I just couldn't do Texas. I like Texas. Nothing in it. I just couldn't live there. But I see why people could. Austin's pretty cool. I like Florida a lot. I do like Florida a lot. I like sectors of Florida. I love St. Pete. I love St. Pete, Tampa area. St. Pete, Tampa area is beautiful. I love Fort Lauderdale. Boca Raton. There's some good areas. Not a fan of Miami too much at all. But I like how close Florida is to all of your islands in and Europe. The easiest flights and really good spot. I like it, man. What about altcoins, please? Altcoins right now, like what about altcoins specifically? Yeah, it's all up in the cloud. It's all up in the cloud. Dude, ridiculous. Bro, Miami is South America. Light the baddest woman. I don't know, dude. I got the baddest wife in my bag, dude. I bagged her in San Diego. So, hey. Don't lie, Josh. You love Disney World. Dude, I've never even been to Disney World, dude. I would go to Epcot, but I refuse. I'd much rather spend $5,000 to go to Europe than spend $5,000 to spend 2 days or 3 days at Disney World. To just watch a bunch of nasty Disney adults. Nothing against like the good Disney adults. I have friends that love Disney World and they're good people and I don't mind that. But dude, you know what I mean? The Karens of Disney World. The Karen Disney adults, dude. They're a different breed. They're a different breed. They're like you go to rural Arkansas and it just you step upon a house that is just a bunch of cousins that are all marrying each other. That's like, I'm talking those ones, dude. You're like, what is happening? It's a cult, bro. Texas was nice and I lived there in North Irving. And again, I'll take my kids to Disney World, Disneyland, but I'm not just gonna cruise there as an adult. You know what I mean? Florida is a love-hate state. Yeah, I don't really like too much of North Florida. Not a fan of Tallahassee. Not a fan of I haven't really been to the Panhandle too much. I like Orlando. I think Orlando was a great city. I didn't have any issues with Orlando either. Damn, but Karen. Not you type of Karen. Karen with a K. K-E-R-N-E. You're the cool Karen. Cool with the C. You know what I'm saying? Cool with the C. I took my family to Tokyo Disney. Okay, that's different. That's different. Tokyo, bro. Here we guys go. We got the tariff sign. Man, I'm going with you. I'll go with you to Disney World Japan all day long, dude. Was the wedding was in San Diego. What do you call it? Honeymoon was in Italy.
It's an honor to be with you today. We just celebrated Women's Day at the White House. It was fantastic, attended by a lot of great women. All women are great. So
What's up, Jasmine Crockett?
this is the beginning of Liberation Day in America. We're going to take back just some of the money that has been taken from us by people sitting behind this desk or another desk that's not quite as nice, but they have their choice of 7, as you know. And we're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe. And frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And this is very modest. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff. We start off with a 2.5% base, which is what we were at. And we go to 25%. And basically, as you know, and as you've been saying, not reporting as accurately as it should be reported because it's a massive story. Business is coming back to the United States so that they don't have to pay tariffs. And I think also because of November 5th, the election, they're very happy. AI is coming back to levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's a new, sort of a new business, I guess, when you think about it. But it's plants are going up all over the United States, and many of them have already been started. We're getting early electricity taken care of. We're getting permits very quickly for them, and we're going to make their life very happy. They're coming in with tens of billions of dollars. Individual plants will cost 10, 15, even $20 billion. We're going to let them build electricity generating plants along with their plant, and they can't even believe it. And we're going to get them very quick permits, as I've done always. I did that in Louisiana with 2 LNG plants. I got them one permit in 1 day after waiting 14 years, and the other one in 1 week after waiting for 12 years. But this is very exciting to me. This is the automobile industry, and this will continue to spur growth like you haven't seen. Before I was elected, we were losing all of our plants that were being built in Mexico and Canada and other places. Now those plants largely have stopped, and they're moving them to our country. In Indiana, the great state of Indiana, I love Indiana. Honda is building one of the biggest plants anywhere, and they've just started. They wouldn't have done it without this. In all cases, they wouldn't have done it without what we're doing. So we'll effectively be charging a 25% tariff. But if you build your car in the United States, there is no tariff. And what that means is a lot of foreign car companies, a lot of companies are going to be in great shape because they've already built their plant, but their plants are underutilized, so they'll be able to expand them inexpensively and quickly. But others will come into our country and build, and they're already looking for sites. They're looking for mostly sites. They don't want to take the old buildings that are empty and falling down. They want to build new, and there's tremendous action. There is likewise for other companies and countries like the chip making process. Your chip bill was a disaster done by Biden. All he does is give tremendous amounts of billions of dollars to chip companies that will do nothing with the money. They're not going to use the money here. They're going to just keep it. They have plenty of money. The one thing they have is they have a lot of money. In our case, all we're doing is saying you can't come in unless you build here. And the largest chip company by far is manufacturer from Taiwan is building here, and it'll give us almost 40% of the chip market just with that. They're spending almost $200 billion in the United States to build a plant, and they've almost started. They'll be doing much of the work in Arizona. So we have a lot of exciting things, but to me, this is one of the most exciting. Now, outside of one specific day, and that's Liberation Day. That's the real Liberation Day of America, and that's going to be in April 2nd. And I look forward to it. We'll have a little news conference. We'll talk about it. But this is very exciting. So we're signing a executive order today that's going to lead to tremendous growth in the automobile industry. As you know, the electric mandate that we did allows you to buy a car now with electric or gasoline powered or hybrid. You can buy any car you want. We had it so that within a short period of time, you had to buy all electric, and the country could never provide the money necessary to build all of those power plants that you would need all over the country. As you know, in the Middle West, they built 8 power stations. That's like the size of this desk or smaller. And they ended up spending $9 billion on 8. And of the 8, 4 of them didn't work. And we're not doing that. So you can buy electric, or you can buy gasoline, or you can buy hybrid, or you can buy whatever you want to buy. And that's the way it should be. The market's going to determine that. And you're going to see prices going down, but it's going to go down specifically because they're going to buy what we're doing, incentivizing companies to, and even countries, but companies to come into America and build. And we're already setting records for new plants. I think the new plant number, the tally is just within a period of a few weeks. It's very large. I want to be accurate. It's very large. And I'd like to ask Will just to come and give some of the basics, and then I'll sign it. And it's off to the races. I think our automobile business will flourish like it's never flourished before. Yes, please, Will.
Thank you, sir. As you stated, we've prepared for your attention a proclamation imposing a 25% tariff on foreign-made cars and light trucks. This is in addition to tariffs that are already in place on those goods. In addition to, as you said, spurring increased domestic manufacture of cars and trucks, we expect that these tariffs will result in over $100 billion of new annual revenue to the United States of America in tariff revenue.
I think ultimately we could probably anywhere from $600 billion to $1 trillion will be taken in over the relatively short-term period, meaning a year from now, but starting right away. I think we'll go from 600 to $1 trillion within 2 years. And I think we'll be right from the beginning, we're going to be at a very high number, right from the beginning. And right from the beginning, you're going to have a lot of construction jobs, but you're also going to have a lot of automobile jobs. So this is very exciting, but it's also exciting because of what's happening with other aspects. We're going to be doing tariffs on pharmaceuticals in order to bring our pharmaceutical industry back. We don't make anything here in terms of drugs, medical drugs, different types of drugs that you need, medicines. It's in other countries, largely made in China, a lot of it made in Ireland. Ireland was very smart. We love Ireland. But we're going to have that. We're going to have lumber. We're going to free up some of our land. And you'll be able to meet a lot of other standards like fire cuts. If Los Angeles had fire cuts, which they didn't have, that's a gap of half a football field between areas. You wouldn't have had the fires. They would have been contained. But you have fire cuts. And by the way, you sell that wood for a lot of money, a lot of profit is made from that. But we're going to be doing lumber. We're freeing up our land so that we don't have to use outside sources of lumber. Energy, we're doing fantastically well at. The energy prices have been coming down rapidly as we increase supply, and we've already done that. We have Chris and Doug are doing a fantastic job in that. That's Department of Energy and Department of Interior. And they're working together hand in hand because Interior has the land and Energy has the ability to do the drilling and do what they have to do. Our coal areas are going to be opened up for clean, beautiful coal. Germany's opening up many coal plants now. They tried the wind and it didn't work. They almost went out of business. They almost went bankrupt. They tried wind, which is a disaster because it's too expensive and it doesn't look good, kills all the birds, a lot of problems. But Germany is now building a lot of coal plants. China is building one a week. Think of that. And they're using coal, which is very powerful. Coal is a very powerful energy. And we're opening up our coal mines again. And we're going to do, I call it beautiful, clean coal. The technology is so good now that coal can give you tremendous power at the same time. It can be very clean. But we're also obviously doing oil and gas and various other things. You can do pretty much whatever you want. We don't like the wind because we think it ruins the landscapes, the plains, ruins them. And it's got a lot of problems. It's also by far the most expensive energy. It looks horrible in the oceans. It's dangerous in the oceans in terms of navigation. And if you look at what's happening with whales, in one area, they lost 2 whales, like in 20 years, washed ashore. And this year they had 17 wash ashore. So there's something happened out there. There's something driving the wheels a little bit loco, but they lost 2 in 20 years. And now they lost 17 in a short period of time. So it's something wrong out there. So this is very exciting. This is going to lead to the construction of a lot of plants, and in this case, auto plants. And you're going to see numbers like you haven't seen, both in terms of employment. Takes a little while. You're going to have great construction numbers initially, and then ultimately you're going to have a lot of people making a lot of cars. And one other thing, we have the Speaker of the House with us, who's doing a fantastic job. And where's Mike? And we're trying to get approved. Mike, thank you very much for being here. We're trying to get approved, if we can. If you borrow money to buy a car, you're allowed to deduct interest payments for purposes of income tax, but only if the car is made in America. So if the car is made in America, you get a loan, you can deduct the interest. That's a big saving. A lot of people in that
That's actually pretty cool.
Part of the world, in terms of buying cars, a lot of them don't think in terms of deductions. People that think in terms of deductions are very wealthy people, but people are going to start understanding what a good deduction is all about. So when you get a loan to buy a car, and I think it's going to pay for itself. I don't think there's any cost. I think you're going to have so many cars built, but you're only going to get that deduction of interest if the car is made in the United States of America. So I'm going to sign this, and Mike, I hope you can get that, because I think it's going to be amazing in terms of the number of cars that are going to be made because of it. And I want to thank Howard Lutnick, our fabulous commerce chairman. That's what he is. He's a chairman. He's a very successful guy, a great guy. And we have a big day, Howard, coming up next week. It's going to be good. That's Liberation Day. That's going to be on the 2nd, and that's going to be reciprocal. And I think people will be impressed. We're going to be very fair. We're going to be very nice, actually. We have not been treated nicely by other countries, but we're going to be nice. So I think people will be pleasantly surprised, but it's going to make our country very rich, because we're the piggy bank that everybody steals from, and they've been doing it for many years, for decades, so we're not going to let it happen. So, but we're going to treat people very nicely. We're going to treat other countries very, very nicely, and I think it's going to have a very positive effect on everybody, including those other countries. So I'll sign this, and we will see you again on April the 2nd. In terms of this, it's going to be another round, and it's about making America great again, making it strong and prosperous again. Thank you very much.
So Mr. President, on the car tariffs, how do you ensure that a car coming into the country is fully built?
What is that?
Automaker in Germany saying the tires off a car.
His signature is
We're gonna have
wild.
very strong policing, and it's pretty easy to do. If parts are made in America and a car isn't, those parts are not going to be taxed or tariffed. And we'll have very strong policing as far as that's concerned. For the most part, I think it's going to lead cars to be made in one location. You know, right now, a car would be made here, sent to Canada, sent to Mexico, sent all over the place. It's ridiculous. So this is a very simple system. And the beauty of the 25, it's one number. It's not up or down depending on the cost of the car. It's one number. And that number is going to be used to reduce debt greatly in the United States and to build things, reduce taxes.
All Sharpies, dude.
I mean, basically, I view it as reducing taxes and also reducing debt. And within a fairly short period of time, I think we're going to have a balance sheet that's going to be outstanding. Yeah.
How do you assure Americans then that this will not cause a long-term increase in prices?
Well, look, I think we're going to have a market the likes of which nobody's ever seen before, not in this country. You know, we had the best market ever in my first term. It was the strongest market ever, the best economy ever. And I think I think this blows it away. But this is something that people have wanted to do, presidents have wanted to do for a long time. A lot of them didn't understand it. It wasn't a priority for them, but foreign countries understood it very well. And they've really ripped us off at levels that nobody's seen before, but that's not going to happen.
Mr. President, is this for today or April 2nd?
Say it.
Do these auto tariffs go into effect today or on April 2nd?
They go into effect on April 2nd. We're signing today. It goes into effect April 2nd. We start collecting on April 3rd.
Mr. President, how many more tariffs are coming in on April 2nd?
What does that mean?
Any more tariffs on any other sectors on April 2nd, for example, chips or
Not then, but we will be putting a tariff on lumber. We, as you know, have a tariff already on steel and on aluminum of 25%, and we're taking in tremendous amounts of dollars. More importantly, our steel factories and aluminum factories are roaring. They're starting to roar. They're building new ones. I just heard from Nucor, which is a big company, a very big steel company, and they're building a massive plant for steel that they wouldn't build without this. So we're gonna, you're gonna see things that are gonna be actually amazing. And I think you already have. You know, we've had some news conferences where I can't have enough. They want to do news conferences where they announce they're going to spend 20, 30, 40 billion dollars. But Apple, as an example, is spending $500 billion. Okay. Any other?
On the Signal chat, Senator Roger Wicker.
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Reciprocal tariffs next week. Will those be immediately effective April 2nd on all countries, or will you focus on the worst offenders?
No, we're going to make it all countries, and we're going to make it very lenient. I think people are going to be very surprised. It'll be, in many cases, less than the tariff that they've been charging us for decades. So I think people are going to be very, very surprised.
Why is that?
I think they'll be pleasantly surprised. I don't know. I think we're trying to keep it somewhat conservative.
And on these auto tariffs,
That's good.
The NASDAQ 100 go down 2% at close, S&P 500 down 1%. What are you
Is
concerned
that
about that market reaction?
today?
Yes, sir.
I didn't say that. I want to see the jobs. I want to see that'll all take care of itself. That could take care of itself in 1 day, 2 days, or 1 week.
Are there any conditions under which you'd remove these auto tariffs, sir, or is this permanent for the rest of your term in office?
Oh, this is permanent. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Are you on the tariffs? Did Elon Musk advise you at all on these auto tariffs?
No, because he may have a conflict, so we don't talk. I've never talked to him. Elon's amazing. He's never asked me for a favor in business whatsoever. I'm actually a little surprised by it. I might do it. I might not do it. I do what's right, and he'd want me to do what's right. No, he's a patriot. He has never, you know, these are big deals we're talking about. This is probably nothing like this. And I've never had Elon come and say, would you do me a favor with the mandate or the electric mandate or anything? He's never asked me for anything.
So what's your response to Republican lawmakers who have said today that your administration should take more accountability and not downplay what's happened with Signal that we've seen in these messages today?
Well, I don't know about downplaying. The press upplays it. I think it's all a witch hunt. That's all. I think it's a witch hunt. I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there, but I can tell you the result is unbelievable because the Houthis are looking to do something. They want to know, how do we stop? Can we have peace? The Houthis want peace because they're getting the hell knocked out of them. It's been very, very strong. The Houthis are dying for peace. They don't want this. And they're bad. Look, they were knocking ships out of the ocean. You know, we had in the Suez Canal, they only have about 20% of the ships going through. They have to go through a different way, which takes weeks of travel. And that really affects commerce. But the Houthis have been hit hard and they want to negotiate peace. But I don't think they're quite.
Classified was shared?
Say it.
Do you still believe nothing classified was shared?
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the various people involved. I really don't know. I can only tell you this. You know, you don't want to talk about it. The Houthis have been horrible to the world. What they've done, killed a lot of people and knocked down a lot of ships and planes and anything else. You know, it's not just the ships. And they have been hit. They have been hit harder than they've ever been hit. And they want us to stop so badly. And they've got to stop. They've got to say no mas. But I can only say that the attacks, it's attacks every day, every night. It's not just the one. You're talking about one. The attacks have been very successful, even beyond our wildest expectations. We've hit them very hard, very successly. And we're going to do it for a long time. We're going to keep it going for a long time.
Senate Republicans have said that they would formally ask the administration for an Inspector General report on the Signal issue. Will you agree to that?
It doesn't bother me. I don't know. I want to find if there's any mistake or if Signal doesn't work. It could be that Signal is not very good. You know, it's a company. Maybe it's not very good. I think we'd rather know about it now. There was no harm done because the attack was unbelievably successful that night, and it has been unbelievably successful every single night for the last 4 or 5 nights. So, and that's the thing that you should be talking about. This is something that should have been done by sleepy Joe Biden, but he was asleep at the wheel, other than when it came to stealing money, of course. Joe Biden should have done this attack on Yemen, which is basically a certain group within Yemen, the Houthis. And this should have been done by Joe Biden, and it wasn't. And that's caused this world a lot of damage and a lot of problems.
He's responsible, but he's also overseeing the investigation to find out what went wrong. Maybe
who's responsible?
But Walsh says that he's responsible.
Well, yeah, Mike Walsh, I guess he said he claimed responsibility. I would imagine it had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike. But again, the attacks were unbelievably successful, and that's ultimately what you should be talking about, I think. You know, Mike did.
There Bitcoin goes.
Say it.
Should Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this. Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt. Here we are talking about some of the greatest business deals ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal and we use Signal and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform, and we're going to have to find that out.
Have you been briefed about soldiers in Lithuania?
Say it.
Have you been briefed about the soldiers in Lithuania who are missing?
No, I haven't.
Have you spoken, sir, with the big 3 automakers about these tariffs? What was their reaction?
I have. It depends on whether or not they have factories here. I can tell you, if they have factories here, they're thrilled. If you don't have factories here, they're going to have to get going and build them, because otherwise they have to pay tariffs. Very simple. And most of those have pretty big factories here, like General Motors has big factories here. They're going to move their parts divisions back to the United States, because some of them were made in Canada and some of them were made in Mexico and other places. They'll be moving their parts division back to the United States in factories where they may be at 60% capacity, so they don't even really have to build too much of a factory. But, you know, generally speaking, if they have factories here, plants here, where they make their cars and equipment, but they make their cars here, they are thrilled. Same thing with the steel industry. Steel industry is now paying a 25% tariff, as you know, I put it on last week. And the business is roaring in the United States. And we can't, because of military, we can't lose the steel industry. If I didn't put the initial tariffs on steel in my first term, you wouldn't be able to have a military, because we wouldn't have, every steel company would be bankrupt in the United States, and every plant would be closed. But now they're booming, and putting this tariff on, this additional tariff for steel and aluminum, it's making them thrive, and it's already happened.
On the deadline for the TikTok sale, will you extend that deadline if you don't have a deal? Do you support Oracle?
Well, we will have a form of a deal. TikTok is very popular, very successful, very good. We're going to have a form of a deal, but if it's not finished, it's not a big deal. We'll just extend it. I have the right to have the deal and to extend it if I want. So we'll see whether or not we have a deal. We have a lot of interest in TikTok.
Is there a way for a U.S. company to operate it and ByteDance to still have a share of the algorithm?
Well, there are numerous ways you can buy TikTok, and we will find the one that's best for the country, for our country. I'm worried about our country more than anything else with respect to TikTok. And China is going to have to play a role in that, possibly, in the form of an approval, maybe. And I think they'll do that. Maybe I'll give them a little reduction in tariffs or something to get it done, you know, because every point in tariff is worth more money than TikTok.
So, J2, you're so wrong.
Every point, tariff is a much bigger world, and TikTok is big.
That?
But
what about the
every point in
Afghan
tariffs
pullout,
is worth
homie,
more
or
than
Benghazi? What the fuck? Worse than that?
In order to get China to do, maybe I'd give them a reduction in tariffs as an example. Sounds like something I do.
You think tariffs are going to be good for Tesla, sir?
Of our lifetime, dude. What did I just read, man? I love you,
well,
J2. I love you, J2. I think, but that is not the
Will tariffs be good? I think they may.
You think
it
that
could be a
wasn't-
net neutral, or they may
You think
be good. He has
13
a big
American
plant
soldiers
in
dying,
Texas.
45
He has
being
a big
wounded, and
plant in
175
California.
civilians dying
And anybody that has plants
was
in the United States is going to
better
be good for, in my
than
opinion.
a bad leak that Mike Waltz should be held. I agree. Mike Waltz should be accountable. I agree with that, but that should be investigated. But
You know, I haven't seen a mask in so
yeah, you just
long.
said
They're
the
wearing a
Signal
mask.
group
So
chat was
nice
the
of you.
worst
I
national
haven't
security
seen
risk of our
anybody wearing
lifetime.
a mask in a long time. It's good. You feel more comfortable, right? Good.
That's
good.
crazy.
So go ahead.
You said you want to return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policies you disagree with?
Well, I think that California is going to be tougher because they're doing badly on everything they do. You know, everything they touch turns bad. So a place like California would be tougher for education. But what I would see with California is you'd have a Los Angeles department, and you'd have Riverside. You'd go to various places. And I think you'd have some great areas in California, and then you'd have some, like everything else, that doesn't work so well. But ultimately, I think it would be very successful. I think in New York, as an example, you'd go to Long Island, Westchester, you may have Nassau County, Queens County. You'd break it up in certain ways so that have maybe 5 departments, because of the size, that have 5 departments instead of 1. A state like Iowa, you'd have 1. And I mean, they're just chomping at the bit to get going. So many states are chomping at the bit to get education, and it's going to happen fast to get the education.
Hello? Yeah, I agree. Signal should be investigated, and Mike Waltz should be.
Appears that the feed is frozen.
I agree with those should be investigated, but to be resign, like it's alarming to me that people think they should resign after Hillary Clinton didn't resign from Benghazi and got Americans killed. It's astounding to me that nobody resigned when 13 Afghan soldiers were killed from a terrible pullout and multiple different security breaches over the last 4 years. Again, there should be an investigation, but it's clearly political theatrics and a witch hunt. The national congressional hearing they're having in the Senate is literally made up of only Democrats. They're not even letting Republicans on the panel there. So I just think it's a nothing burger. It's like, do you guys really think anything's going to happen out of this? I don't think so. Mike Waltz should be investigated. He should be held accountable. They should figure out why did he add a known propagandist journalist who has lied many times in the past, added to a group chat. Those should be investigated. I'm not arguing against that at all. But to say that's the worst national security risk in our lifetime, that's just no one's going to be resigned from this. Again, it's just a pointless theatrical battle. It's just pointless. It's just pointless, man. It's just meant to divide you and make you more angry than ever. And it's just pointless. But either way, Bitcoin, it looks like that went out. Tariffs aren't so bad. Really, we're just waiting on April 2nd, guys. We're just waiting on April 2nd here to see the results here. It looks like Bitcoin actually wants to break out here to the upside. This is going to be the resistance. So we might get a nice little bounce here in the next couple of minutes here. And then why are they using Signal once the conversation went into classified information? Well, one, if you actually read there was no war plan. So the headlines are already wrong. And the Atlantic had to come out and apologize. So there was no war plans. Like, if you want to make the decision yourself, go for it. But the Atlantic literally had to apologize because they were facing a lawsuit. Now there was still information in there that was, I don't know if that's classified. I'm not a securities officer. I don't think anybody's a security. I don't know what the clearance is on those. And I know the media is going to make it way worse than it is out to be. No Americans died. Nothing was leaked that, risked necessarily the lives of the soldiers. So I don't know. Is Signal not secure? I'm not a developer. I don't know. I don't think any congressman's a developer. You know what I mean? So I'm sitting on that information. We need all that information to come out. We should be waiting a week to see what actually happened. How did he get added to the chat? Why did he get added to the chat? Like, we need that investigation to roll out. That's just going to take time to know. But just to be like, oh, everybody should resign. It's like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, Democrats literally don't give a fuck about national security. Our borders were opened for literally 4 years straight. And it's like, now they want, there's no, people died because of the open borders. Like, what about Lake and Ridley and everybody that died because of illegal criminals? Like, wasn't that a national security concern? Want those national security risks? And so it's like, to me, it's just like, it's a lot of noise, and it's just pointless. It's literally just pointless. Hillary was not held accountable. Are you insane? Hillary was not held accountable. She literally wasn't. She got a slap on the wrist, dude. Nobody went to jail. Nobody was fined. No one took accountability. Obama covered it up. Benghazi was literally I would argue, besides the Afghan pullout, one of the worst modern day national security issues we've seen, but that's another conversation. Progress for Superior than seeking perfection fairly. She didn't resign, but she was held accountable by public family. She was not held accountable. Who do you guys really think Hillary Clinton was held accountable? You think the Clinton Foundation and the billions of dollars that they have funneled into their NGOs and informalities were held accountable? Dude, she got rich off of it. Her accountability was getting rich off of it. That's accountability. She should be in American soldiers died. She shouldn't be nowhere near government security. Like we have a very different level of accountability. We do. I don't know, man. That's just Trump literally only didn't investigate her because he said it looked bad for public. Again, it's anyways. Whenever you get a text code to verify your account with Signal, the area code is Maryland, where most federal government agencies have headquarters in. Yeah, dude, again, I don't know anything about Signal, so I'm not going to pretend to... Like, this investigation needs to roll out. Again, I'm on your guys' side saying Mike Waltz, he should be investigated. Like, I'm not denying that at all. But to call for everybody's resignation when literally 5 weeks ago, nobody cared about national security, all of a sudden, all these Democrats are coming out acting like they care about and give a fuck about national security. It's astounding to me. It's political theatrics. That's all this is. It's political theatrics. Nothing will come of it. In 2 weeks, there's going to be another major breaking story. This is going to get hushed under the rug, and it's the next big topic will be in 2 weeks. Yeah. Are people really defending Hillary? People love Hillary. You know, a lot of people love Hillary. Also, a bipartisan bill was introduced to handle the border in humane way. Trump stopped it. No, J2. I'm going to debunk this right now. Okay. And this is me being, I love you. I literally respect you. I love you to your own opinion. If that border security bill mattered, J2, how was Donald Trump able to secure the border without a border bill on his first day in office? It's because no new legislation was needed to shut down the border. Absolutely zero legislation was needed to shut down that border. And that border bill was being packed in with other deliverables and other theatric political footballs and agendas into a border bill that was not needed. The bipartisan bill, that was, again, another theatrical play. If it mattered, if that bill mattered, they would have had to have passed something into a position of power today to close down the border. So it tells you that the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they had the executive authority to close down and actually secure our borders without any new bills. So that entire bipartisan topic was just all theatrics once again and used as a political football to push some weird agendas. It just makes no sense. That entire bill wasn't needed. There's no actual border reform done with his executive orders. Exactly, J2. No, it is sustainable. This is the point. Is nothing's being the crossings are there. Everything's down. Everything's down. The illegal crossings are done. The cartel's being sought after. That's the point, right? We didn't need new legislation. We didn't need it at all. You think Trump was scared to investigate Hillary? No, I don't think that at all. I think there's a point of investigations, guys, that just you have to ask yourself, okay, investigate a government official, right, of that power. How much of that documents and those informations have been burnt, right? It's just, if you're going to open up an investigation, you have to, who pays for that? It's a U.S. taxpayer. So if you're going to open up an investigation that's going to take years and years and years of time, multiple different presidential administrations, and go through, years, if not a decade of the Supreme Court, you have to, it's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate. That's why a lot of corruption it gets away with it, is because it's not even worth our time. You either got to cut its head off or just don't even approach it, because it's just years of theatrics that will be embedded into that. So I think it's much more complex. It's just like JFK. It's like the 9/11 files. It's like the Epstein files. How, the CIA, the FBI, the DOD, they have all these different files and organizations that have certain controls of certain data and certain information. How do we even know that all the file information that's being released is actually all the redacted files, right? It's a point of balance where you have to just make an executive decision and move on at a certain point. And I'm not here to be the moral, ethical police on this. I'm sure you guys don't assume that I'm trying to be. I think it's a much higher level of discussion, because if you're going to launch an investigation, you have to create committees, and that's going to take time from other Congress and senators, from what their tasks are for their local communities that they're representing. That's going to be, potentially millions, if not billions of dollars in U.S. taxpayer dollars. And then you have to ask yourself just that conversation, is it worth that pursuance? If it's going to take years of that litigation, or do you just cut it off at its throat and move on, right? That's most of what Congress is, right? It's supposed to be discussions, but the open conversation of debate has alleviated itself from Congress, from our congressional members, from our senators, from our House members over the last few decades, and hopefully we'll start seeing that a little bit. But wait, no. Why did you? Oh, I thought you. Toot's not timed out, right? Don't time out J2. Why did we time out J2? Guys, don't time out people because they have an opposing opinion. Maybe they just read that and I just got trolled. But I respect I want everybody on both sides in this community all the time. We should be having these open discussions. Because it's like, that is what we need. We need dialogue. We need two conversations happening at a given time. These debates you see on TikTok or on when Jasmine Crockett and AOC and Bernie Sanders are coming out, and those aren't political debates. When they're in front of an audience that is being funded by NGOs and donors, they're speaking to a biased audience, and they're purposely looking for a set reaction to go viral on Twitter. It's all rage bait and race bait, clicks for views. It is political theatrics. Like, what we need to encourage is open dialogue and conversation from two opposing parties, it needs to be bipartisan. We got to stop this segregation of ultra left and ultra MAGA. Like, the majority of people aren't MAGA, and the majority of people aren't radical left. The majority of people are somewhere in between the middle, and the entire concept of the Republican and Democrat is completely lopsided. Like, the Republican Party today is the Democratic Party of the 1980s. Like, it's like everything is all over the place with all these labels. And it's just, we need to seriously, that is why I just can't wait to share what I'm doing with you guys in the next 2 months. You guys are going to love this, dude. I got put in a timeout. I'm sorry, J2. You should have been put in the timeout, guys. We can have, everybody should be allowed in these conversations. Because if we don't allow that conversation, for example, like J2, and I'm not saying J2's doing this because J2's rad in our community, but like, imagine if J2 was someone new and like we just timed him out having for an opposing opinion on a situation. It's like, if we were to time them out and ban them for that after I give a reasonable response, that might make them maybe think about it, or maybe they say something that makes me think about it, right? And it maybe adds more resolution to the conversation. The immediate ban or the removal of that immediately causes restriction. Immediately goes, well, F these people, right? And that's kind of that's the tension that we need to break in this political market right now. Like, Democrats, that's why Democrats aren't going to win in 2028. At this pace, like, the Democrats need to literally reevaluate their entire system. They need somebody that and all they have to do is listen to the people. Like, look at some we're not asking for the world of change and structure. Democrats could easily win if they simply just came out and said, hey, we were wrong here. We're going to shift our attention. We're going to actually listen to the voter. Look at California. Look at New York. I'm meeting with representatives, and they're Democrat. They're like as left as you can get. And these people are tired of the tax issues because it's forcing corporations out of their local communities, and their local communities and jurisdictions that they represent are mad at them because they're getting forced out of their own households. They're getting forced to move, these type of things. Hollywood, look at Hollywood shifting dramatically right now. Nothing gets filmed in Hollywood anymore. And that's forcing that outside of the state. And that's starting to piss off a lot of the local community. So it's like, you just listen to the voter. Politicians are supposed to work for the people, not the other way around. And, we'll get there. That's why, like, politicians, like, I don't want to be a politician, but I would love to represent digital assets, because what I care about is, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat or, even communist or authoritarian. I don't care what your political beliefs are. What I care about is that you have the right to privacy, that you have the right to self-custody, that you have the right to build whatever Web3 application you desire on an open source technology without having the government oversight ruling over you with a strict thumb. You should be able to access those networks. Bankers shouldn't be able to control that, right? We, again, need to make the bankers realize that they need us, not the other way around. And that is something I would love to advocate for. I'm out, tired of all the political stuff. Best of luck trading, fam. Anytime, John, dude. It's just crypto's political, man. But hey, appreciate you, man. I've been live for 7.5 hours, so we got to open up the conversation a little bit more. We are Crypto Bros. We don't trust our government. We verify, trust no one, and watch what they do, not what they say. Also very true. Very true. That's why I very much believe in smart contracts. I think it's a very beautiful technology. I'm huge in open source. I'm huge into Bitcoin. Wooden chair in the corner. KJM made me wear the 2-1s cap. You can come out of timeout, brother. Josh, you need to be a public speaker. I might. I don't know, man. We'll see what happens over the course of the next couple of months. Again, I'm working on some big things. But it's, I don't want to be a public speaker that is out just to create political division, right? I don't want to be like, I love watching Charlie Kirk. It's fun, right? I love watching Jubilee. It's fun. But those conversations are automatically implemented to rage bait, and they're edited in ways that I think just create more chaos. Now, do they do good? Yes, of course. It's just not the type of area I want to. I would rather speak at a panel in moderation, or I would rather have a White House press pass and ask the press speaker or Donald Trump or David Sachs questions regarding things I believe our audience should know. So questions regarding the sovereign wealth fund. Why are reporters wasting questions on the Signals chat? Are you kidding me? Like if you're a reporter acting Donald Trump about the Signals chat, you're pretty fucking shit. That's not a very intellectual question. And a reporter knows that it's a vague, and maybe that reporter's, because their hierarchy is trying to get clickbait. They know they're going for views. But I want real journalism to be like, we should be asking the questions that the mainstream media isn't asking and using to prop up for, political radical views. It should be like, hey, you said this about this area of our market mechanic. How is this going to affect the middle class moving forward over the next 6 to 2 years? Or 6 months to 2 years, right? When everybody talks about tariffs, they talk about how bad tariffs are going to be. What if somebody just asked the Trump administration, maybe it's stroking the ego, whatever you want to say, ask them, how do you see this bringing back jobs in the United States over the course of the next 6 to 12 months? Many Americans hundreds of thousands of Americans are losing their jobs because of DOGE slashing funding from the federal agencies. You guys continuously say that they're going to land on their feet and get involved in the private sector. What does that look like? What does that time frame look like? And if that is a 6 month to 2 year time frame, are you setting up any, unemployment protocols or programs or platforms that can allow the federal government agencies to be leveraged over to the private sector? Like those type of questions that could open up way better dialogue and conversation rather than, hey, your Signal chat is a national security threat. How do you feel about that? It's like, dude, no fucking sitting president or politician is going to sit there and be like, you know what? I'm going to take this smoke. They're going to be vague. They're going to not be direct. Like they're just going to continuously do what politicians do. Ask them direct questions. And that's what I'm going to end the stream off with there, guys. So I appreciate y'all being here, guys. Much love. We had over 60,000 people or something. I don't even know tuned into this today. Absolutely wonderful trades going on the in the show here. Was really, really freaking awesome here today, guys. I'm going to be doing a lot more of these longer live streams. I can't wait to just tell you guys what I'm trying to work on because we're NDA'd. But big things coming soon. So just get excited and ultimately, guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe, follow me on X. And of course, just stay tuned, guys. Appreciate you for being here. Talk to you guys all soon.